Astrodynamics, A New Approach to Out-of-Body Experience by Robert Bruce. An Introduction to Astral Dynamics. Other worlds and dimensions exist all around us, every minute of every day, that very few people ever see or step into, even though they believe or know them to be there. By picking up this book, you have taken your first step toward a level of understanding few aspire to, let alone achieve. For almost a decade now, I have made myself available to the global internet community as a free consultant and advisor. In this time, I have counseled, advised, and helped with enormous variety of issues and problems, including OBEs, which is out-of-body experience, astral projection, clairvoyance, and energetic development, to name but a few. You may be surprised to find that these areas, while seemingly quite different, are all very closely related. This service has been and still is a true labor of love for me. It has given me a progressively increased understanding of the real problem areas with these subjects, allowing me to use my experience and inspirational abilities to find practical and innovative solutions that really work. In 1991, I stumbled upon the internet and World Wide Web and couldn't believe my luck. I had found an electronic medium that allowed me to communicate my ideas to millions of people around the world. I quickly became seriously involved with OBE and paranormal related news groups, and soon wrote a fairly disjointed but comprehensive series of articles for them called The Treatise on Astral Projection. I made these freely available to the global internet community as I wrote them. These articles were designed to answer questions I was continually being asked, as well as to dispel many common misconceptions and problems as I saw them. This series rapidly grew to book length and became extremely popular resource material. Over the years since, through public interest and demand, I wrote a far more comprehensive and detailed work, Astral Dynamics, the book you are now reading. This deals with all aspects of out-of-body operations and encapsulates my current knowledge on OBE. My sole motivation for writing comes from a genuine desire to share my knowledge with mankind. The primary goal has been to create a user-friendly, readable, and useful tutorial guide and reference work for all who aspire to travel out of their bodies. Other than in subject matter, Astral Dynamics bears virtually no resemblance to the original series of articles. I took the opportunity while writing this book to update and expand upon my original theories, procedures, and guidance, while answering some of the more interesting questions posed to me over the years. You now read the fruits of my ongoing experience, exploration, and seemingly endless problem solving. The guide offered within this book is largely drawn from my personal experience as an active hands-on mystic and backyard metaphysical researcher, come mad scientist, having practiced conscious exit, OBE, and related disciplines most of my life. Because of this, you may notice a distinct lack of references to other written material within this book. Unless referenced or otherwise specified, everything within Astral Dynamics is my own considered opinion based on my personal experience. This unorthodox approach comes simply because I rarely accept partisan opinion and never take anything at face value. I delight in taking a fresh look at all things considered mystical, metaphysical, or paranormal. This approach has given my searching mind a keen edge, allowing a deeper understanding of these things that would otherwise be possible. It also allows me something I dearly love, the opportunity to discover. Some of the theories, explanations, techniques, and procedures given within the astrodynamics are completely new. Some might say radical and inspirational, in parentheses, while others are logical improvements on existing ones. All have been thoroughly road tested by my many volunteers and me, and all have been found to be safe and effective, provided that all cautions given are duly heeded. These are taught in simple, progressive, easy to grasp stages, and are written in plain English with many illustrations. And on the matter of plain English, well, the English language and its grammar are not quite up to the task of discussing some of the subject matter within this book, but I refuse to fall into the trap of using Eastern terminology to discuss metaphysical and esoteric matters. While this solves some problems, it can also be needlessly confusing. I have instead constructed some descriptive phrases and bent the meanings of some words to suit. My extensive use of the word energetic and constructions like bioenergetic and pure energetic are good examples in the context of this book. These refer to different qualities of energy manifested by the human energy body and its various aspects, including its projected double. Please check the glossary for other words. Please check the glossary for other word usage peculiarities found in this book. The new techniques and procedures released in this book, especially the new in all caps energetic manipulation and development system given in part 2 new energy ways, have been extremely effective. These are, I believe, the most advanced and effective of their kind in the world today. For all their apparent sophistication, they are very easy to learn and are simple to use. As a whole, they provide a powerful set of tools for manipulating and developing the energy body in the case of OBE, of stimulating the projection reflex and empowering all aspects of out-of-body operations. Conscious exit projection is, as I believe and intend to show, nowhere near as difficult as is commonly believed today. It is my sincere belief that, armed with the knowledge with this book, just about anyone is capable of repeatedly achieving conscious out-of-body experiences, if they would just take a little time to learn how it all works. In quotes, per ardua ad astra, end quote. Through travail to the stars. Astrodynamics Part 1, Elements of Projection. Chapter 1, Dimensional Theory. The holy grail for projectors and OBE researchers is a reliable key to planned and repeatable out-of-body experiences. I have spent a significant part of my life on this quest, studying the mechanics and dynamics of OBE from both inside and outside my body. I have come to believe that this elusive key lies only partly in the projection technique and natural ability. The real key lies, I believe, in understanding the relationship between OBE and physical body/brain memory storage. To be more precise, it is the downloading of the projected double's delicate shadow memories into more accessible levels of the physical brain than normally occurs during the reintegration of the projected double with its physical counterpart. After an OBE, the only enduring part of the experiences is the memory of it. If that memory becomes lost, then there is nothing left to indicate a projection ever occurred. Therein lie both the problem and the solution. First, a little background on the basic structure of the out-of-body environment and of the projected double. If you didn't catch that. All non-physical dimensions are levels of existence, vibrating, for want of a better word, at a higher frequency than the known physical universe. This makes them invisible and undetectable to the normal five senses and to all scientific means available today. Just as different types of energies, light, gravity, X-ray, heat, microwave, etc., occupy the same space at the same time in the normal physical universe without interfering with each other to any great extent. So do these different dimensional levels coexist in the same space at the same time. Each is of the completely Each is of a completely different type with its own unique properties and spectrum of frequencies. But it is very difficult to give an easily understandable description that imparts the look and feel of non-physical dimensions. The astral planes, for example, are part of an incredibly complex non-physical dimensional level as compared with the relatively predictable and stable physical dimension. Many of the complexities of the astral planes are virtually unknown. The non-physical laws governing this dimension, in parentheses, call these astral physics, in parentheses, end parentheses, I said end first, and then I said end, are fluid and variable in the extreme. On top of this, projectors' minds can greatly affect the perception of the astral dimension. This leaves precious few constant factors for any astral researcher or explorer to work with. When dealing with the astral dimension, you cannot simply point and say, When dealing with the astral dimension, you cannot simply point and say, as you can in the physical universe, this is our planet, Earth. This is its atmosphere, and that is outer space, etc. You cannot even point and say, there is the astral dimension. Although the astral dimension permeates the entire physical universe, it is for the greater part non-spatial. Doorways to the astral exist everywhere and nowhere, both inside and outside the human mind. That being said, please bear with me as I dissect and expound on the nature, mechanics, and dynamics of OBE and non-physical dimensions. This will provide a workable understanding of the relationships and conflicts between the physical and non-physical aspects of our vast multidimensional universe. I hope this will allow you to work with or around these problem areas during future out-of-body operations. Traditional dimensional theory. This book is steeped neither in Eastern terminology nor esoteric theory. I much prefer to use Western descriptive terms wherever possible and relate my own experience and reasoning. The modern New Age belief system, adopted mainly from Eastern esoteric theory, end parentheses, describes 7 major dimensions or levels of existence, including the physical dimension. These begin with the physical dimension, solids, liquids, gases, and 4 etheric subplanes. The other 6 dimensions are labeled as astral, mental, buddhic, atmic, anupadaka, and adi. Each dimension is reputed to contain several internal levels or planes, and each plane is reputed to contain a number of lesser subplanes or realms. As you can see, an attempt to list the internal components of all 7 major dimensions would make for an exceedingly complex and lengthy list, and there are many variations of the above structure. I will not attempt to elaborate these any further. Traditional Eastern dimensional theory can be extremely complex and is often steeped in what to the average Westerner would seem like mysterious Eastern cultural and religious concepts. Wrestling with any non-descriptive foreign terminology is the last thing anyone needs when dealing with a subject as inherently complex as dimensional theory. Strange sounding words and phrases can very easily cloud important issues. The real time zone. I call the non-physical dimensional level closest to the physical universe the real time zone. This is naturally the dimensional level the vast majority of projectors find themselves in when they first project out of body. The real time zone, real time is real-time, space zone, real-time zone, can best be thought of as a buffer zone or intermediary area dividing the physical universe from the astral dimension proper. It shares some properties of the physical universe, in parentheses, a direct and objective real-time reflection of reality, end parentheses, and some properties of the astral dimension, begin parentheses, a fluid, non-physical environment, end parentheses. The real-time zone, although technically still a part of the astral dimension, is best considered a completely separate dimensional level. This sidesteps much of the confusion inherent in trying to relate a single set of projection-related factors and environmental properties to more than one dimensional level. The out-of-body environment is anything but simple. Each dimensional level contains a different environment, each with its own unique set of aspects and properties. Reality fluctuations are the most noticeable confusing factor in the real-time zone. Let me pause here, because as I'm reading this, I'm thinking about my experiences and it's making me mess up a little bit. I'm beginning again, excuse me. These fluctuations are consistent in the real-time zone that they actually form one of its few constants. I have found the real-time zone to be fairly stable and predictable in itself. Most fluctuations are caused, I think, from interactions between the fairly sensitive real-time environment and the generally unstable perceptions of the real-time projected double. Because the real-time zone is so close to the physical dimension, New Age thought puts it at the very bottom of the dimensional scale. This leads people to consider it to be a lower astral subplane, traditionally a negative and unsavory environment to be actively avoided. But the real-time zone does not bear any direct relationship with the lower astral planes. It is completely separate, neutral area, best considered as being neither high nor low in the dimensional spectrum. The average projector finds the real-time zone fairly dark and gloomy, a totally inaccurate picture that stems from projecting only late at night, just before going to sleep. At night, the world is naturally dark and gloomy and full of shadows. I would suggest to all who dispute this that they project during the daytime, at least once and experience the difference. There is nothing at all dark or gloomy or scary about a real-time projection on a sunny day. On the contrary, it is one of the most delightful and thoroughly enjoyable experiences I can think of. The real-time zone overlays and permeates the entire physical universe and contains a perfect reflection of reality within it until you mess around and slip out of it. Everything happens in real time as reality actually happens, hence its name. Projectors traveling within the real-time zone and remaining stable and unaffected by reality fluctuations perceive themselves to be following the actual spatial contours, geographical shape of the physical universe. They thus appear to be existing inside a direct non-physical reflection of reality, as reality happens. I have spent a great deal of time in the real-time zone exploring its properties and limitations. The experience is very much like being an invisible specter in the real world. The normal laws of physics do not have any direct effect on the real-time projectors. They are free to travel at will anywhere in the physical universe at any speed and can defy gravity. They can move through solid matter at will, although they may perceive some texture in varying degrees of resistance. Pause. Which is generally self-imposed. As you gain experience, you realize the resistance that you feel is actually from your perception, your religious belief in what a wall is and what a wall does. And also trying to see inside the wall as you pass through it. Instead, try not to see. Instead, try to go through it easily. Move with the heart, not the mind. Real-time, continuing on, moving on. Real-time projectors exist as invisible points of consciousness, in parentheses, although they usually perceive themselves quite differently, end parentheses, connected to the physical body via an invisible energetic linkage often called the silver cord. Their physical location is usually consistent with where they perceive themselves to be in the real world. Their movements can be tracked and ascertained if they are viewed with real-time sight, a type of clairvoyance. The only other way to verify real-time aspects of real-time projection is for the projectors to gather information and accurately report real-life events and facts that they would have no other possible way to know. Real-time sight enables observers to see into the real-time zone around them. The quality of this type of sight is variable. Sometimes only cloudy shapes or indistinct images of the surrounding room will be seen through closed eyelids and bed covers. A stronger level of real-time sight at the other extreme can be mistaken for normal physical sight, in parentheses. It can be that clear, end parentheses, when projectors see their rooms and real-life events happening around them vividly, but through closed eyelids. A simple way of proving that real-time projection is an objective rather than a purely subjective experience is with a deck of cards. Shuffle the deck and, without looking, lay one card face up on top of the wardrobe, cabinet, or somewhere high up in your own home, preferably at least 20 feet or 6 meters away from where your physical body will be. Or tape the card to a window facing outward without looking at it. Do not use more than one card until you have some real success with this test. Do not try to guess the card. Guesswork, even simply wondering what the card is, can easily cause subconscious interference or reality fluctuations, which can make a genuine real-time observation extremely difficult. If, for example, you try to guess or intuit what the card is, you may see that card you have guessed instead of seeing the actual card. This can undermine the real-time observation with a small reality fluctuation and make the observation inaccurate. At the very start of the projection, immediately move where the card is and look at it. Glance at it only briefly and remember it. When you are sure you can remember the card, re-enter your body. Write down the cards you saw and then go check. To give this test a fair go, keep it very short and do not try to do anything more during the projection. When you approach your physical body to re-enter it, hold the memory of this card firmly in mind and, quite literally, shout it out loud as you are re-entering. An example: the Queen of Hearts! The Queen of Hearts! This will maximize your chances of remembering not only the projection, but also the face of the card you saw during the test. Please follow this procedure to the letter, or you may lose the memory not only of the card, but of the entire projection. True. The normal abilities of the projected double often manifest spontaneously before an actual projection. These abilities have many levels, but their most basic quality enables a physical observer to see and hear into the real-time zone around them. I usually develop fairly strong real-time sight and hearing during meditation. Most people develop some level of real-time sight and hearing just before or during projection, just before they exit their physical body. This results in the commonly reported experience of projectors seeing details of the room around them through closed eyelids, and of hearing strange noises and or voices around them during the separation phase of an OBE. As an example of real-time projection experience, I think of my nephew Matt's 2-week visit back in 1991. During this time, apart from many other activities, I coached Matt on projection. A few days before he was due to leave, while meditating late at night, I clearly saw Matt's projected real-time double float through the wall and come into my room I was sitting in, into the room I was sitting in. He waved cheerfully at me, and I slowly waved back at him without breaking my entranced state. No mean feat in itself. Immensely pleased that Matt had finally managed to get out of his body, Matt floated to the room, seemingly having some difficulty with movement and directional control, but apparently thoroughly enjoying himself. He soon floated out of my sight, and that was the last I saw of him that night. The next morning, Matt was very excited about his first conscious exit projection. He vividly remembered using my technique and feeling heavy vibrations and leaving his body. Then feeling his body moving through the wall and seeing me, and us waving at each other. He lost track of the experience shortly after he floated back through the wall. Note: a few seconds after Matt moved out of my sight, I heard a distinct groan and movement coming from the direction of his bedroom. Matt appears to have briefly awakened at that time and thus ended his first conscious exit projection. The short duration of his projection, following my advice on keeping it short, appears to have been a key factor here, allowing the easy recall of the experience after the event. The astral dimension. The astral dimension is the next closest of the unseen dimensions to the physical universe. The astral flows from the real time zone, but is best thought of as being completely separate from it. It is divided into 7 major levels or planes, each containing many subplanes and internal realms. The astral dimension spans the universe, but for all intents and purposes, it is totally non-spatial. The astral dimension does not overlay the physical universe as precisely as the real time zone does, especially at its higher levels, but it occupies the same space nevertheless. My reasoning here is that the astral is dimensionally further removed than is the real time zone, and thus does not bear such a direct geographical relationship with the physical universe. Certainly the movements of an astral projector in relation to the physical dimension cannot be ascertained by an astral or clairvoyant sight in the same way as can be done with a real-time projector. Astral sight is the ability to see into the astral dimension proper. This is spontaneously experienced more often by those with some level of clairvoyant ability, in parentheses active or dormant, than by those without it. I'm going to pause for a second. I'm going to probably stop saying the parentheses because some of these, they flow well regardless, so I could just go through it. Continue. Astral sight allows the observer to see other projectors, thought forms, astral beings, wildlife, and even spirit beings. This ability often works in conjunction with a real-time sight, giving the observer a mixed real-time plus astral viewpoint, which can be fairly confusing at times. The astral dimension is uniquely related to the inhabitants of the physical dimension, permeating the universe like a huge mind net, catching and holding all energetic reflections and emanations of consciousness. It is affected by all the finer dimensional levels above it. The structure of the astral planes appears to filter and hold all energetic reflections generated by the thoughts, awareness, and perceptions of all living beings, including inanimate matter and life forms not generally considered to contain consciousness. Even a humble rock has an energetic value on the atomic and subatomic levels. This process appears to have been going on since the beginning of time. Another way of describing this, the astral dimension contains an enduring energetic shadow generated and cast by the contents and inhabitants of the physical dimension. Chapter 2. The Projected Double. There are many different types of OBE, and therefore many different types of projectable double. To make sense of OBE and projection, to obtain a better understanding of some of the energetic intricacies involved, it is necessary to examine the main aspects of the projectable double. Let us start by taking a brief look at its structure, starting at its very lowest energetic aspect, the etheric body. The etheric body. The human etheric body, also called the energy body, is the subtle body most closely related to and enmeshed within the physical body. I do not believe this aspect can separate from its physical body while its physical body still lives. It has three main aspects: bioenergetic, pure energetic, and expanded energetic. The three aspects are strongly interrelated. The bioenergetic aspect of the human etheric body is the underlying supporting bioenergetic mechanism and active living template for bodily intelligence and all biological life processes. It works in line with the biological functioning of the physical body and exists as an exact bioenergetic counterpart that is firmly enmeshed with the living physical body. The pure energetic aspect has at least 7 primary energy centers, often called chakras or psychic centers, hundreds of secondary energy centers, minor chakras, or pause here, or the Chinese would call them meridians. Check those out, look that up. Continuing on, and thousands of tiny energy exchange ports. Throughout this runs a complex network of internal and external energy pathways connecting circuitry and energetic structures. This aspect of the etheric body does not strictly follow the internal and external contours of the physical body. The expanded energetic aspect occurs when the physical body falls asleep or enters the trance state. The substance of the pure energetic aspect of the etheric body becomes energetically excited and begins to expand outward. This allows the pure energetic aspects of the etheric body to function independently from the physical body without disturbing it while it sleeps. Holding the mind awake during the trance state creates a wide range of energetic conflicts. These conflicts can cause some very peculiar sensations, such as the feeling of expansion, often perceived as the sensation of shrinking or falling inward. The degree of etheric body expansion possible depends greatly on the level of sleep or trance attained. The etheric body, in its energetically excited and expanded state, is a true subtle body in its own right. The main difference between it and any other subtle body, example, the real-time and astral bodies, is that the expanded etheric body is not normally capable of leaving the confines of its physical body. The continuing presence of all three aspects of the etheric body appears essential for the continuance of biological life processes. I believe that the etheric body is far too dense and too firmly enmeshed within the physical body, as subtle bodies go, to allow a full projection of its energetic substance to occur. The closest subtle body to the etheric body is the real-time body, the generation of which begins inside the expanding etheric body before any type of OBE, conscious or unconscious. Thus, same word, thus, therefore. Thus, the etheric body is found to have more than a small part to play in the process of generating and projecting the real-time double, trance, and inner body projection. If the physical body falls asleep while its mind is even partially awake, it enters a level of the trance state. The telltale sinking heaviness and cozy warmth of the trance state will then be felt, if only momentarily, before seeming oblivion of sleep occludes normal waking consciousness. When the first level of the trance state is attained, light trance, the etheric body begins its expansion process. To be more precise, the first stage of the expanded etheric body generation process forms the separate but still internal subtle body. The deeper the level of trance, the more strongly the etheric body will be generated as a distinctly separate and independently functionable subtle body. As the expanded etheric body is generated, the center of consciousness automatically transfers, internally projects, or reflects into the etheric body. This is the first stage of the multi-level projection process, just one small step away from the physical body and its normal level of waking consciousness. Excuse me. I'm going to adjust my seat. Okay. The center of consciousness has now. Wait, am I there? Or was I at subtle body? As he expanded, the etheric body generates. Okay. Okay. The center of consciousness has now shifted one level up from its physical body and is now just one level down from the first projectable subtle body. The real-time projected double, I see falling asleep and entering the trance state as having the same general effect, each causing a type of inner body projection or energetic reflection of the center of consciousness into the etheric body. Pause here. So my voice is starting to change. It does that. So my voice is going to be a little bit different. But it's still me. Still same person. Just, I don't even think it's dryness. It's just starting to relax. Which is good. If this process occurs while falling, there we go. This process occurs while falling into normal sleep. A sleeping copy of consciousness and memory are reflected into the etheric body. A short time after this event, as the sleeping body falls more deeply asleep, or as the trance state deepens, the real-time body will be internally generated in a similar fashion in preparation for its full extrusion or projection by the physical etheric body outside the bounds of the physical body. This is the second level of the natural subtle body generation and projection process. The generation and projection of sleeping subtle bodies will now continue with the projected mind remaining undisturbed and sleeping throughout, on up through the dimensional spectrum. This is the basic outline of the natural multi-level, multi-dimensional sleep projection process, as I see it, that occurs to everyone during normal sleep. The reason this process can occur so gently and naturally is that the projecting center of the consciousness is asleep. When it is asleep, it is safely out of the way, so to speak. A sleeping mind does not cause any energetic conflicts to arise during the natural process, where an awake mind will cause plenty. If the etheric body generation process occurs while the mind is held awake, a full waking trance state is achieved. Body asleep, mind awake. A full copy of the awakened thinking mind is reflected into the expanding etheric body. The trance state allows waking, thinking consciousness to continue within the confines of the etheric body, while the physical body and its mind, these latter always containing the original copies of the mind and memory, sleep. This is the first stage of the multi-level, multi-dimensional conscious exit projection process. Now, using a projection technique to exteriorize the sense of whole body awareness, the transfer will generate a real-time double within the confines of the physical etheric body. Once this is successfully generated again, internally, a full copy of awake consciousness will automatically be reflected into it as it forms. The newly generated real-time body is the first level of the projectable double, but is still fully enmeshed within the physical etheric body at this stage. With continued efforts, the projection reflex can now be triggered while the mind is fully awake. An energetic copy of the awake mind can then be projected outside the bounds of the physical body. It is now held and energetically maintained within the projected real-time double. Thus, we have the basic outline for the underlying process that allows and causes a conscious exit projection, or OBE, to occur. A deep tickling, upward moving trickle of energy within the torso accompanies the internal generation of the real-time projectable double. This is especially noticeable in the stomach, solar plexus, and chest area. This sensation is caused, I believe, by the transformation of etheric matter, as different types of energies are generated throughout the physical etheric body to form the real-time projected double. Projectable double. Oh wait, okay, projectable double. The conditions that allow for conscious exit projection, or OBE, are now complete. Full waking consciousness can now be projected free of the confines of the physical etheric bodies, along with the projecting real-time double. This is the second level of the multi-level, multidimensional conscious exit projection process. The biggest difference between the natural sleep projection and conscious exit projection is the presence of awake consciousness during the exit. This interferes with the natural sleep projection process, as waking consciousness tries to go along for the ride during the exit, so to speak. The presence of waking consciousness causes a great deal of internal energy conflicts to arise during the now not so natural awake projection process. This explains the greatly increased difficulty levels associated with conscious exit projection. It also goes a long way toward explaining why such heavy energy movement sensations, example, racing heartbeat, pressure, heavy vibrations, are so often experienced during the conscious exit projection. Etheric body projection. It is commonly believed that the etheric body is capable of a limited kind of low-power projection outside its physical body. OBEs, where the projected double feels weak and has difficulty moving, perhaps even collapsing on the floor shortly after the exit, are said to be the etheric projections. While this is an understandable supposition, to me it is illogical to think that the etheric body can separate or project from the physical body while it still lives. The internal beginnings of projection, as given above, show that a progressive refinement of subtle bodies is an integral part of the whole process. This allows the generation and projection of progressively higher levels of projectable double. This allows the generation and projection of progressively higher levels of a projectable double, while retaining firm energy links with the physical body and its original copy of mind and memory. The etheric body not only generates all projectable doubles, but it also provides the energy substance required to maintain the separate existence and functionality of all external subtle bodies. The etheric body can aptly be described as being a base level generator and energy supplier of all subtle bodies. As the sole energy generator, if the etheric body were to completely project out of the physical body, its plethora of intimate energy links with its physical body, the energy foundation of the projection mechanism, would be grossly interfered with. This is inconsistent with the nature of the projection mechanism. It also defies logic that a subtle energy mechanism could exist that would allow the possibility of an accidental expulsion of the etheric body. If the etheric body were to be completely projected, it would logically have to have its energy supported and maintained by its physical body, which is far too gross for this purpose. The full expulsion of the etheric body only happens at death, I believe, and possibly to a lesser extent during an NDE, which is or near-death experience. The etheric body is the energy fountain. It is the foundation of all biological life processes and the bioenergetic generator and maintainer of all pure energetic functions. The etheric body depends on complex bioenergetic links with its physical body for all its energy needs to fuel and enable its pure energetic functions. What is often called an etheric projection, I believe, is a type of energetically overextended projection. How does this happen? During the course of a full multi-level sleep projection, the physical etheric body wakes up, usually experiencing projection-related symptoms and vibrations. The sleeping real-time double is already projected and is floating asleep just above the physical body at this time. All its higher aspects have also already been projected into their related dimensional levels. As the physical etheric mind awakes beneath it, the real-time double only is reeled back into the physical etheric body. All the higher projected doubles continue existing and or functioning in their higher levels, albeit a little more sluggishly now. The now awake projector then experiences a spontaneous real-time projection exit, as the real-time double slips back out of the physical body again, but this time while fully awake. Projectors in these events are totally unaware that they are disturbing a full spectrum, multi-level sleep projection in full progress. Once this projection of the awake real-time double is complete, the projected double finds itself extremely weak and has difficulty moving. Usually, the projector will collapse in slow motion and become totally incapacitated very shortly after the exit. Added to this, it is likely that the presence of awake consciousness in the projected real-time double is contributing to the energetic tension between the physical etheric and all its higher sleep projected doubles. The real-time double, being the only subtle body that is properly awake, throws an energetic spanner in the workings of the natural full spectral sleep projection process, so to speak. Another cause of weakness during a projection is the physical body and its mind remaining too awake and physically tense after the exit, especially if the projected double remains within close proximity, within, say, 20 feet or 6 meters of its physical body. This can cause a great deal of energetic tension, which can cause various sensations of duality and weakness, with the center of consciousness often flicking back and forth between these two awake aspects of the same projector. Let me pause here, because what he's describing here, I've actually experienced in an experiment where I noticed during a projection where I did try to fly. I did fly successfully, but I was still conscious in my body enough that I could move certain parts of my body. And specifically, I opened one of my eyes, and the ceiling fan became like a part of my projection. Like I could see the room with one eye and it was normal, but like parts of the room started to follow my projected double, if you will. Continuing on, or actually pause. That can be very weird because it's like floating around weird. But continuing now. These basic aspects of the projectable double. Three basic aspects of the projectable double. 1. Real-time body. The real-time body is the first level of the projectable double. It is observed by an awake observer with real-time sight, a type of clairvoyance. It will be seen to have a faintly silver, ghostly, see-through appearance. Often just a vague ghostly shape will be seen, but sometimes facial features will be made out as well. If a real-time projector observes another real-time projector while both are out of body, they will usually look reasonably normal to each other, although often a little shadowy or transparent. They will also look slimmer and younger, fitter and better looking than in actuality. All projected doubles are shaped by body awareness and will always look younger and fitter than their actual physical body. With older projectors, the age of their projectable double's appearance is usually about 35. The real-time double's natural level of operations is within the real-time zone. It can exist and function in real time only so long as there is enough energy flowing to it from its physical etheric body. This energy flow maintains its integrity and mental coherence on that dimensional level. There is more than one variation of strength and strength of real-time dole possible. This is greatly influenced by the quantity of energy flowing into it from the physical etheric body and by its energetically developed state. Okay, pause here. So I keep saying physical etheric body. So physical / etheric. So the reason that he's saying physical / etheric is because, as I read in the past couple pages, he describes the etheric body as being entwined, almost a part of the physical body. Think of it as the energy that you would use for Reiki, or the energy that you would use in Qigong or Tai Chi. This is the same thing. Your intention for movements and attacks, this it mimics or moves with the intent that you put behind your movements. So it's intrinsic. So, okay. A projector's real-time body parts will only become visible if that projector deliberately looks for them. The hands are the easiest body parts to observe. They vary in appearance from fairly normal to quite distorted, elongated, spectral, and ghostly. This variability in appearance is probably related to energetic flow and the corresponding strength of a projection. In all cases, though, real-time hands will begin melting away almost the moment they are observed, like white ice sculptures under a powerful blowtorch. This goes a long way toward explaining how out-of-body shapeshifting works. Projectors can deliberately alter their appearance by overriding their natural sense of whole-body self-awareness. Pause. This is getting into shapeshifting, because this is something that you can do simply by being able to feel with your etheric body. You train yourself to change your form. So you can extend your fingers, you can turn them into claws, you can turn your entire body into different things, even things that have never been seen before. Okay. Projectors can deliberately alter their appearance by overriding their natural sense of whole body self-awareness. This, pause again, these are the sensations that you pass along your body, which will go into detail once I get to the chapter that describes the projection techniques or the energy movement techniques. We'll explain. Continuing on, they simply feel themselves as having another shape and form, and concentrate on holding their new sense of whole body self-awareness firmly in mind at all times. Natural out-of-body creative ability does the rest, and their shape is thus altered for as long as they can maintain awareness of their new sense of form. The whole real-time body of a projector can be seen clearly with no melting effect by other real-time projectors, and even by awake physical observers with real-time sight. This apparent contradiction appears to be caused by the nature of out-of-body perception, which is kind of a direct mind perception. It is also worth noting that apparent similarities between out-of-body perception and normal clairvoyance. Every projected double, I believe, broadcasts its own image of whole body self-awareness energetically. This energetic broadcast is received by other projectors and by clairvoyants as a fixed image that will not melt and requires no interpretation. I need water. Whew. Yeah, Okay. As with clairvoyance, when awake observers use real-time sight, their brow centers receive energetic broadcasts directly. This energetic reception is translated into bioelectrical signals that flow into the sight center of the brain as per normal sight, where they automatically convert into a visual image in the receiver's mind's eye. If the natural energetic broadcast image of a projector is deliberately altered, say through shapeshifting, then the resulting image is changed. As the projected double does not have functioning eyes per se, this shows something of how direct energetic mind perception works in all types of projected double. It also provides an insight into how the mind's eye images of visual clairvoyance work. Astral reflection. Let me make sure. Yep, okay. I consider the astral body to be a completely separate subtle body in its fully projected state. A much weaker version exists as a continual astral reflection or echo of self-awareness in the astral dimension. This astral echo exists whether a person is awake or asleep. It is a mindless astral reflection of awareness, thoughts, and fantasies, with no more substance than a reflection in a mirror. This astral echo does not have the ability to think or reason independently. If you think of the way the astral planes work, absorbing, filtering, and recording all energetic reflections and emanations of consciousness, this is not an unreasonable suggestion. Say that 5 times fast. Because of this, an awake person viewed by a projector may appear to be doing some very peculiar things indeed. This is because the majority of awake people have in their minds at any given time a mixture of objective thoughts and awareness and subjective fantasy and ideas. The exceptions to this rule are those individuals who are totally focused on a single task or those who have conquered the necessity of having uncontrolled fantasies and a continual internal mental dialogue. As an example, Jill is hanging out of her washing. Jill is hanging out her washing. It says in parentheses objective experience, but then that totally breaks the sentence down. So, Jill is hanging out her washing, while her mind is far away, sitting on a tropical island, having a romantic lunch with Jack, her favorite person. Subjective fantasy. Okay, I get what they're saying. So let me clarify this because this is it's got me a little bit. As an example, as it says, Jill is hanging out her washing. This is considered an objective experience. She's doing something. She's completing a task. An objective. While her mind is far away sitting on a tropical island having a romantic lunch with Jack, her favorite person. This is subjective fantasy. Viewed by an astral projector or clairvoyant, Jill's astral reflection might be seen to be having lunch with Jack under a palm tree on a beach in her backyard, with a line of washing hanging in the foreground and Jill's house just behind the scene. The objective parts of this scene have become mixed with subjective fantasy elements to produce this bizarre scenario around Jill's astral reflection. Astral body proper. The next major state of existence above the real-time body is the astral body proper. The astral planes are the natural level of operations for this subtle body. As with all subtle bodies, projected astral bodies viewed by another astral projector or with astral sight or clairvoyance will appear to be very solid and real looking, albeit younger and fitter than they are in reality. Once the center of consciousness has shifted from the real-time body to the astral body, The physical etheric body diverts the majority of its energies into the astral body. This fortifies the astral body, making it able to easily support a full copy of awakened thinking consciousness. The astral body is much more stable than the real-time body and hence is easier to maintain during a conscious astral projection. And as the astral projector is existing in an environment that bears little or no resemblance to the physical dimension, reality fluctuations are much less noticeable. In its natural environment, the astral double feels much lighter and more energized than does the real-time projected double. It is dimensionally more removed from its physical body, and as a result, experiences far less by the way of energetic conflicts, tensions, and pressures than the real-time double usually does. The astral body perceives itself as having a body, but as with the real-time body, this will only be seen if deliberately looked for. It will also have difficulty studying its body parts closely. The melting body parts effect still happens to the astral body, especially with its hands, but this is visually less dramatic than it is with the real-time double. Once the quality of energies flowing into the real-time body changes, as the astral body proper is generated and energized, the real-time body quickly weakens. It soon starts falling asleep in the real-time zone. Typically, when the real-time double loses power in this way and begins falling asleep, it will either be reeled in by the physical etheric body to hover nearby, mimicking its physical body's sleeping position, or will wander aimlessly about the real-time zone, only partially conscious. This explains, I think, why most projectors encountered during a real-time projection seem to be wandering aimlessly about, like sleepwalkers, unaware of where they really are or what they are doing. They often seem to be mentally in another dimension entirely. They still have a partially functioning real-time body, but they are not existing in it strongly enough to function mentally on that level. They can be briefly awakened by other real-time projectors, but will usually be confused and muddled. They have the annoying tendency to become suddenly incoherent and even to fall asleep mid-sentence. Similarly, if a higher subtle body is energized strongly enough, awake consciousness will become centered most strongly in that higher body, causing the astral body to fall asleep in the astral dimension. It may then wander about the astral in much the same way and mental state as does the real-time body under the same circumstances. Children, animals, and OBE. Children. That's the start of this paragraph or subchapter. Children. So, according to my observations, children frequently have OBEs and seem to have more energy for this than adults. I often see and hear children gallivanting about the real time zone. I have not seen babies younger than walking age though, unless being carried by their mothers. Solo OBEs appear to start when children become more physically and emotionally independent. I usually develop fairly clear real-time sight and hearing during trance meditation sessions, especially in the evenings. At these times, I will often see and hear my own children while they are projecting. There is nothing vague or imaginary about these observations. They usually cut and dive about the room, calling for me to watch their antics as children do. They do not understand the reasons underlying their temporarily enhanced state of being, but are hugely excited by it all the same. Like most adults, children generally remember little of their OBEs afterward. But I must say, children take their newfound abilities like flying and passing through walls in their stride, as if these were all perfectly natural for them. I can't see, hear, or feel them physically at these times, even if they all scramble onto my lap. But I can see their faces clearly and hear their voices distinctly with my real-time senses. I also feel the, the telltale energetic shivers that are a basic indicator of close contact with any non-physical being. With real-time sight, children look ghostly, as if made of pale smoke, but their faces are denser with a silvery sheen, making them recognizable as who they are. Animals. In my experience, animals project regularly, especially pets. I suggest this is a natural ability common to the entire animal kingdom. I have frequently observed pets and other animals roaming the real-time zone. With real-time sight, I have also observed my own pets as they exit their bodies. A truly fascinating sight. I rarely see animals projecting in higher levels of astral planes, although I frequently encounter them in lower regions, with pets often accompanying their human friends. On many occasions, I have also seen and interacted with deceased pets in the real-time zone, apparently visiting, and also in the spirit worlds, often called heavens, when I have visited these. The repeatable nature of these experiences suggests animals not only project, but also survive death as independent spirit beings. Spirit beings. This last may or may not apply to domesticated and wild animals. I believe close long-term association with humans stimulates animals' higher emotions, as in the case of much-loved pets, elevating them to more independent levels of spiritual being. In principle, this last has similarities with how humans are elevated by lives of spiritual discipline, love, and service, and by long-term contact with advanced spiritual beings. Chapter 3. The Incredible Mind Split. Exactly what departs from the physical body and brain during an OBE? How does this happen? What if, what if anything is left behind to watch over the sleeping physical body? What safeguards and projects the continuing integrity of the original copy of mind and memory during an OBE? Many people, not surprisingly, are fearful of attempting projection because these questions have not been satisfactorily answered. Half-baked theories and assumptions, stories, legends, and myths abound. Two early OBE researchers and authors, Sylvan Muldoon and Hereward Carrington, attempted to deal with the subject of the commonly felt perceptions of duality, of being in two bodies at the same time during an out-of-body experience in their book, The Projection of the Astral Body. Muldoon stated that the physical brain receiving two sets of perceptions at the same time caused dual perception. He considered that one set came from the physical body and one from its projected double via its silver cord connection. The sense organs of the physical body, Muldoon surmised, must continue to function even though the physical body was left empty after the projected double made a conscious exit. For some reason, Muldoon and Carrington did not consider the possibility that consciousness could continue to function in both bodies at the same time. They assumed the physical body was left as a mindless shell during any OBE. This observation, I believe, comes from the very real perception that every projector has of separating from their physical bodies during a conscious exit projection. This empty body assumption, like a lot of early research and books on OBE and related fields, became source material for all researchers and writers that followed in their footsteps. This error in observation has been continually propagated ever since. It is today almost universally accepted that the physical body is left empty, unguarded, and exposed during any type of OBE. Many people even believe their essential spirit or soul leaves their physical body during projection. These beliefs, quite understandably, raise real concerns about safety and integrity during an OBE. If the mind and spirit actually did leave the physical body empty during an OBE, it would be logical to assume that this empty body could easily be vulnerable to outside interference. The possibility of psychic attack or even of possession would be reasonable concerns. Over the last 100 years or so, the above empty body assumption has generated many beliefs, legends, and rituals. Watcher beings, astral sentinels, and astral guardians, plus the perceived necessity for shields, magical wards, and rituals. One person I spoke to stated vehemently that all projectors must first wash in consecrated salt water, then bind themselves in iron chains to protect their supposedly empty body during projection or risk possession and soul damage or worse. Because these issues have remained clouded for so long, many projectors and would-be projectors worry a great deal about what might happen if they cannot find their way back to their body, or if their silver cord were to break or become damaged, or if they were unable to get back their bodies or accidentally became locked out of it in the same way. They worry about returning to find their physical body already occupied by an invading spirit, entity, or demon, or even by another projector for that matter. The experience of consciously separating from the physical body and leaving it behind can be extremely vivid and convincing. The experience of existing and operating remotely and independently from the physical body is also very distinct, but empty body perceptions do not allow projectors to perceive the underlying mind split effect at work, because successfully remembered conscious exit projections allow for only one side of the projection experience to be remembered, from the projected double side only. If a projection is unsuccessful, the memories retained come solely from the physical body side. All shadow memories, or OBE memories, are lost. It is necessary to have memories from both sides of the single projection experience before the mind split can be perceived for what it is. Only then can the mechanics and dynamics of the projection mechanism be truly appreciated and understood. The integrity and safety of the physical body and its original copy of consciousness, mind, and memory are never jeopardized during OBE. As I will show in the coming pages, the physical body is never left empty while it lives. The reflecting nature of mind. As part of a natural process, consciousness reflects a copy of itself outside the bounds of the physical body, either while it sleeps or during any kind of conscious OBE. This reflection is a kind of energetic echo containing a complete copy of consciousness, mind, and memory. It reflects into the subtle body, or energetic vehicle capable of supporting and maintaining its integrity outside the bounds of the physical body. This process does not leave the physical body empty or unguarded. The reflection of consciousness usually happens unnoticed during sleep or in OBE. The mind split effect is not apparent even during fully conscious exit projections, where the projectors are fully aware of their OBE from beginning to end, including the exit and re-entry phases. The symptoms of the mind split effect are often strong and quite evident if you know what to look for, but they are seldom recognized because of the way in which the mind split happens, and because the nature of the physical brain is to store only a single memory for any single time period. Most people have enough trouble grasping the concept of a single projected double maintaining awake consciousness outside the bounds of the physical body. Grasping that there can be multiple reflected copies of a single mind, all existing and functioning simultaneously and independently on different dimensional levels, can take a bit of a mind flip, but that's essentially what happens. Understanding the mind split and the true nature of humankind's multidimensional existence is extremely important. The mind split effect makes sense of a great deal of the often confusing and conflicting data available on OBE, and greatly simplifies the understanding of OBE and provides insight into some of the more esoteric and mind-boggling complexities of interdimensional relationships and operations in general. As I have said, it takes a bit of a mind flip to grasp the concept of there being multiple copies of a single mind, each with the potential to exist and operate independently during an OBE. Once the first level of the mind split is grasped, the next logical step is to consider the possibility of multiple sets of memories recorded by the brain for any given time period during sleep and OBE. This naturally raises questions of how the physical brain would deal with these, or even if it could cope with them at all. What types of memory recording problems would this cause the poor old physical brain? How would this affect its overall ability to record and recall out-of-body experiences? And if there are inherent problems with these memory processes, how can these be overcome to improve OBE operations and recall? The above questions, while appearing simple, raise complex issues. When I first tried to work it all out, it gave me a blinding headache. I discovered the mind split effect by sheer accident during an extremely powerful projection, as told below. Subsequent experiments with the mind split effect sparked by this initial discovery have since verified my original hypothesis. Once properly understood, many of the negative effects of the mind split on OBE recall can be worked with or worked around instead of being suffered in ignorance. An understanding of the mind split greatly improves the chances to getting out of body to start with, even for a rank beginner. It does this by improving the likelihood that projectors will remember their OBEs after the fact. The efficiency of all aspects of out-of-body operations is, in general, also greatly improved. I believe fully conscious OBE is nowhere near as difficult to achieve as is commonly believed today. The reason projection is considered difficult is because successful projectors usually do not perceive the mind split and its effects. These lucky few who have the knack of getting around the mind split effect without even knowing what they are doing or how they are doing it recall some of their out-of-body experiences. No one recalls them all. Because these lucky few don't really know what they are doing, they cannot explain how they do it. Therefore, studying their experiences and copying their techniques will not necessarily yield desired results. The mind split is the single biggest cause of OBE failure, but is virtually unknown for what it is. The mind split leaves no trace or memory of what went wrong and projection fails. Time and again, it will turn successful OBEs into seemingly failed attempts. This thwarts the natural learning process as it does not allow projectors to learn from their failures and thus improve upon their efforts. Because of all this, people tend to concentrate the majority of their efforts on projection techniques, searching for just the right quick fix to launch them out of their bodies. Projection technique, while important, is not the be-all and end-all for successful projection. There is a definite knack to remembering an OBE, which can only begin to be learned when the mind split is properly taken into account. Portrait of the mind split. Whew. Okay, look off the mic. I held it up, pausing for a second. I held the book up for so long, my elbow joint started to hurt when I moved it. Okay, Portrait of the Mind Split. One full copy of thinking mind and memory, conscious and subconscious, stays at all times within the bounds of the physical body, whether awake, asleep, dreaming, or projecting. This original or master copy never leaves the bounds of its physical body while it still lives. That's a spell check error, actually. They should have put the comma after copy. Okay. Continuing on. When the physical body falls asleep or enters the trance state, mind awake and physical body asleep, consciousness is automatically reflected or projected into the expanding etheric body. An energetic reflection of consciousness now exists at a slightly higher energetic state than the awake physical body allows for. The etheric body now contains within it a full reflection, a copy of all memories, conscious and subconscious. The expanded etheric body is now one energetic step above the physical body, one energetic step closer to the real-time body, which is the first level of the projectable double. The sleeping physical body contains an energetic mechanism called the dream mind. At some stage after the onset of sleep or trance state, the physical mind, or master copy, will begin dreaming. The etheric body can stay fully conscious if held in the trance state during a conscious OBE. It is also capable of functioning completely independently from its projected and dream mind aspects, even while both of these are fully active. The physical etheric body now internally generates the real-time body, the first projectable double. This naturally occurs during sleep or sleep projection, but can occur during the trance state. As the real-time body is internally generated, another full copy of consciousness and memory are automatically reflected into it. As long as real-time body generation and reflection of consciousness is still fully enmeshed within the physical etheric body, its thoughts are fully synchronized with those of the etheric body. No noticeable mind split effect has occurred at this stage, although the energetic conditions that allow the mind split to occur are now present. All systems go at this stage, and a projection out of body can now happen. Oh, sorry, a projecting. Let me go back. I realized it was a continuing sentence, and it's actually a pretty long sentence. All systems are go at this stage, and a projection out of body can now happen naturally or can be artificially triggered by a projection technique. As the real-time body projects at the precise moment marking the beginning of separation, the first true mind split occurs. After projection, the real-time body exists as a completely separate entity, functioning, thinking, experiencing, and recording memories remotely and independently from its physical etheric body. After the real-time double has projected free, the expanded etheric body, with its own copy of awake consciousness, remains aware for as long as it can hold itself awake. It will usually consider it has failed with its projection attempt. If one has been made, although it may have experienced many projection related exit symptoms, about 5% return. It will feel tired, lethargic, and heavy, often experiencing partial or full waking paralysis, and will normally fall asleep fairly quickly. When the etheric copy of the consciousness falls asleep, it appears to sink into and meld with the physical dream mind, sharing its dream state. During conscious exit projection, the real-time body will be vividly aware of the sensation of separating from and leaving its physical body behind. At this stage, the real-time double is operating completely independently from its physical etheric double. Each will occasionally sense the other's existence, and an interchange of perceptions, sensations of duality, will often be experienced. The real-time double will, for example, often feel its physical body and hear sounds coming from that location. This sensory perception interchange of one of the most frequently noticeable symptoms of the mind split is greatly affected by distance. It is strongest within 20 feet or 6 meters or so, and becomes progressively less noticeable with an increased distance. Conditions now allow for further energetic copies of consciousness to be reflected into higher subtle bodies and dimensions, above and beyond the projected real-time double in the real-time zone. After this process has taken place, we have two complete energetic copies, plus their master copy of consciousness and memory. 1. Physical dream mind, also known as the master copy. Number 2. Physical etheric mind, or expanded etheric body. 3. Real-time projected double, first true mind split. One completely exterior mind split has also occurred between the physical etheric body and the real-time projected double. All three copies are energetically interconnected, and all three are capable of functioning and thinking completely independently. Although in the case of the physical dream mind, on a more internalized level of consciousness within the dream environment. The natural purpose of this multiple mind split effect is, I believe, to allow the other essential animating spirit to strip away the layers of gross matter that hold it fixed within the physical body and the physical universe. This process progressively exposes the more refined spiritual aspects of the central animating core of spirit consciousness. This enables it to temporarily exist in higher dimensions, to reflect a part of itself there during sleep or OBE. A solid base inside the physical etheric body remains behind throughout this process, however, safely holding the original or master copy of its earthly consciousness and memories for its current incarnation. I suggest that shifting the base level of consciousness from the physical etheric body directly into higher dimensional levels in a single step is way too big a leap. This shift appears to require a gentler series of multiple reflections into progressively higher and more refined subtle bodies via multiple mind splits. The conscious essence held and maintained within any projected subtle body is not just a mere energetic reflection of mind and memory, but a fully functional copy of its essential animating consciousness and spirit, plus all of its conditional and influential energetic modifiers. More on this later. My overall impression is that this process is designed to provide the central animating spirit consciousness with regular and direct exposure to the refining and adjusting influences of living karma and universal law, as they exist at vastly higher and more rarefied dimensional levels. This, I believe, is how karma and universal law actually work. The higher subtle bodies filter up and down through the dimensional scale from the gross physical body to its highest energetic state, wherever the physical body sleeps. You can find many actually, let me describe this image in case I'm not about to take all these pictures of all these images and add them as screenshots to this video, because I'm probably not going to do that. So instead, I'm going to describe what I'm looking at. The picture shows the physical body, the etheric body, the real-time body, and 4 stages of higher bodies. This is to show the, first off, with the physical and etheric body being closer to the physical plane, the real-time body shifting just outside into a mirror world or another version of the physical plane, and then the higher bodies, each being shifted into different realities that are adjacent to each other or adjacent to this reality, as in like nesting dolls, like nesting dolls. Each body, um, each body existing in a different stage of reality. Perfectly said, I think. Okay. It's I didn't sleep, so I'm running. I'm trying to reset my schedule because I tried to get a night shift job and I shifted back into nocturnal, and now I'm trying to shift back into a normal day, so I have more time to do other things. So I'm staying up and I'm reading this book. I got an idea. Yeah, let's do it. Continuing on. You can find many clues showing the mind split at work by examining some of the enormous numbers of case histories available today, if you know what you were looking for. Projectors often experience and make note of symptoms of the mind split, but these have never been fully accounted for. The most commonly felt symptom is the sensation of duality, the being aware of the physical body while also being aware of existing in the subtle body at a different location. For example, I was flying through the clouds when I suddenly became aware of feeling my physical body back on my bed and of hearing the clock ticking in the room and traffic noises drifting through the open window. Duality sensations are an occasional side effect of the mind split caused, I believe, by the silver cord, which is the two-way energetic linkage connecting the physical etheric body with its projected double. Shadow memory. Shadow memory is my term for all memories not gained during normal waking consciousness by the physical body, memories gained through OBE, including lucid dreams and dream experiences. Shadow memories are downloaded into the physical brain after an OBE and appear to exist in inaccessible levels of memory. Fully waking consciousness completely overrides and hides shadow memories, making them extremely difficult to access and thus remember under normal circumstances. Pause. Let me clarify, when he says shadow memories, he's not talking about Carl Jung's shadow. He's not talking about the shadow self as in all your deep-seated hatred or your deep-seated issues. He's talking about what happens in the dark. He's talking about what happens with the casted image, with the casted self, which is the projected double or dream self. Continuing on. A very light trance or near daydreaming state encourages shadow memories to surface inside the conscious mind where they can become real memories. During this relaxed state, the conscious mind tends to wander through events, ideas, fantasies, and memories, which causes associations to be made with fragments of shadow memories. Associations trigger the upsurge of shadow memories into conscious levels of the mind. The first few minutes of each day, just after waking, are when most people recall shadow memories. This is thus the ideal state and time from which to practice shadow memory recall exercises, using leading trigger phrases to cause associations. Double trouble experience. I experimented with duality, mind split, and astral feedback effects for well over a decade before writing this book. I had always been curious as to how and why my physical body reacted with its projected double, and how distance affected this. I intuitively sensed there was more to this than the common belief that the physical body tries to reclaim its projected double if it gets too close. I had often experienced unexplainable and confusing mixtures of perceptions and memories, at times with two or more sets of events apparently occurring at the same time during OBEs. Like many projectors, I had also been aware of events and noises in the real world around my physical body at the time that I was experiencing things and my projected double at a remote location. The following is a detailed account and breakdown of my first full mind split and astral feedback experience. I have tried to simplify this as much as possible to ease the inherent difficulties, not to mention the grammatical nightmares that arise when trying to explain something as unnatural and confusing as a full mind split experience. Please bear with me. Physical body side. Meditating in my chair by the fire, I slowly returned to a less abstract level of consciousness as rain started drumming heavily on the roof. The wind was getting up and shaking the windows and doors. I glanced at the clock, briefly illuminated by a flicker of lightning. It was 2:30 in the morning. This was not unusual for me, as occasionally I will meditate all night. I felt wonderful, well rested, and full of energy. As the first distant sounds of thunder rolled softly over my house, I thought to myself, I don't think I've ever projected in a thunderstorm. I wonder what it's like. Closing my eyes once again, I raised more energy through my still active primary sensors, deepening my level of trance. While I was satisfied with my level of trance, I shifted my body awareness out in front of myself, strongly feeling myself as if standing a few feet in front of my chair. The vibrations quickly started and spread throughout my body. My heart center soon began to race. The vibrations peaked and I felt a trickling upward rush of energy through my stomach and a brief falling sensation as I began to project. Then, just as I considered everything was going fine, the vibrations suddenly stopped and nothing happened. Zilch. Puzzled, I sat pondering, heavy with trance, wondering why such an apparently successful projection exit had failed. This had happened to me on many occasions, but I had never understood why. I was, however, just about to find out why, the hard way. Okay, the projected double side. So this is the side, his projection. Buzzing free of my physical body after an easy exit, I came to rest floating several feet in front of where I was sitting. At this distance, my real-time double reflected the heavy action within my heart center. It throbbed loudly as energy poured into me from my physical etheric body. It felt as if there were a little petrol engine throbbing inside my chest. As I floated across the room, the little engine in my chest purred faster, as if to match my speed, then slowed again to a steady throbbing whenever I stopped. I passed through the wall near the window and went out into the blustery rain-drenched night. What a glorious wet feeling. I could feel and smell and taste the rain passing through me as I floated across my front garden. The invigorating sounds and smells and tastes of rain and wetness and plants and trees and soil and grass were everywhere. These rain smells were so strong, many times stronger than I would be able to sense in my physical body. The rain-swept night filled me with a wonderfully happy type of energy. It felt great to be so alive and out of my body on such a glorious night as this. Swooping up and over the roof with a quick loop, I hovered looking around. The rain-filled wind buffeting. It's spelled buffet, but buffetting. Is it buffeting or buffeting? I don't know. and sleeting through me even more strongly up here. The wind and rain did not actually move my projected double, but I was keenly aware of the sensation of them passing through me. Sitting on my chimney, I gazed over my old hometown, watching the rain dance in the streets below me, swirling and gurgling happily down the gutters and drains. I listened carefully, taking everything in the rain. Taking everything in. The rain sounds seemed full of friendly voices, murmuring magical, bubbly rhythms above the low boiling clouds glimmering with hidden internal lightning. The low sounds of heavy rolling thunder filled me with awe and tingling energy. Sitting on the roof, enjoying the storm and feeling a bit like a wet Mary Poppins, I felt something tugging at my innards. I knew that this was coming from my physical body in the room not far beneath me. I reached out with my feelings and sensed my physical body, instantly becoming aware of it. I felt the chair beneath me and the pillow under my feet. I could hear the drumming rain, but as it sounded from inside the house. Funny thing, for a moment, I felt like I was back in my body again. I could hear my father's old clock ticking on the wall, the sound of my old Labrador, Blue Boy, snoring and dream yipping, drifted in from under the kitchen table in the family room to my far right. Floating higher above the roof, I swooped down through the garden and looped back up high, just grazing the dark gray underbelly of a heavy storm cloud in this process. The sensations coming from my physical body eased the higher I went, soon stopping altogether. When I floated back down to the roof again, the tugging sensation began again. This was getting really weird, I thought. I had often wondered at the real cause of the proximity reaction between my projected and physical bodies. Many times I have felt myself being in more than one place at the same time, sometimes even flickering back and forth between the two bodies. But I asked myself again, how could that be? It didn't make sense. If I was up here, then how could I be down there at the same time? Surely once I left my physical body, I was out of it and my body was left empty behind me, a mere hollow shell. Or was it? My physical body was less than 20 feet below me at this time. I was intrigued now and decided to devote the rest of this projection to investigating proximity and duality sensations a little more closely. Passing through the roof, I watched the insides of tiles and timbers and plaster sheeting as I passed through them. I could feel resistance and texture and could even taste their dusty, acrid flavors. Each type of matter looked quite different from any other, and all were brightly illuminated on the outside, not as dark as you might expect. This is from the perspective of the projected and the physical body. As I came through the ceiling, I saw my physical body in the armchair, right where I left it. At the same time, though, I also became fully aware of myself sitting in the chair, watching my own projected double coming down through the ceiling. I was seeing myself floating down through the ceiling, as well as seeing myself sitting in the armchair, both at the same time. It was me sitting in the chair, watching my projected double floating down through the ceiling, but it was also me floating down through the ceiling, watching myself sitting in the chair, while also watching my projected double watching the other me sitting in the chair. I was aware not only of both sets of vision, but of both sets of thoughts, from both sides at once. I was aware of being aware of both sets of thoughts, and of being aware, I was aware of being aware of being aware of both sets of thoughts. And this was swiftly compounding and getting worse. This was not only mind-blowing and confusing, it was also starting to make me feel quite ill, both of me. An important aspect of this experience is that until my physical aspect saw its projected double entering the room, it was totally unaware its earlier projecting attempt had been successful. Luckily, at this time, my physical aspect was experimenting with real-time sight, and was observing and studying the room around it. If not for this factor, I doubt I would have been discovered I would have discovered this mind split. Nor would I have experienced the full-on duality and astral feedback effects that occurred, which gave me such insight into the nature of the mind split. My physical aspect was only momentarily surprised when it saw its own projected double. As soon as it connected visually, a strong telepathic link formed between them, and memories flooded both ways. An exchange of memories occurred between my physical and projected aspects, both aspects physical and projected. Then knew exactly what had happened to each other from the moment of separation, when the mind split had initially occurred, until then. This provided me with a unique experience, that of having two completely different set of memories for a single time period, coexisting within my mind, within both aspects of my mind at the same time. Okay. Perspective of physical body. As stated, my physical aspect was aware of attempting projection and feeling the usual energetic sensations associated with a powerful real-time exit. These sensations had then stopped cold, leaving my physical aspect sitting in this chair wondering what had gone wrong. I decided to carry on with some energy work and real-time sight experiments. My physical aspect was totally oblivious at this time that it had already successfully projected its real-time double. My physical aspect felt a little heavy and sluggish after the supposedly failed projection attempt, with all the symptoms of a fairly deep trance. I also had fairly strong real-time sight and could see the room much clearer than before. This was all fairly normal for the type of meditation and energy work I was doing at the time. I did not expect that anything extraordinary was happening to me at this time. I decided to play around with the real-time sight instead of falling back into a more abstract mystical state of deep trance meditation. I studied the room around me, slowly shifting my view so I could see behind me without physically moving. I was moving my etheric body around quite literally inside my own skin. There was no real sensation of movement, although it took considerable effort and concentration to do it. But my point of view moved as if my head were turning. By the way, this indicates that the etheric body, if awake, can gain some freedom of movement inside its physical body while an OBE is in progress. After several minutes, I felt an uncomfortable tension building up in my torso. This had happened a couple of times already during the course of my current experiments, but I thought that my effort to rotate my etheric body inside my physical body was causing it. I tried to extend a part of myself through the wall behind me to project my point of view through it, but failed, although I could see behind me fairly clearly. I then felt a tangible presence in the room with me. I rotated my gaze to the front again, just in time to see an astral being slide down through the ceiling. I was momentarily surprised and perplexed, but realization flooded me to the moment my gaze connected with the gaze of my projected double. This caused an incredibly strong telepathic connection, visual plus mental, and another set of memories suddenly flooded into me, feeling almost as if they had been there all the time. As we connected, the uneasy tension in my physical body worsened. I started to feel steadily increasing symptoms of nausea and something like physical shock. This connection was the start of what I now call astral feedback, from the perspective of the physical and the astral bodies. As my physical aspect and its projected double connected, we both became aware of both sets of memories from the moment of our initial separation at the projection exit. Once the telepathic connection and astral feedback started, I began to feel weak and nauseous in both bodies. My physical heart began pounding erratically, and this was reflected into my projected double. I was experiencing two completely different sets of vision, thoughts, and feelings all at the same time, reflecting back and forth and swiftly compounding. This was apart from the growing disorientation and nausea, absolutely fascinating. It also made a lot of sense. This first full mind split experience provided answers to a lot of questions about certain projection oddities and phenomena. Just because my projected double was separated from its physical body, why would my physical mind, or original copy, have to stop thinking and being? Why would it be left empty? I now have first-hand evidence that the mind splits, reflecting itself into two or more identical and independently thinking aspects during a projection. Sorry, the mind splits. I might have said split. My projected double moved with some difficulty, carefully observing and studying its physical body in the chair, while the physical aspect of me watched it back and tried to do the same. This was no mean feat and took some very real effort on both sides. The nausea and mental pressure steadily increased on both aspects. I studied these effects as best I could in the short time I had. Excuse me. My heart center was throbbing unevenly, and it felt like my physical heart was also pounding heavily and erratically. My level of trance began eroding at the start of the telepathic connection, and I was now feeling more paralyzed than tranced. My physical body felt disoriented, dizzy, and highly nauseous. I could feel cold sweat trickling down my face and a chill spreading through my stomach and bowels. I felt like I was going into physical shock and would soon lose control of my bodily functions or pass out, or both. Throughout all of this, I remained calm and controlled, but my minds plural, were definitely being stretched way beyond their design limits. I started to worry, considering the possibility that I might damage or kill myself if I continued this experiment for too long. This will obviously negate its value entirely, to say the least. As my projected double was the only aspect capable of moving, and as this aspect was fully aware of the danger we were both in, he, or it, or I, quickly moved out of the house. The feedback ceased the moment he went out the wall, and we soon lost contact with each other entirely. The nausea, etc., quickly eased off. Perspective of the projected double at the same time period. I felt weak and heavy. Movement was becoming extremely difficult, like wading through thick mud. I struggled to move about the room while trying to study and understand the strange effects I was experiencing. I had very little energy and felt the nausea my physical body was feeling, which seemed to make it even worse, somehow reflecting and compounding it. I felt an incredible pressure as if something were dragging at me and sucking the life out of me. I moved away from my physical body, an extremely difficult thing to do. I felt a great weight pulling at me from behind as I turned my back on my physical body. It was as if I were moving in slow motion. Oof, I felt that before. It's like moving, like you're underwater, but somehow can stand the pressure. A chill went through me as I turned, and an atmosphere of fear settled over me that I could not explain. We understood what was happening to us. Pause for a second. I've felt this before, but I thought that it was because I was in a different dimension that felt this way, and I thought that, like, I'm pretty sure it was a different dimension because even though I was in the same room, I was in a living room, and I had gotten off the couch, and I thought that I was awake at first. The orange light that was outside was actually gray instead, but it was like this weird stuff happening. It was like being underwater. It was like moving underwater, except it was like moving underwater after you exhale all the air out. Is what it feels like. Like you can move, but you keep sinking back down. We understood what was happening to us, both aspects of myself, and both of us concentrated on clearing our minds in an effort to ease the telepathic tension between us. This helped a little, and with enormous effort, I made it through the wall and back out into the rain-drenched night. The pressure eased off quickly as I left the house and soon disappeared altogether. I flew away from the house, skimming rooftops and enjoying the thunderstorm once more. Flying through heavy rain is a truly invigorating experience, and I felt the strength flowing back into me. Looping high under the heavy storm clouds and swooping down again, I followed the wet road at motorcar speed close to the surface, watching watching the heavy raindrops dancing off the road as I slid along it. I could taste and smell the wet bitumen intensely, and could also feel the texture of the road's surface as I scooted along it, weaving through the shadows of the dimly lit, tree-lined street. I mulled over the implications of what had just happened and decided I had better get back to my physical body fairly soon, as it had been quite distressed when I'd left. My physical aspect probably would expect me back very shortly. It would not appreciate it if I stayed out for too long. I knew I'd feel that way if I were he, which I was or am. On that slightly confusing note, I turned and made a beeline back toward my house and my awaiting physical body. Perspective of the physical body. Once the projected double departed, the nausea eased quickly, but I still felt quite shaky, and my heart continued thudding erratically, missing the occasional beat. I could move again, but only just, and I still felt partially paralyzed. I figured my projected double was still out, but would return very soon. I knew I would if I were he, or rather, if he were me, which he was, or I was, or I am, or he is, or whatever the correct grammar for this is. I relaxed, trusting myself, and cleared my mind to make the coming re-entry easier. From the perspective of the astral plus the physical body. My projected double returned a few minutes after leaving, slipping quietly through the wall and into the room. I approached my physical body, feeling at the last moment like I were being sucked into it. My physical aspect became aware of its projected double's return when the feeling of tangible presence and tension began again. A few seconds later, my physical aspect felt a tingling, energetic body rush as its projected double re-entered and reintegrated with its physical body. The tingling surge of energy started in my legs and quickly rushed up through my torso, a trickling, tingling, excitement kind of energetic sensation, from my groin up through to my heart. The gap in my memories from the time my two aspects had last parted company suddenly vanished. I now have full recall of both sides of the latter part of the experience. The most recent part. I must say it is an extremely odd thing to have two sets of memories for a single time period, but you soon get used to it. Separation point. The mind split experience, as given above, and the many controlled experiments I have done similar to this indicate that when the projected double leaves the physical body, it takes with it a full copy of all memories up to the exact moment of the mind split. From that moment onward, the projected double records its own memories completely separate. The physical body also continues recording its own set of memories after the moment of separation, memories of a continuing and unbroken existence within the physical etheric body after an apparently failed projection attempt. The physical body has no further contact or way of knowing what is happening to the projected double after the moment of separation. When the mind split occurs, there is a very definite break in the connection between the physical brain and its projected copy, as though a switch had been thrown. Many projectors hear a definite click at the moment of separation, sounding much like a light switch being thrown. This may be a symptom of the mind split occurring. But, now, both physical and projected aspects continue to record two completely separate sets of memories in two unbroken streams, separately and independently until reintegration. If the download of the projected double's shadow memories into an accessible level of the physical brain is unsuccessful, the physical etheric mind will have no way of knowing that a projection ever took place. In this case, only the memories of the physical etheric aspect will remain. This is what normally happens after a seemingly failed projection attempt, where projection-related symptoms have been experienced. Example, vibrations, rapid heartbeat, and falling sensation. But an OBE is neither experienced, realized, nor remembered after that moment. On reintegration, the strongest set of memories for the same time period, usually the physical etheric body side of the experience, its thoughts and dreams become the memory stream retained and recorded in the physical body's permanent storage mechanism, the human brain. This is because the physical etheric body's memories are automatically recorded by the physical brain as they happen, making shadow memory recall by nature a fairly difficult proposition. If the projected double does not succeed in impressing its shadow memory strongly upon the physical brain during reintegration, or if the physical brain is unreceptive, its shadow memory will usually fail to make any noticeable impression at all. They thus become effectively lost to the conscious mind. Shadow memory loss is far less likely if the physical etheric mind works with its projected double before, during, and after reintegration. This is part of the reason I strongly advise people to keep their early projections ultra short, as this greatly increases their chances of reclaiming their shadow memories during reintegration. Astral feedback. As the above mind experience shows, as the above mind split experience shows, I'm going to pause it here because I'm starting to slur a little bit. Pause. Astral feedback is where I'm starting at. Astral feedback. As the above mind split experience shows, astral feedback can occur if the physical etheric mind connects with its own real-time mind during a projection. Direct astral feedback is a powerful, energetic, telepathic phenomenon that, if allowed to continue for too long, could very possibly cause psychological, energetic, and even physical damage to the brain. Direct astral feedback is like forcing the human mind to grasp actual infinity, the limitlessness of which no human mind is capable of grasping. Full astral feedback, as shown above, seems to occur only when both physical and projected doubles are fully awake and focused directly on each other at the same time. This can easily be avoided by not looking too closely at your physical or projected bodies from either aspect during a projection. If this does happen, however, astral feedback can be broken very easily when it first starts by simply shifting the attention of the projected double away from its physical body and leaving the area immediately. But the energetic sensations caused by the reintegration of the projected double with its physical body are extremely important to shadow memory recall when working with the mind split. All reasonably competent real-time projectors can recreate a full mind split experience with astral feedback, provided they can hold their physical etheric aspect awake for long enough after the exit, and if they can use real-time sight ability to make the necessary visual telepathic connection. This will provide first-hand evidence of the mind split and its far-reaching effects. To sum up, astral feedback has three main aspects. 1. Telepathic connection. Astral feedback results from the physical, etheric, and real-time mind focusing directly on each other during a projection, forming a direct two-way, reflecting, compounding, and incredibly strong telepathic connection. This is something like the infinity effect you get when you hold two mirrors facing each other. Each mirror, or mind, reflects a reflection of its own reflection, identical minds, and this compounds back and forth into infinity. 2. Visual connection. When the physical etheric mind is awake during a projection, it usually gains some degree of real-time astral sight. This allows it to see into the real-time zone around it, making it possible for it to see its own projected double. This in itself presents no real problem unless the projected double looks back at it. They then begin seeing through each other's eyes, and this causes a reflecting visual link that begins compounding into infinity, along with their thoughts and feelings. A direct two-way visual connection appears necessary to cause astral feedback. This is a very disturbing phenomenon, and I don't recommend you try it for more than a few seconds at a time. Emotional connection. Emotion can also form a part of astral feedback as above, but will more often cause a different type of feedback on the emotional level alone. Emotional feedback, which does not appear to require a telepathic or visual connection, is quite different from astral feedback. It does not cause the same nauseating feedback effect, but can affect the physical etheric body and its projected double quite strongly. Fear, anxiety, anger, excitement, and sexual urge, especially primal urges such as fear and sex, all have very strong emotional undercurrents that can cause particularly strong emotional feedback between the physical, etheric, real-time, and astral bodies. If not taken into account and controlled, primal urges can reflect back and forth, growing in strength and compounding. This can cause enormous problems for an unwary projector. OBE, success and failure. Apart from my own extensive projection experience, I have also dealt with an enormous number of case histories during my years consulting on the internet. In this time, I have dealt with a great many almost projection experiences sent to me by projectors who appear to be doing everything right. In most cases, they have learned and practiced the necessary skills and techniques, but keep failing the exit. Everything goes fine up to the moment when separation should occur. They feel a falling or floating sensation, then nothing happens. Zilch. The whole experience ends right there. All the projection-related sensations vanish. This usually leaves them blurry, heavy, and sometimes even partially paralyzed, though no more than a good level of trance will. Most people are so tired and disappointed by their seemingly failed projection attempt that they just roll over and go to sleep. They believe they have simply failed. Once again, does this sound familiar? But in most cases like this, the projection itself has been a complete success. Falling asleep is the very last thing you should do after the projected double has made its exit. A light sleep does not cause too many problems as long as the projected double does not stay out for too long. A deep sleep, however, causes plenty of problems. The projected double should always plan to re-enter before its physical etheric body falls into a deep sleep. Once the physical etheric mind falls into a deep sleep, the projected double may not be able to re-enter its physical body at that time. A deeply sleeping physical etheric body is, at the very least, unable to respond to the energetic sensations caused by its returning projected double. If it does not recognize the symptoms of reentry and reintegration, it cannot help in recapturing shadow memories. It may wake up suddenly after reintegration, but it may not be able to recall any projection memories, usually not. The energetic sensations caused by the returning projected double are very distinct and noticeable, if you know what they are and are awake enough to feel them. These are extremely important. They can be used with great effect to capture shadow memories at the precise moment of reintegration when they are strongest. An awake, or only very lightly sleeping physical etheric body, etheric mind, allows for much easier and more reliable shadow memory downloading during the tricky reintegration phase at the end of a projection. The projected double cannot re-enter its physical etheric body unless this is partially awake or only very lightly asleep and easily awakened. To allow full reintegration and a successful shadow memory download. If the physical etheric body and mind have fallen into a deep sleep, the projected double may be held outside the bounds of the physical etheric body until it wakes up and causes reintegration to occur through the act of waking. Just as a partially sleeping or tranced physical body and mind are required for a projection to occur, so a body and mind, at least partially waking, are required for a reintegration to occur. On top of this, the projected double stays out of its body for too long. It will at some point lose control and begin to fall asleep itself. When the physical body finally wakes up, there may be, if anything, only a vague blur remaining of any projection memories, often mixed up with fragments of dreams. Ignorance of the mind split, projection, and shadow memory recall is the major cause of projection memory failure. If the mind split effect is properly taken into account, however, it can be made to work for projectors, not against them. Out-of-body projection in itself is reasonably easy to learn. Most people can learn to project with a minimum of training and fuss. Very few, however, remember their projections, although they will most likely succeed during many early attempts. Working with or around the mind split to recapture shadow memories is the key to successful OBE. In most cases, it is not the projector's projection technique or abilities that cause projection failures, but the mind split phenomenon itself. Successful projectors may doubt my theories on the mind split and its wide-ranging effects on all aspects of OBE because they have always experienced a single continuance of memory during OBE, the few they remember, that is. They remember consciously exiting their body with the memory continuing to record in a single and apparently unbroken stream. This gives them the vivid impression that they have actually left their physical body behind, and they have in one sense, but does not prove that they have left it completely empty. They might say, "Hey man, I remember my entire projection, and my whole mind came with me, pal. I got out and traveled and did some really neat things, then got back into my body and remembered it all." As simple as that, just like any normal memory. But I ask you this, does it really happen quite as simply as all this? Do poor skill, poor natural ability, and poor projection technique really account for the extremely high failure rate associated with the conscious exit projection? I don't think so. It is more logical to consider that when an entire projection is remembered from exit to re-entry, memory has simply continued recording in an apparent unbroken stream throughout the entire projection from start to finish. The projectors are unaware that the shadow memories have simply overwritten the physical etheric body's memories for that time period. The mind split still occurred, but was completely unnoticed. This provides a single memory, apparently unbroken, of a projection from the time of separation to entry. One single memory stream for a single time period. In this case, they have simply lost the physical side of the experience rather than losing the projection side. Mixed projection or dream memories. Understanding and taking into account the mind split takes us a long way toward explaining a great many projection and dream memory problems. Logically, of two or more memory sets for a single time period, the strongest parts will form the dominant memory set. These will form the final wrinkle in the physical brain, so to speak, replacing weaker ones. If there are strong elements in each memory set, only fragments of the strongest parts may be retained. Counting the basic reflected copies created by mind split effect: 1. Dream mind, 2. Etheric mind, 3. Real-time mind, and 4. Astral mind, we have the potential for 3 distinct mind splits to occur between these copies. 1 internal and 2 external. This list does not include anything above the astral body. Please note that the awake physical body and mind becomes the etheric body and mind before any mind split occurs. So the physical body mind is not counted as a separate entity in the list below. This is because when the physical body mind is in the awake state, all reflected copies are fully integrated and contained within it, i.e., they don't exist in this state. There's a diagram for timelines and memory streams, which is 1. Dream mind is a reflected copy. First, unbroken memory stream recording. Mind split or internal split is etheric mind, is noted as the master copy. Second, unbroken memory stream recording. Mind split number 2, external split, which is number 3, real-time mind or reflected copy. Third, unbroken memory stream recording. Mind split number 3, external split. 4, astral mind, reflected copy. Fourth, unbroken memory stream recording. The above shows 4 completely separate memory streams being simultaneously recorded for a single time period during an OBE. These are recorded by 4 identical copies of the same mind, each existing independently on a different dimensional level. The bottom line here is that the physical brain's final memory for any single time span during an OBE, that final wrinkle, can come from more than one source. Any or all of these 4 reflected aspects of the same mind can contribute to this final memory. An important point to keep in mind is that the etheric body mind is so closely enmeshed with the physical brain that it has much less trouble storing its memories therein. This in itself can cause shadow memory recall problems. During the trance state, for example, the center of thinking consciousness shifts into the etheric body, thus allowing the physical body to fall asleep. However, if the etheric mind stays awake in the trance state, it is capable of recording a single, unbroken memory stream directly into the physical brain's storage mechanism. Etheric body mind memories recorded during the trance state continue in a single, unbroken memory stream. These memories are recorded directly into the physical brain, which therefore may not allow the projected double to interfere with previously recorded memories. This would involve overwriting previously recorded and stored memories, or real memory, with another memory set for that same time period. This may be unacceptable to the physical brain's memory storage mechanism. If projection occurs during the trance state and the etheric mind stays fully awake for some time after exit, re-entry is crucial and must be handled intelligently to capture and download the projected double's delicate shadow memories into accessible levels of the brain during reintegration. but projection memories are generally easier to recapture from a trance or semi-trance state than if the physical etheric minds are allowed to enter the deep sleep state. Higher level mind splits. My experience indicates that higher subtle bodies operating above the astral level may undergo similar mind split processes and have similar properties as their lower counterparts. These, however, operate at vastly higher and more abstract levels of consciousness. I do not mean to deliberately complicate matters here. I think I've done that enough already. But as I am fond of saying, the further away you get from the physical universe, dimensionally speaking, the more bizarre and complicated everything all too soon becomes. This shows, I think, the enormous difficulties inherent to projecting into dimensional levels above the astral planes and of remembering this after the fact. It goes a long way toward explaining why projections into the mental and higher dimensions are virtually unheard of. And let's not forget that we are also dealing with multiple copies of the subconscious mind and multiple altered states of consciousness. I think there is enough to deal with just studying the lowest levels of the mind split and of its effects on OBE and shadow memory storage. The higher levels can be disregarded for now. Anything above the astral planes is pretty much out of reach of the majority of projectors anyway. Problems of reintegration and shadow memory recall appear mostly to concern the first two mind splits. These undoubtedly cause similar problems with higher levels of projection. All projection memories, no matter at what level they were gained, must eventually be downloaded into the physical brain the same way in order to form a memory at the base level of consciousness. The complications raised by breaking down the entire mind split effect from start to finish are staggering. While it is certainly something to ponder, it is definitely headache material and not entirely relevant to normal levels of projection. Chapter 4. Complications of Consciousness. Further examination of the mind split effect leads to a very interesting concept that the majority of people probably succeed at conscious exit projection when they attempt it, even during very early attempts. Those who attempt OBE and feel projection-related symptoms like the heaviness of trance, racing heartbeat, vibrations, torso rush, etc., are most probably successful projecting out of body. They just are not aware of it at this time and are therefore not remembering it afterward because of the mind split effect and shadow memory recall problems. A popular theory is that everyone projects out every night to play and explore and learn and do all kinds of neat spiritual stuff, as if we were the astral otters of the universe. Then why do 99% of people have no memories of any kind of out-of-body existence? Where are the memories of all these lost OBEs? If the average projectors remember one projection out of 100, then surely during that one successful projection, they would have gotten some memory of the 99 forgotten experiences. It is also quite common for projectors to become aware halfway through astral plane projections, skipping the exit and first part of the projection entirely. Surely they would have some recall of what they had been doing for the first half of their experience. The simple truth is that they never do. If you have been in the astral dimension for an hour and you suddenly become aware you are in the astral, you never have any recollection of what you have been doing during the hour before you became aware. In a way, this is like waking up in the astral and taking over the astral body, which appears to have been operating independently up until that moment. The memories of what it had been doing for the previous hour is lost from that moment onward. Are these symptoms of yet another subtle body reintegration and shadow memory recall problem, but on the astral level? The mind boggles at the potential complexities of interdimensional subtle body relationships and energetic conflicts. Further, consider the compatibility problems that could arise between different levels of consciousness, different levels of understanding and memory sharing between these. And let's not forget the basic reintegration problems that the fickle nature of the eventual shadow memory download into the only permanent storage medium all subtle bodies share, stretched between all aspects of the mind split, the humble physical brain. Everything experienced out of the body must eventually be downloaded into the physical brain in base level understandability format if it is to generate recallable memory. If you examine case histories or have experienced this yourself, you find that every projection starts fresh from the very beginning, just as if it were the very first OBE. Projectors never find available any continuing memories of astral outer type of life, even if they suddenly shift into an astral projection that has been going on for some time. They remember other successful projections, sure, but absolutely nothing of their 99 failures and all the other nights when they just fell asleep. Few people state that their experience contradicts this scenario. I consider dreams and overactive imagination to account for them. So what does happen to all these lost astral and higher level memories? Do they download into inaccessible levels of subconscious mind and hide in places where even the deepest level of hypnosis cannot dig them out? I should have read that like a question. Do they download into inaccessible levels of the subconscious mind and hide in places where even the deeper level of hypnosis cannot dig them out? Why does one successful conscious exit projection provide vivid and lasting memories while the other 99 unconscious projections do nothing? It seems possible that an intrusion by the base level of consciousness, the physical etheric mind in its normal waking state, into the astral double causes that astral doubles that causes the astral double's level of consciousness to drop sharply. This causes the astral level of consciousness to revert to its lowest form, its fully integrated or base level of consciousness. The lowest and coarsest level of a consciousness unit appears, in all cases, to be far stronger than any higher level of aspect of that same consciousness unit. Consciousness unit equals the whole person or being. When present, the base level thus replaces any higher levels of consciousness and overwrites any memories gained independently by those levels of consciousness on higher levels. This is what I believe happens when higher and lower levels of consciousness reintegrate on any dimensional level or level of consciousness. The stronger base level simply replaces and overwrites the higher level. The projection continues from that point at the base level of consciousness and understandability, neatly replacing higher level experience memories. The higher level memories still exist after this event, but they are driven into inaccessible levels of the subconscious mind and memory. The overall effect is that a projection continues from that moment on as if it had just started. This occurs whether reintegration occurs at the bottom end of the scale in the waking physical body or at higher level, say in the astral body, when the projector suddenly becomes aware and wakes up inside the astral body mid-projection. The lowest level of consciousness always replaces and overwrites any higher level of consciousness and effectively wipes out all trace of its memories at the moment of reintegration. The same thing appears to happen every time during the reintegration of the real-time projected double with its physical counterpart. The real-time double contains the experience memories of all its higher aspects within it. All memories of higher levels of existence are therefore usually lost, downloaded into inaccessible levels of subconscious mind and memory. This shows there's an inherent problem with reintegration downloading and storing shadow memories in accessible levels of the physical brain. By default, shadow memories must be accessible to the base level of waking consciousness and stored in base level format if they are to be recognized by the physical brain as recallable memories. While I think it is unlikely as a continually ongoing process during every moment of sleep, it does seem possible that the projected double and all of its higher selves could lead separate lives while they are out of their physical body. They could be, as is commonly believed, continually gathering experience memories that the base level of consciousness is simply not privy to. The physical brain is not capable of storing and recalling higher level memories unless they are first converted into simple base level format. As a very rough guess, I'd say that less than 1% of high level experience memories are potentially accessible to the physical brain at the base level of consciousness. The great limiting factor of living a multidimensional existence would be the availability of energy to all higher projected aspects. It takes a lot of energy to maintain the integrity of a single projected double. It would take a great deal more, requiring a high level of energetic development to simultaneously maintain multiple copies of awake consciousness on multiple dimensional levels. Memories from higher levels of consciousness may not even be in sync with what the physical brain is capable of recognizing and storing as viable memories. This factor causes the full memories of higher level experiences to be stored deep within the subconscious mind. The only parts of high level experiences that are storable as recallable memories are those parts the physical brain is capable of recognizing and converting into base level format. I believe the above factor accounts for the metaphorical abstracts, symbols, images, and feelings that are sometimes remembered after high level OBEs and dreams instead of more recognizable types of OBE and dream memories. This, if true, goes a long way toward explaining the abstract metaphorical nature of prophetic OBEs, visions, and dreams, and why these are so difficult to understand and interpret. The physical brain is only capable of storing the surface layer of high-level experience memories. The thin surface layer of memories that can result from high-level experiences are the physical brain's interpretation of higher and more abstract levels of its own existence in higher dimensions, while it is operating at a correspondingly higher level of consciousness therein. I have found that the higher the level of consciousness attained, and the higher the dimensional level projected into, the more abstract and metaphorical existence becomes. Dreams and lucid dreams can also be affected by high-level experiences. High-level experiences may not be able to download into the accessible level of memory, but they will impinge upon the dream mind and affect its environment and experiences. If these dreams are remembered, meaningful and prophetic elements will often be found within them. This is very similar in cause and effect as to how Akashic Pulse episodes, see Part 5, will often leave tantalizing fragments of high-level abstract metaphorical imagery inside normal dream memories. Because of this, the importance of dream memories to the life path of all individuals here in the physical dimension should never be undervalued. This raises the very real possibility that conscious exit projection causes a shift of base level consciousness, normal waking consciousness, into higher subtle bodies. But this may be the only thing that allows any memories of existing in those levels to be captured and downloaded into the physical brain. To even begin to work around these complexities of this event requires serious energetic, psychic, and spiritual development. It also requires a major rethink of the belief system of any aspiring high-level operator. High-level projectors must learn to handle all their experiences as a very young child would do, without prejudice or preconceived ideas. That's so true. They must learn to see with the eyes of a child. For this purpose, their belief system must be pruned back to include only what they can do themselves. Yes. And what they have experienced for themselves. Every experience should be accepted simply, as a child would, and not interpreted or explained and overcomplicated to death according to any belief system or dogma, as adults so often tend to do. The overcomplicated or faulty belief system only blinds high-level seekers. It also effectively blocks their ascension into higher levels. Higher dimensional realities simply cannot be experienced if these realities are contradictory to the seeker's own foundation belief system. This helps explain some of the enormous difficulties encountered when operating in dimensional levels above the mid-astral planes. It would seem that a fully conscious exit from the physical body would be the most basic requirement for conscious higher level projection. A fully conscious shift into the astral body, and from there into the high astral planes, and from there into the mental body and mental planes and so on, would also seem to be basic requirements to operating in those dimensional levels. These basic requirements may be the only thing that allows conscious projectors to bring back anything resembling real memories from higher levels, even if these are only the surface layers of those memories. Memories gained by the base level while operating at a higher level can then be recognized by the base level of consciousness. Keep in mind, this does not overcome the difficulties encountered with high-level abstract metaphorical imagery natural to all levels of existence higher than the base level of consciousness. High-level surface layer memories stored in base level format will still be abstract and difficult to understand by the base level of consciousness. Chapter 5, Astral Sight. In-body, real-time, or astral sight is a subtle body ability that allows projectors to see through closed eyelids and even through heavy bed covers. See Chapter 1. Projectors frequently note this phenomenon during the prelude to OBEs and during waking paralysis episodes. This can also occur during the trance state alone, due perhaps to spatial internal generation of the real-time projectable double. The etheric body itself, while glued firmly within the physical body, also seems capable of developing independent real-time and astral sight abilities under the right circumstances. This is a complexity of the mind split effect that most commonly occurs after the projected double has made its exit and during waking paralysis episodes. The quality of these abilities is extremely variable. They seem dependent on bioenergetic development and on natural ability. Many people, when they experience in-body real-time sight, do not realize their physical eyes are actually closed at the time, or that they are seeing through their bed covers, often in a direction away from where their physical body is actually facing. There appears to be more to real-time and astral sight than meets the eye, if you'll pardon the awful pun. It may seem to result from a part of subtle body peering out from within the confines of the physical body, but subtle bodies do not contain functioning sense organs, nor functioning copies of sense organs. See Chapter 7. Everything seen in this way is better described as being directly perceived by the mind and senses of the subtle body in question. The etheric and real-time bodies, once internally generated apart and partially freed from the limitation of their physical body, are capable of perceiving energy directly and of interpreting it in a visual way. While separation is still only partial, the physical brain shares the subtle body's perceptions. Under this circumstance, out-of-body sight is shared simultaneously with the sight center of the physical brain. It is therefore perceived as if seen through the eyes of the physical body. These visual perceptions, although technically experienced out of body, cause immediate memories to form in the physical brain. In a way, it can be said that out-of-body perception and shadow memory sharing is taking place, causing direct sight and memory input into the physical brain. Remote eye projection. Remote eye projection is a term I use for another complication of consciousness and of the mind split. A remote point of consciousness can project out of the physical body without any kind of normal projection being sensed or even appearing to take place. This occasionally happens spontaneously to an awake but extremely tired person, but it can also occur during the somnambulistic or deep trance states. Accidental remote eye projectors are always extremely tired and hanging right on the edge of sleep, forcing themselves to stay awake. There is normally another person involved keeping the remote eye projector awake. The overtired person suddenly sees a vision of a remote scene very clearly, as if with physical eyes. This is usually a real-time scene fairly close to the projector's actual location in the real world. Remote eye projectors are usually, but not always, able to see in all directions at once. They are also usually unaware of having any type of body or mind at their remote eye's location, although they will be fully aware of their physical body and its surroundings. They also usually have only limited influence over the movement of their remote eye aspect, if any. Note here that remote eye projection occurs while the physical body and mind are awake and functional, if only just barely. The physical body is still capable of sluggish movement, even of standing and walking and going to the bathroom, especially if the projector has some experience operating in a full trance state. Speech is possible, but takes effort and is usually slurred. However, the projectors are fully capable of speaking and giving a running commentary of the movements and perceptions of their remote eye aspect, if they can stay conscious long enough to do so. The view from their remote eye may come and go, especially if the remote eye projectors attempt to undertake any activity requiring more than partial attention. Remote eye projections are less dramatic and hence less commonly associated with OBE than our normal spontaneous projections. But they are not exactly a rarity. They are caused, I think, by the projection of a very low-powered version of the real-time double with a barely noticeable mind split. A weak version of the real-time double is projected, or more aptly, ejected, from an extremely overtired physical body and mind that quite literally cannot hold itself together any longer. The remote eye, projected double, will, if effort is applied, be found to respond sluggishly to the will of the awake remote eye projector. This is more of an influence than a control. If left alone, the remote eye aspect will continue moving about, changing direction, and even flying at times, completely under its own volition. This last factor strongly indicates that the remote eye aspect has its own copy of mind, albeit it may be a weaker copy or a reflection of the original. The mind split effect is quite evident here. Projectors clearly perceive themselves as existing in two separate locations simultaneously. Neither aspect is aware of the other's thoughts, and no astral feedback is apparent between them. This can aptly be called a genuine type of out-of-body experience, although the projector is fully aware of being within the bounds of the physical body at all times. The following is a typical remote eye projection. It is late, and I am very tired. My eyes sting with dryness and feel like lead, and I have to force them to stay open. The room is dimly lit, with only a little moonlight coming through the window. I can just make out the shadowy shapes of the furniture in the room around me. My body is heavy with trance symptoms. Wow. If I stand, I feel like I am walking on big, fluffy pillows, and I can hardly feel my legs at all, though I know they are still there and can still use them if I try. I feel a bone-deep tickling throughout my physical body whenever I move any part of it. Excuse me, one moment, pause. There's actually a typo here. It says tickling throughout my body, so tell Robert Bruce that he has a typo. Continue. I feel a bone-deep tickling throughout my physical body whenever I move any part of it. My eyes droop closed briefly, and suddenly I become aware of seeing clearly from a remote point of view outside my body. My remote eye aspect is floating down the road near my house. I can see in all directions at once. I am still aware of listening to my friend talking and of mumbling a few short replies here and there when prompted. I can still talk and move my physical body after a fashion. If I pull myself together, taking a deep breath and forcing my attention back to the room and the conversation. My remote view and that of the room around me flickers back and forth. Each time this happens, I get a sinking feeling in my stomach and chest, like the sensation you get when your airplane hits an air pocket. This is the same sensation you get when the projection reflex starts to kick in, just before the separation of the physical body from the projected double. I can hold this remote eye view if I relax and concentrate on it with my eyes closed, but I can also see the same view superimposed over the darkness, although not as clear if my eyes drift open. My remote eye view is exactly what I would experience if I were actually projecting in real time. I am not really there, but I am seeing from there. If I drift a little too deeply towards sleep, I feel myself switch to the remote location inside my real-time body. When this happens, my mind comes with me. I shift back to my physical body again if my friend touches my arm or speaks to me. While focused on my remote eye aspect, it feels like I am connected to something like a flying remote TV camera, and my eyes are little TV sets receiving the view from there. Control of my remote aspect is difficult, but I do seem to have slight influence over it. This type of experience usually happens spontaneously, but I have had some success recreating the necessary conditions and causing it deliberately. If I am not with another person who is instructed to keep me awake, I will usually shift into the remote eye projection fairly quickly. It is a very delicate balance and difficult state to hold for any length of time, even with assistance. If I allow myself to fall asleep, the experience invariably becomes a real-time projection without noticeable separation or exit sensations. In my remote eye projections, I have never experienced waking paralysis, only physical heaviness and sluggishness. I have always been able to think, talk, and move my physical body, albeit very sluggishly. It is quite possible that remote eye projections involve a different type, level, or strength of the real-time projected double than is normally generated during an OBE. This may be more like a real-time reflected double rather than a real-time projected double. It is also possible that when the physical body becomes overtired, it internally generates a weak real-time double as its bare minimum requirement for that level of tiredness. This then slips out of the physical body, is held semi-awake, if held semi-awake for too long. That's another typo. Oh, no, it's not. If the physical body is held semi-awake for too long. I apologize. Okay. On the other hand, if the physical body drifts into sleep for only a brief second or two, while in this extremely tired state, a projection exit occurs. This may account for the lack of exit-related sensations or the missing memory of them. The mind split is quite evident here, with consciousness residing in both the physical body, mind, and its projected double at the same time. Each acts independently of each other, with the physical body receiving the remote eye visual connection as something like second-hand input. The center of consciousness flickering back and forth between these two aspects also shows the strong and intimate link between them. The visual connection between the awake physical body and its remote eye aspect is almost likely provided via the silver cord, as per any other type of projection, but the brow sensor is also very likely to be involved here. The awake, but tranced physical etheric mind can be thought of as perceiving a type of remote eye, real-time vision broadcast from its projected double via the silver cord. If I am right here, this vision is received and seen by the physical etheric mind in its mind's eye, in a very similar way as normal clairvoyant mind's eye visions are seen. This type of experience also supports my theory that the physical body's original copy of consciousness stays firmly inside the physical body, but is energetically connected with its projected aspect at all times. This suggests that any other type of out-of-body projection will be found to have similar basic properties although these may not be quite so apparent, nor so well perceived. Remote eye projection also adds weight to my theories on the mind split effect that OBE can occur at any time during the trance state, often without being noticed. The physical etheric mind stays awake and functional, but remains totally unaware that a projection is in full progress. This often, I believe, happens to people during meditation, usually without them being aware of it at the time. There are some other, more subtle contributing factors at work during a remote eye projection. When people are extremely tired, their brain waves slow and their physical bodies feel heavy, fuzzy, and sluggish. These are classic trance state symptoms. Full trance is the ideal state not only for projection but also for clairvoyant visions. The will and mental effort required to force overtired eye and eyelid muscles to respond localizes and focuses body awareness in the eyes and brow area. As these muscles are not working properly, most of the eye-opening effort causes a strong, localizing body awareness action in the eyes and brow area. The brow center, or third eye, is situated in this very same area. The brow center is intimately connected with the eyes and with the sight center of the brain, with all other types of non-physical sight, and with many aspects of projection, tube-type projections, for example. Forcing tired eyes to stay open stimulates the brow center quite effectively and energizes whatever developed or natural clairvoyant capabilities the brow center has. The full trance state also causes a naturally increased flow of energy throughout the physical etheric body, making available to the brow center and its supporting energetic circuitry far more energy than usual. This combination of increased energy flow and brow center stimulation is usually enough to stimulate the brow center into an energetically receptive mode. The missing link. There is nothing simple about OBE. There are many subtle variations possible. This chapter outlines just one variation that falls into a shady area somewhere between projection and clairvoyance. A more apt description of this type of experience would be real-time remote viewing, rather than OBE per se. Perceptions falling into this category often involve clear perceptions of duality, with consciousness often flickering back and forth between the physical and its remote aspect for the duration of the experience. A remote eye projection experience has a different look and feel to it than more common types of projection. It is also far more mentally and energetically draining if continued for any length of time, which is not surprising if you take into account the overtired state of the physical body and mind necessary for this phenomenon to occur. Chapter 6, Waking Paralysis. Waking paralysis, also called sleep paralysis, is extremely common. You wake up paralyzed, or suddenly become paralyzed while relaxing or trying to get to sleep, but while still awake. Most people will probably experience it at some time. This can be terrifying, as the cause is always unknown at the time. Paralysis is a well-known symptom associated with out-of-body experience. Natural projectors will, more often than not, be found to suffer frequent bouts of waking paralysis throughout their lives, especially during their teens and 20s. I was plagued by it during my childhood, teens, and 20s. It slowly lessened in frequency over the years, but only after I began regular energetic development and learned how to project in my early 20s. I still get it occasionally, a couple times a year. Waking paralysis is extremely complex and no single explanation can really explain its causes. The two most popular theories are dissociation and spontaneous projection. Dissociation. The general scientific explanation is that the brain dissociates itself from its body during sleep as it enters the dream state, ostensibly to stop the physical body from thrashing about, mimicking its dream actions and injuring itself. Waking paralysis is said to occur when the mind accidentally wakes up inside its dissociated body. This explanation does not have merit, as the physical body does progressively dissociate itself from its mind during sleep and during the trance state. However, if I do not believe this explanation holds all the answers, entering the trance state brings the first symptoms of dissociation. The deeper the trance state attained, the more difficult the movement becomes. But dissociation brought on by the trance state comes on slowly, in degrees, over many minutes. Waking paralysis, on the other hand, comes on very swiftly, usually within only a couple of seconds, and I have never experienced full waking paralysis during trance, not even during the virtual catalepsy of the deep trance state. Spontaneous projection. The popular New Age explanation is that waking paralysis is caused solely by spontaneous projection, more specifically by a projection that is about to occur or is trying to occur. Many people recommend, because of this, that waking paralysis victims relax and go along with the experience so they can convert their waking paralysis episode into a full OBE. This explanation also has merit, as paralysis definitely appears related to some aspects of projection. However, in my opinion, waking paralysis is a complication of consciousness with many contributing factors. I think it is more complex than is commonly believed. Waking paralysis is often not accompanied by vibrations or other projection-related exit sensations. Very often, for no apparent reason, people will either suddenly become paralyzed while relaxing or while trying to fall asleep, or they will wake up to find themselves paralyzed. Everything is quiet, and they have no major projection-related sensations, vibrations, or rapid heartbeat. They just find themselves suddenly and inexplicably paralyzed. Many people, myself included, can detect the onset of a waking paralysis episode, especially when it comes on during a relaxed but awake state. They feel an almost irresistible sinking sensation moments before the onset of paralysis. This happens very quickly with only a couple of seconds warning. While the sinking feeling can be called a projection-related symptom, this is often not the only sensation experienced during the entire paralysis episode. Most paralysis episodes, in my opinion, happens after the projection exit has occurred. Full waking paralysis cannot occur before the projection exit. So, why are no projection-related exit sensations usually experienced during waking paralysis? The most logical answer is that spontaneous natural projection has already occurred, and the exit sensation have already passed or have been missed altogether due to the mind split effect. The paralysis victim either sleeps through them and wakes up paralyzed while an OBE is in progress, or the symptoms are so swift and mild they go unnoticed, as with remote eye projection. See Chapter 5. The physical, etheric mind awakes inside its dissociated mind split, paralyzed physical body during an OBE, while its projected double is out and about. When projection exit symptoms are experienced only at the beginning of a waking paralysis episode, it is a fairly safe bet that a spontaneous projection was taking place at that time. The projection exit has been missed due to the mind split effect. This has left the projector's physical etheric mind, or original copy, fully awake and paralyzed during the remainder of that projection. The projection itself is causing the waking paralysis. While some waking paralysis victims claim to succeed at converting it into a projection, the vast majority fails to do so. Most people are too afraid at the time to even contemplate conversion. Those who do try for a conversion usually fail, even if they completely give into it and genuinely go along with the whole experience. They usually lie there paralyzed until it ends on its own accord, or until they manage to move a part of their physical body and thus break out of it. In this case, they have succeeded in aborting the projection and forcing their projected double to re-enter and reintegrate. This ends the paralysis, but causes their projected double shadow memories to be lost in the process. If the paralysis is caused by a projection already in progress, as I suggest, then it will obviously not be possible to have another projection at that time. This may account for the extremely high failure rate of attempts to convert waking paralysis to OBE. If an episode of waking paralysis has no projection-related symptoms during its onset, but is later converted successfully into an OBE, I would suggest that the projected double has been reeled in after an unnoticed exit, the one that caused the waking paralysis, but with only partial reintegration taking place. It has then been immediately projected out again, but this time produces normal projection-related symptoms because of the presence of awake consciousness during the second exit. Memories of the first exit, the cause of the waking paralysis episode, are not downloaded into the physical brain. These are automatically overridden during the second exit, leaving no trace of what really caused the waking paralysis in the first place. I would suggest that when an entire episode of waking paralysis is accompanied by vibrations plus other exit-related sensations, internal energetic mind split conflicts, most likely caused by the presence of awake consciousness during the projection process, are stalling the spontaneous projection mechanism. This is another complication of consciousness. Actual projection may or may not occur. In this case, attempting to convert waking paralysis into an OBE by relaxing and going with the experience or by using a projection technique to aid it will have much more success. I have experienced waking paralysis episodes literally hundreds of times, but have never managed to convert one into an OBE. I've had hundreds of spontaneous projections from the waking state or have wakened in the middle of them, but these always result in either a partial or full OBE. I perceived a marked difference between spontaneous projections and waking paralysis episodes. Each feels quite different, and while spontaneous projection is quite acceptable to me, I absolutely loathe waking paralysis. I consider spontaneous projection and waking paralysis to be two different sides of the same coin. Sometimes spontaneous projection is experienced and remembered, but at other times waking paralysis is the experienced and remembered. These are two different aspects of spontaneous projection, caused by the mind split effect, providing two totally different experiences. Only one side of the spontaneous paralysis projection episode is usually remembered, the side perceived and remembered by the physical etheric mind. The other side, that of the projected double, is neither perceived at the time nor remembered after the event. Shadow memories are completely lost because of the trauma or excitement waking paralysis always causes. This trauma firmly cements the physical etheric side of the experience into physical memory, totally disallowing any shadow memories. I'm going to pause right here. It's interesting that this guy is so experienced with astral projection, but hasn't figured out how to break and therefore prevent sleep paralysis, how to break out of it, how to instantly wake up. And I've gone through many failed attempts that locked me into either a repeating dream where I would wake up and find myself back in a dream again thinking that I was awake, or wake up and fall back asleep into deeper and deeper layers of dreaming due to failed attempts at waking up, which if you don't wake up properly leaves you feeling drained, tired, because you have, as he puts it, many copies. You can dream in many layers. You can dream many dreams. But the trick is to become fully awake. And a charged bolt or charged burst of energy, followed by a quick movement of a small limb like a pinky or a toe, which then followed by a large jerking motion, can break you out of sleep paralysis effectively. But that's a very hard thing to teach. I learned it from, how do I even say that? I learned it from speaking with spirits, and I can't even really explain that. So all I know is that it's effective, at least for me. So I don't get stuck in sleep paralysis. If I am stuck in sleep paralysis, it's because I'm exploring what it is. Because I like to be in that state where it's like I'm so tired, or after the sleep paralysis, I go back into a dream. Like if I let it happen, and I go into a dream, and there's this effect where, if I try to move because I'm conscious. If I wasn't conscious, it would be much easier to move around. But due to my conscious mind being aware, it makes it very difficult to move. And sometimes it'll be like I'll move forward or out the door, and I'll rubber band back to my original position, which could be a sign of actually an out-of-body experience. But it's a very strange sensation, moving forward and then being drawn back, and then trying to move forward again and then being drawn back, and repeating that situation. You can just let go, just go to sleep. If you feel like you'll fail, if you're afraid to master the technique of waking up from sleep paralysis, then just go with it, because then it'll be much easier for you to naturally wake up from the different levels of the dreams that you are actually experiencing. And if you don't draw yourself back completely, you will wake up tired. It's a strange prison-like feeling, which can cause you to panic. And when you panic, you lose control of your faculties. So you really want to you really want to stay calm and focus that energy. Don't panic, just make a decision. Make a decision and lean into it. Okay? If you fail to do the jolt of energy too many times, then I would advise let go. If you have things that you need to do, really, really feel at a deep level and figure it out. So, continuing on. With certain types of projection, exit symptoms can be extremely mild, often not noticed at all. This is most common with projections involving the brow or crown centers. This indicates natural clairvoyant potential, often unsuspected. It also means the projector has the potential for high-level projections, because clairvoyance and high-level projection are intimately related. It is possible, therefore, that some types of waking paralysis are caused by brow or crown center projections in progress, where the exit has been missed. Fear and dread accompany many waking paralysis episodes, often with a tangible feeling of presence coming from a particular direction. Fear may be caused by mind split effects combined with emotional feedback, fear and anxiety, between the physical etheric body and its projected double during a real-time projection. Other kinds of projections may also contribute incidences of waking paralysis and spontaneous projection. There's a strong possibility, for example, that Akashic pulse episodes, astral wind, may prove to be a major contributing factor in some waking paralysis episodes. An Akashic pulse episode could conceivably force projection on people who are deeply relaxed, even though they are technically still wide awake. They could then experience waking paralysis while left awake inside their physical etheric mind, until their projected double is released and lowered to re-enter and reintegrate after the Akashic Pulse episode is over. We will look at the Akashic Pulse in episode 5. Related factors. The physical etheric mind on its own does not usually have the power to animate its physical body during an OBE. To awaken even partially and restore some degree of physical movement, the reintegration of the physical etheric with its real-time double appears to be the minimum requirement. To restore full waking consciousness and functionality, the complete reintegration of all subtle bodies is required. Another contributing factor may be that the state of energetic development of paralysis sufferers may not allow conscious exit projection to occur easily. This creates internal energetic conflicts that stall the projection mechanism, causing waking paralysis to occur more easily than projections. Early conscious projection exits are usually marked by extremely heavy vibrations, rapid heartbeat, and other heavy energy movement sensations. These heavy sensations always reduce in severity during subsequent projections. Logically, there must be a reason for this progressive lessening of sensation. The answer, I think, is that increased energetic development reduces internal energetic conflicts. Attempts at conscious exit projection involve a lot of primary centered activity and a great deal of energy flows throughout the etheric body, which forces some degree of energetic development to take place. This forced development appears to account for progressively milder exit sensations being experienced during subsequent projections. If you add energetic underdevelopment to potential conflicts caused by mind split and take into consideration shadow memory download problems and other complications caused by the presence of waking consciousness, you have a recipe for disaster. Waking paralysis can thus occur at any time and for many reasons because of the delicate interactions between these potential complications. In most cases, the waking paralysis victims remain none the wiser before, during, or after the fact because of the nature of the mind split effect. The following two scenarios may explain some other types of waking paralysis, in particular those where strong feelings of fear and dread and a tangible sense of presence are involved. Both of the following scenarios involve strong emotional feedback between the physical etheric body and its projected double, interfering with and stalling the projection in progress. Emotional feedback has many similarities to astral feedback, but happens on the emotional level only. It is, therefore, only felt, not realized. Paralysis and the physical body. Paralysis and the physical body. The mind awakens inside its paralyzed physical body. It may or may not have felt any projection-related exit sensations earlier. It has awakened for a very good reason. Something has just scared the daylights out of its projected double. It has no way of knowing this has happened though, or that it is actually in the middle of a projection. It just wakes up paralyzed and scared, sensing a tangible presence somewhere nearby in the room. It cannot move to see what it is sensing, so its fear steadily increases and floods along the silver cord and into the projected double as it fights to break free of paralysis. The projected double keenly feels this new surge of fear. It has no apparent cause or source, but is sensed as coming from a particular direction from its body, although the projected double does not know it. The projected double now begins to feel a strange pressure dragging upon it, a pressure coming from its own physical etheric counterpart as it desperately struggles to break free of its paralysis. This struggle has the effect of dragging the projected double back toward its physical body. The projected double does not realize this dragging force for what it is, and so fights against it with everything it has. Fear escalates quickly on both sides as both aspects feed and compound the emotional feedback problem. Both sides of the mind split, physical, etheric, and projected double, are scared to death. Each senses a tangible dread presence coming from a particular direction, coming from each other, but neither side knows this. The tug of war continues until either the physical etheric side succeeds in dragging back its terrified projected double, which is usually the case, or until the physical side faints or gives up and falls back to sleep again in exhaustion. Paralysis and the projected double. The following scenario again relates to emotional feedback, but in this case, a conflict between the dream mind, and its projected double, where the dream mind is not actually awakened inside its physical etheric body. A projected double is floating about in real time, having fun and minding its own business, when it suddenly has a fright. It sees some bushes moving in the shadows, and its imagination plays tricks on it. An ominous shape reaching for it. It freezes, not knowing quite what the shape is or what to do about it. It tries to flee, and suddenly senses a very tangible, fearsome presence right behind it. An irresistible force starts dragging it backward. It tries to move away, but suddenly feels weak, as if its very life force were being drained. It now feels trapped and has extreme difficulty moving. The dream mind, throughout this, feels the initial fear surge from its projected double, but does not know the cause. The fluid dream state changes at this point and takes on a more sinister aspect. The dream mind can even slip into a nightmare. The dream mind is not awakened inside the physical etheric body, so it doesn't actually experience true waking paralysis. It will, however, experience a dream state version of waking paralysis or a slow motion type of bad dream. The projected double feels trapped, snared by some powerful unseen evil foe. Now so weak it can barely move. It feels like it is wading through rapidly setting concrete. No matter how hard it tries, it cannot seem to break the grip of its unseen assailant. Weak, trapped, and afraid, it moves one step closer toward absolute terror. The fear increases and the projected double fights in vain, growing steadily weaker. The sense of dread increases and fear builds into mindless, paralyzing terror. It cannot move at all. It cannot move at all now, and feels a cold weight spreading throughout its chest. The dreadful thing behind it is getting closer and closer, dragging it heartlessly backward toward its evil clutches. The monster almost has it now and is just about to grab it. The projected double can almost feel the monster's fetid breath on the back of its neck. The unseen monster has it now and is raising its dreadful axe when suddenly the projector wakes up in a pool of sweat, heart pounding, gasping for breath, and shaking with terror. Memories of the projection, just a bad dream, flood the projector's terrified mind. Paralysis memories. The dominant memories retained after any waking paralysis episode always come from the strongest and most memorable side of the experience, the side most traumatized. This is usually the physical etheric side, as the side of the mind split has a much more direct effect on the physical brain than shadow memories generally do. If the dream mind does not awaken inside its physical etheric aspect before the end of the paralysis episode, these memories will be from the projected double side of the mind split instead. Sometimes, because of the complex and unreliable nature of shadow memory downloading during reintegration, these memories will become mixed. Memories of bad dream plus a terrifying projection experience plus waking up paralyzed and terrified blend into a uniquely compounded shadow memory download. Ways to break paralysis. Learning and practicing conscious exit projection reduces the frequency of paralysis episodes. Projection attempts encourage the energetic development of the projection mechanism within the etheric body. If projection is unacceptable due to fear of OBE, short daytime projection attempts are advised. Energetic development work like meditation and interview work, as well as developing other core skills, will also help resolve projection-related energetic and mind split conflicts, which are the underlying causes of waking paralysis. Many people advocate giving into waking paralysis and attempting to convert it into an OBE. I would advise doing this only if vibrations or other projection symptoms are present. Otherwise, it seems a pointless exercise. If paralysis is frequent, this would definitely be worth a shot at least once. If the conversion continually fails and no reliable way is found to stop paralysis episodes, A progressive course of energetic development and meditation becomes the most viable option. The simplest and most direct approach, the one most people prefer, is to clear the mind, refuse to fear, and concentrate on moving a single big toe. For some reason, a big toe is the easiest body part to reanimate during a waking paralysis episode. Once a big toe moves even slightly, waking paralysis will end. I'm going to pause here for a second because that is not entirely true. That is not entirely true. And I know because I've done it over 20 times. Even with a finger, a toe, an arm even. As I said before, yes, you will want to wiggle a small body part, but you want to course a surge of energy. And what that will feel through your body, which will feel like a non-damaging electricity flowing through you, which should be directed through the heart, or at least from the heart. I'll do another video explaining more clearly how to actually do it, and hopefully that helps. Continuing. To increase the effectiveness of the above technique, I also recommend using the brushing awareness action. See chapter 12 on the big toe to break paralysis. This helps by strengthening body awareness there, making it easier to force movement. Paralysis, like spontaneous projection, is more likely to occur in certain resting and sleeping positions. Lying on the back, for example, tends to promote both projection and waking paralysis for most people. It is worthwhile checking to see if the resting position is a factor, and avoid those positions most likely to promote waking paralysis. When waking paralysis strikes a deeply relaxed but still awake person, or one trying to fall asleep, it usually comes on with a noticeable sinking sensation, giving a few moments of warning. This is the prime time to fight off paralysis. Rolling out of bed as quickly as possible. You have to be really, really quick. Stops waking paralysis before it can take hold. I recommend getting up and taking a short walk or raiding the refrigerator at this time, as eating helps. It is not advisable to return to bed for at least 10 minutes, or waking paralysis will usually happen again immediately. Keeping a clear mind and refusing to fear during a paralysis episode will, in most cases, reduce emotional feedback. If both the physical, etheric mind and its projected double stay calm, the severity and duration of paralysis episodes can be greatly reduced. Overtiredness and sleep deficit are more often than not contributing factors with frequent waking paralysis, as well as with frequent spontaneous OBE. Avoiding overtiredness, especially during the week surrounding the full moon, when spontaneous OBE and waking paralysis are most likely to occur, is strongly advised. Food can also play a part with waking paralysis. An empty stomach tends to increase energetic activity within the etheric body, thereby increasing the likelihood of waking paralysis and spontaneous projection episodes. A heavy meal can make projection more difficult, as it significantly slows energetic activity with the etheric body. In the etheric body, and promotes sleep. Unwanted projection symptoms. Frequent bouts of waking paralysis and spontaneous projection are a big problem for some people. Most people prone to this cannot stop it from happening and do not like the experience one little bit. Often, they dislike the idea of any kind of deliberate projection. They just want to be left alone so they can sleep in peace. This condition will normally happen to those prone to this condition only a couple times a year, in clusters of a few days or so at a time, usually around the full moon. In rarer cases, however, this problem can be much more pronounced. If this continues over long, it can develop into a severely debilitating health problem. Many people try to avoid sleep entirely to avoid the disturbing symptoms. This is the very worst thing anyone could do. Avoiding sleep has the opposite effect and will greatly worsen the overall condition. Lack of sleep also causes a loss of appetite, which in itself further aggravates the underlying causes of the condition. An empty stomach, heightens energetic activity in the etheric body, raising its vibrations, which greatly increases the likelihood of waking paralysis and spontaneous projection episodes. Frequent waking paralysis and unwanted spontaneous projection episodes, especially if involving great fear, can generate an extremely unpleasant psychological condition that can become more and more debilitating the longer it is allowed to continue. Long-term sleep deprivation plus a profound loss of appetite can be extremely debilitating and even physically damaging. Combined with other serious health problems, this condition could even be fatal if left unattended for too long. The first thing to address with this type of problem is the sleep deficit, which is the major underlying cause of the whole problem. This is also the factor most easily rectified. I strongly urge people with this condition to seek prompt medical advice and to tell their doctor exactly what is happening. Sleep disorders like this, regardless of their actual cause, are well known to medical science, and doctors are thus well versed in their treatment. A doctor will usually prescribe a specific type of sleeping medication designed to promote long-lasting dreamless sleep. This can also stop spontaneous OVEs and waking paralysis. As the sleep deficit is overcome and the normal sleep pattern returns, appetite will return and the projection-related symptoms will begin to ease. Keep in mind that any medication must be taken regularly as prescribed until the sleep deficit is completely overcome before it can be stopped, or the problem may recur. Sleeping in a well-lit room with the TV or radio on low, plus napping during daylight hours will also help with the fear problems that can be caused by repeated spontaneous projections. If the presence of light inhibits sleep, wearing a mask will also help. Also, if spontaneous projections are unavoidable, daylight ones are much less intimidating. Even the most timid of reluctant projectors will usually find daylight projections enjoyable or at least very bearable. Chapter 7. OBE and Perception. Chapter 7. OBE and Perception. Let's define an objective experience as one in which perceptions are gained directly through the physical body senses, and a subjective experience as perceptions gained or affected by mind or imagination. In those terms, when dealing with out-of-body experience, everything is subjective. I think it helps to realize that the brain is capable only of receiving bioelectrical signals. It is not capable of receiving direct sensory input. Instead, sense organs break down these perceptions into complex bioelectrical impulses. The brain exists in total darkness and silence inside a heavy bone box, the skull, isolated from the physical world. It has no nerves and can feel neither pressure nor pain, heat nor cold. It might be said to float in a dark, void-like dimension, receiving sensory input from the real world, physical dimension, only via remotely gathered and transmitted bioelectrical signals. This is similar to a description of how the brain receives or remembers receiving sensory input gained during an OBE. Keep in mind that every OBE ends up as a memory of an OBE, and there's no memory of OBE, not counting remote eye experiences, unless a projected double successfully downloads its shadow memories into the physical brain during reintegration. Once this happens, the physical brain then remembers sensory perceptions received during the OBE as if it had received them directly and firsthand. The only real difference between how the brain perceives the physical universe or objective experience and how it perceives out-of-body experience or subjective experience is the way in which the sensory input for each type of experience is gathered and transmitted to it. The brain simply cannot differentiate between physical and non-physical input sources. Regardless of how sensory input is gathered and received by the brain, it is all interpreted as first-hand sensory input. The projected double uses the same basic senses as the physical body, albeit at a greatly enhanced level. It can still see and hear and smell and taste and touch but through direct energetic mind sensing. For example, the projected double can receive light energy directly without needing physical eyes, although it must, of course, have experience with sight to translate this energy in a visual way. Whether the projected double is seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, or tasting, it is perceiving and interpreting the energies associated with these senses directly, completely bypassing the need for physical sense organs or subtle copies of them. Blindness and OBE perception. Supporting evidence can be found in the study of the dream and projection abilities of blind people. It is fairly well known that blind people who have experienced sight before they became blind are capable of having fully sighted dreams and projections. Obviously, if the physical condition of the eyes were reflected into the sight capabilities of the projected double, physical blindness would blind the projected double out of its body during an OBE, which is simply not the case. However, if the physical eyes had nothing to do with OBE perception, then people who have been blind since birth, never experiencing sight, should also be able to see clearly during dreams and projections, which unfortunately is also not the case. Therefore, OBE sensory perception must also be dependent on the learned sensory reception capabilities of the physical brain, not the current functioning or non-functioning abilities of the physical sense organs. These principles also apply to profound deafness. Physical blindness does not prohibit OBE or the ability to project, but it does affect sensory perception abilities. Spatial awareness perception, the sense of touch, hearing, and other non-visual sensory perceptions, all very highly developed in blind people, are also greatly enhanced during an OBE. This level of perception allows blind since birth projectors to sense and perceive the out-of-body environment very clearly. This level of non-visual sensory ability may, in many ways, even be superior to normal sight during an OBE, as the case history below suggests. The biggest problem facing blind projectors is that the majority of today's energetic development and projection techniques are heavily reliant upon visualization. Visualization techniques require basic learned sight experience. The techniques given in this book, however, based not on visualization but on tactile imaging, are eminently suitable for non-sighted projectors. They work well for blind people and are superior to visualization-based techniques when used by sighted people. A blind projector gave me the following explanation regarding his perceptions during dreams and OBEs. Being blind since birth and being a successful projector is a fairly unusual combination, to say the least. Over the years, my investigations in this area have unearthed many important clues concerning the nature of perception. These provided me with further clues as to the nature of and dynamics of other aspects of OBE. In the out-of-body environment, perception is absolutely everything. Therefore, understanding the nature of perception is paramount to understanding the dynamics of OBE and the entire range of related phenomena. My question to CB was, could you please expound on your non-sighted condition and how you perceive things during your OBEs? CB: I've been blind since birth. My optic nerves didn't develop while I was in the womb, but I still have vivid OBEs and dreams. It's hard to explain just how I sense things and get around while I'm out of my body, but I'll give it a try. I experience no real difference between my OBE and dream perceptions. When I have a dream or OBE, I'm very aware of what is around me, but everything is always three-dimensional. I can't perceive anything as two-dimensional, such as what's on the surface of a picture, but can perceive the canvas and frame as a whole very clearly. The area around me is extremely vivid in my mind, in all directions, and is very detailed. This awareness is much stronger than my normal awake perceptions. This awareness is much stronger than my awake perceptions are in my own home. When I project, it's like I can feel everything around me as if I am continually touching everything with my fingers, with my mind, with my senses reaching out and touching everything around me all at once. My senses, my senses extend a long way, much further than usual, and I can feel into the distance around me in probably much the same way as sighted people do with their eyes. I get around fine when I'm out of my body, with no hesitation or doubt about my surroundings, at all. I never worry about bumping into things and can sense exactly what is ahead of me and around me at all times. If I meet people during an OBE or dream, I can instantly tell what they look like and what they are wearing, just as if I were running my hands all over them. This isn't really sight, as I have no idea what color or light is, but my dream and OBE perceptions are about as close to sight as it gets for me. End story. All this points to the projected double having a far more direct link with the perception of its environment, energetically bypassing the need for physical sense organs or subtle copies of them. The projected double can thus be thought of as a direct mind sense energetic perceiver. The learned sensory capabilities of the physical brain are the major limiting factors when it comes to interpreting sensory input gained during OBEs and dreams. Objective real-time perceptions. For the purposes of this book and of dealing more clearly with OBE, objective experience is best extended to include some sensory input gained through real-time OBE. This should include all perceptions of reality that do not appear to be affected by the mind and imagination of a projector, or any other mind or imagination. During a real-time projection, for example, an objective perception of reality is best thought of as something that is consistent with what a projector knows to be real and true of the physical universe. These perceptions can then be described as being apparently objective, although they were gained remotely from the physical body and its sense organs. Although the real-time zone appears to be actual reality, and projectors existing in real time feel they are existing as invisible ghosts in the real world, they are not, I believe, actually in the physical dimension, nor are they in the astral dimension proper. They are slightly out of phase with both, at a slightly higher vibration in the physical universe and a slightly lower vibration than the astral dimension. They are existing inside a direct dimensional reflection or subtle energetic echo radiating directly from the physical universe as it happens in real time. Real-time projectors can be thought of as something like reflections in a mirror. They perceive the real world from inside that mirror and are existing inside a kind of real-time mirror world. A mirror reflects a real-time view of actual events happening in the physical world, but in itself, the mirror's reflection has no substance and cannot be thought of as real. Or, real-time projectors can be thought of as being on the other side of an invisible mirror, a mirror capable of moving around in response to the projector's will. This allows the projector to clearly perceive the real world as it happens without being able to directly affect or interact with the real world in a physical sense. The real-time projector experiences the real world through perceptions reflected into it through this mirror from the real world and in real time. Subjective real-time perceptions. A subjective real-time perception is best considered as projectors perceiving something that they know to be incorrect, untrue, or unreal in relation to the real world as they know it. For example, if projectors find misplaced, altered, missing, or new objects and people in their home that they know are definitely not there in reality, then these are best thought of as being subjective perceptions, or more accurately, reality fluctuations. The definition of subjective perception here does not strictly include sightings or other projectors or spirit beings as unreal, even if these are seen during an apparently objective real-time projection. The difference between objective and subjective perceptions in this case can become blurred and quite difficult to ascertain. Astral or higher experiences, while technically being entirely subjective, are also not included here. These usually bear no relationship whatsoever with normal objective reality or with the actual physical universe in real time. Part 2. New energy ways. In my opinion, new energy ways, new for short, is the most advanced bioenergetic manipulation and development system in the world. A cut-down version of the entire new system, OBE specific, is included here in astrodynamics. The ability to raise and manipulate personal energy is invaluable during OBE training, development, and operations. After all, the projected double is generated by the energy body and is wholly composed of energy. So when it comes to OBE, the manipulation and development of personal bioenergetic resources are primary considerations. The new system is very easy to understand, learn, and use. It has a wholly Western approach that does not rely on tongue-twisting Eastern concepts and terms. The new system was developed from scratch, independently from existing bioenergetic systems. However, a few similarities will be found with new and underlying principles of some Eastern bioenergetic systems, Qigong, Tai Chi, acupuncture, etc. These similarities were pointed out to me after I had developed the new system. They exist simply because the human body is what it is and has not changed in thousands of years. In my opinion, the ancient originators of these Eastern disciplines, logically, must have used similar hands-on trial and error procedures as I used while developing the road testing the new system. The skills required for any kind of metaphysical or physical development during the ability to project out of body seem pretty daunting, but please do not panic. Taken one at a time, these skills are easy to learn, especially when explained and taught the right way. The following units are carefully structured to present everything in easy to understand, bite-sized pieces and in just the right order to make the learning process easier. No prerequisite skills or abilities are required here. Anyone can learn and use these techniques. I say this without reservation. Using these tools, it will not take years of work before achieving noticeable results. Many people will get results the very first time they use them, especially with the new system. Chapter 8. Imagination versus visualization. Let's face it, 99% of people can't visualize for peanuts. That is, 99% of people think they cannot visualize for peanuts. But this is all wrong too, because 100% of people can visualize perfectly. They do it all the time, but they just don't know they're doing it. This confusion comes about simply because visualization is generally so poorly explained and taught. Visualization is very easy and does not take any time at all to master. It is a natural ability everyone uses all the time. I have come across countless developmental problems relating to the issue of energy body manipulation and development techniques. This problem significantly increases the difficulty and comfort with any kind of serious energetic development, seriously lengthening development time. Consequently, most people give up before getting worthwhile results. Note, I use the term energy body as simply another way to describe the pure energetic aspect of the etheric body. If you belong to a meditation or development group, ask people one at a time and in private how they really get on with visualization. Note the slightly worried and uncomfortable looks you get, especially from those teaching it. Most people, if they are completely honest, will admit they have a few problems with visualization, or that they just can't do it. You will find the occasional few who claim they have no problem whatsoever with visualization. These lucky few, can easily see in their mind's eye whatever they visualize, just like watching TV behind their closed eyelids. The lucky few with this type of visual ability are unintentionally also a big part of this widespread and self-propagating problem. Mind's eye visual ability. The commonly used term, visualization, is at the root of this problem. Many teachers tell their students that with a little practice, they should be able to see what they are visualizing. Unfortunately, while this is partly true, it is not something that can be learned quickly, barring strong natural ability. To put it in a nutshell, visualization is not a visual skill. You are not supposed to actually see what you visualize. If you do see something, it is no longer visualization, but a mind's eye vision type of ability. During any meditation or training exercise requiring deep physical and mental relaxation and visualization, a few people will develop partial clairvoyance or an awake, semi-lucid dream type of visual ability, or both. These mind's eye visual abilities enable these people to actually see what they are visualizing, as in the lucid dream state, in which the conscious mind takes creative control of the dream environment. Clairvoyance and lucid dreaming are both very visual abilities. Now, there's nothing wrong with using this type of lucid dream come clairvoyance type of ability to enhance visualization. It's very interesting and useful, but it is not an ability that most people can easily learn. The problem compounds when the type of creative visual ability becomes the accepted norm, and people think they must develop this visual ability to visualize properly. When one person, especially a group leader, tells the rest of the group that they can really see what they are visualizing, the rest of the group thinks they are doing something wrong, or that they lack natural ability, and therefore cannot keep up. If they continue believing this, they never will be able to develop themselves to any significant extent. A similar problem can arise when neophytes are exposed to more advanced students, or to those who have realized that visualization is really the constructive use of imagination. These people, although they do not truly see anything when they visualize, use visual terms when describing their visualizations, or non-physical perceptions. Development groups and the New Age movement commonly use the visual terms I see, I saw, I am seeing. More accurate terms should be used instead, such as I sense, I perceive, I feel, I intuit, I am imagining, or I am imaging, but they are not. Now, here's the other side of the problem. The vast majority of energy work, energetic development exercises, and projection techniques taught today completely rely on visualization techniques. Given no viable alternative, you obviously cannot do development exercises properly and simply cannot develop yourself if you have a problem with what we might call visualization. Understanding exactly what visualization is and is not, thus becomes a crucial issue to all aspects of development. A comma should have been there. Yet everyone, without exception, can visualize easily and perfectly if taught correctly. The development of exercises and techniques in this book are based not on visualization, but on concise, non-visual imaging systems I developed called tactile imaging, based on the active use of the sense of touch and feel and body awareness. This is very easy to learn and is extremely effective, far more effective in energetic manipulation and development than visualization-based techniques could ever be. People who actually see what they visualize may be at a slight disadvantage when they begin using the non-visual tactile imaging techniques in this book, if they do not change their way of doing things. They will have to stop trying to see what they are doing and learn how to feel what they are doing for these techniques to work effectively. If you are like most people and can not visualize very well, you are going to do very well indeed with these techniques. Using your imagination. We are all capable of easily creating and visualizing the most complex scenario in our minds without training and with no exceptions. Over the years, I have asked many people who claim they cannot visualize if they ever reminisce, fantasize, daydream, or imagine things. The answer is always yes. Everyone is perfectly capable of using imagination to build complex and detailed fantasies in the mind's eye. So let's get something straight here. Imagination is visualization. Visualization is imagination. They are one and the same, and neither is truly a visual ability. Visualization is not a visual ability. You do not actually see what you visualize, just as you cannot actually see your imagination or fantasy. True visualization is pure imagination. Imagination is the generator of all daydreams and fantasies, whether memories are relived or something fictional is created based on memory. You cannot really see memories or fantasy creations, but they are so vivid and realistic that they are indistinguishable from any mind's eye creation that is more visual. Concise imagination and concise imaging are terms that are much more apt and workable for the use of imagination to construct detailed fantasies or visualizations. Memory plays an important part in constructive imagination. Imagination is based on memory. If you have ever lost anything, you have most probably tried to recreate your past actions in your mind's eye to help you remember where you lost it. You have replayed these using imagination, going over your every movement step by step. This is perfect visualization, concise imaging based entirely on memory. As a sample exercise, get up and go to the kitchen, get a drink of water, and return. As you do this, carefully take note of everything you do and see and feel along the way. Then sit down and close your eyes and relax. Remember what you just did from the beginning and recreate this sequence of actions in your mind's eye. It is important to feel everything as if you are actually doing it. This is exactly like creating a fantasy based on real life events. Remember getting out of your chair and how the room looked as it moved around you as you turned. Remember your steps as you walked to the kitchen, what you saw and felt when you arrived, and how your hand looked and felt as it reached out for the glass. Remember filling it and drinking it. Remember how the water tasted and smelled and felt, and remember returning the glass, walking back to your original position, and sitting down again. Do this in real time, taking roughly the same length of time to recreate it in your mind's eye as it took to actually do it. You cannot actually see these actions, but you can remember them and feel them easily. This is exactly like any fantasy you have created in your mind's eye. You can almost see a good fantasy. They can be so real. Fantasies are constructed with imagination. Today, this is more commonly called visualization. Again, relaxed and with your eyes closed, try constructing a completely fictional scenario in your mind's eye with all the necessary parts taken from memory. Remember what it's like to brush your hair. Rehearse this action in your mind's eye, without actually doing it first. Imagine there is a table in front of you with a hairbrush on it. Carefully feel yourself reaching out without actually moving your arm. Take the imaginary brush and lift it slowly to your head and brush your hair. Feel your arm moving all the way as you do this in your mind's eye. Feel your hand pulling the brush through your hair over and over without actually moving. This is constructive imagination, fantasy, or visualization only. Finally, return the imaginary brush to the imaginary table. You must feel all these movements as you construct them in your mind's eye. Do not try to see this happening. Imagine and feel it happening. It says if may help. That's a typo. It may help. It may help if you consider that you are using your projected double's arms and hands to perform these actions. You have just successfully created a construction of pure imagination, a complex fantasy or visualization in your mind's eye. Any visualization or imagination exercise, no matter how lengthy or detailed, is simply an extension of what you have just done in these two exercises. One last constructive imagination exercise. With your eyes closed, remember what it feels like to walk barefoot across a beautiful lawn on a lovely sunny day, with trees and shrubs and flowers all around you. Construct this from your memories in your mind's eye, and feel yourself as being there inside your creation. Remember a time when you actually did something like this, or remember a scene from a movie you can use for this purpose. Feel yourself walking across the lawn toward a massive ancient tree with heavy leafy branches hanging down all around it. Some of these branches are touching the ground. Imagine the tree becoming bigger and bigger as you approach it. Walking through a small break in the branches, you now move into the restful shade under its leafy boughs. You find yourself standing inside a secret clearing behind the branches. You can smell the living wood and leaves of the tree, intermingled with soft, earthy smells like moss, bark, decaying leaves, and damp earth. Walking around closer to the great bole of the ancient trunk, you see the shape of a comfortable chair carved into the wood and massive roots of the tree. Soft green mosses everywhere, and you can feel its friendly touch underfoot. Moving over to it, you sit in this chair and relax. Leaning back, hands clasped behind your head, you close your eyes and listen and feel and smell the secret world around you. You hear the wind gently whispering and murmuring through the branches. You hear small birds fluttering and fluting, and insects humming and buzzing all around you, calling and chirping softly to each other. Sit here a while, feeling totally relaxed and at peace with the world, letting all your cares and problems melt away into nothingness. You have just successfully constructed a detailed fantasy scene in your mind's eye. This was full of actions, sights, sounds, smells, and tactile perceptions based entirely on your memory and imagination. This is exactly what you need to do when you follow any led meditation, where a voice leads you through a fantasy scenario while music and special effects help stimulate your imagination and transport your mind there. You don't actually see what you are visualizing or imagining, but you can generate a detailed mind's eye perception of it all the same. Non-sighted adjustment for the blind. If you are blind and cannot imagine in a sighted way, please convert the exercises in this book into more tactile imagination exercises by replacing the colors, scenes, and sighted descriptions with something from your own non-sighted memory. Use your remembered perceptions of a lovely walk taken in a park and adapt the exercise to suit. Enhance all exercises like this to take into account the enhanced perception of sound, smell, texture, taste, and spatial awarenesses. This can easily be done with any constructive imagination or visualization exercise, and can also be done with any led meditation containing cited details or instructions. Note: some of these early exercises may cause slight feelings of vertigo or localized dizziness in the stomach and lower chest areas, and even some bone-deep tickling sensations in the arms and legs. Many of these exercises move a point of body awareness outside the bounds of the physical body, which tends to affect the etheric body and often causes energy movement sensations. Chapter 9. Mobile Body Awareness. Body awareness is normally centered in the eyes, but it does not have to stay there. Mobile body awareness, MBA, the ability to focus body awareness on any specific part of the body, is simple and easily learned and is an extremely important skill. Combined with other techniques, it enables the dynamic manipulation of the energy body and its energy centers, or chakras, allowing specific parts of the energy body to be directly stimulated and the flow of energy into and through it to be increased in a controlled way. In the coming exercises, a deep level of relaxation or trance is not required. Light relaxation is quite adequate. Just close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and allow your mind to wind down and settle for a few moments. This is all that is required. I suggest that you do not use a bed for these early exercises unless you really have to, but instead sit in a comfortable chair with your shoes off. Place a cushion under your feet. Wear loose clothing and do not cross your legs. In these coming exercises, lightly scratch or rub specified body parts as needed using a small stick or ruler if you have difficulty reaching some parts. This helps to highlight and target specific areas so that body awareness can be focused more easily and accurately. This scratching is not necessary after you become used to the technique. You will be able to target specific areas of the body you will be able to target specific areas with body awareness alone. Repeat the MBA exercises below without scratching and see how you get on without this aid. Try to do this with eyes closed so you're focusing with body awareness only. Use your eyes if you really need to, but do without using your eyes as soon as targeting can be done with body awareness alone. To demonstrate shifting your center of body awareness and targeting specific areas of the body, lightly scratch the skin of your left knee with your fingernails, just hard enough to leave a slight tingling sensation after you stop scratching. Close your eyes and feel this tingling area with your body awareness. Become intensely aware of that area. Highlight it with body awareness. Feel for this tingling area with your body awareness alone, with your sense of touch and feel. Forget about the rest of your body for now. Next, feel for more of the same knee and become more acutely aware of it as a whole joint. Feel its outline and shape and really get the feel of it with your body awareness. Your center of awareness is now focused entirely on your left knee. Shift your point of body awareness to your right knee, scratching it first to highlight it. Feel its shape and outline it with your awareness. Center your awareness entirely in your right knee. Shift your point of body awareness to your right big toe. Scratch it on top of the large joint, where it joins your foot. Wiggle the toe a bit to help you get the feel of it, so you can zero in on it with your body awareness. Feel the whole toe. Feel the tingle on top of it. Then feel its outline and shape with your body awareness. Center awareness entirely on your right big toe. Shift your point of body awareness to several other parts of your body, anywhere you like, highlighting them first by a light scratching or rubbing. Feel these different areas as you target them with your now mobile point of body awareness. Increasing sensitivity. To improve your body awareness sensitivity, do the following mobile body awareness exercises as often as you can until you get the feel for this technique. They will progressively improve your sensitivity, which is extremely important for all the exercises and techniques given in this book. When first learning to move awareness through the surface of your body, it helps you trace the pathway along your skin with fingertips or paintbrush to highlight the path for your body awareness, making it easier to follow with your point of awareness alone. If this is not enough, lightly and slowly scratch or rub the pathway along your skin with your fingernails or a ruler. Follow the slightly tingling trail this leaves behind on your skin with your point of body awareness alone. For tracing, in learning wider energy pathways, I suggest you use a paintbrush of the appropriate width. You can do this yourself or have a partner do it for you while you follow the sensations caused by the touch of the moving brush with your point of body awareness. Or you can rub a pathway with your fingers, stroking them repeatedly along the chosen pathway. To start with, I suggest tracing a pathway from the base of your left thumb along the sensitive inside of your arm and up to your left shoulder. Close your eyes and concentrate on the feel of the brush or fingers touching and move along the surface of your skin. Ignore the hand doing the brushing. Repeatedly stroke this pathway from thumb to shoulder and back to your thumb again. Following this with your point of body awareness until you have a good feel for this path. Repeat the above exercise with your right arm. Next, trace and follow a path from your left big toe up to the outside of your shin, over your kneecap, and on up outside of your thighs to your left hip joint, then back down to the big toe again. Repeat the above exercise with your right leg. Practice this technique until you can trace a pathway to anywhere on your body with your point of body awareness alone, feeling your way along the surface of your skin without having to follow a manually highlighted pathway. Rub and scratch and highlight as often and for as long as you need to in order to learn this technique. If you are training with a partner, you can help each other by brushing each other's body to simulate pathways, or with a stroking one-handed massage. Massage is a very good way of learning how to focus and move a point of body awareness. Have your partner give you a slow one-handed massage and follow the touch of his or her hand with your point of awareness. Have him or her trace pathways up your legs and arms and back and up your back, following touch with your awareness. Using only one hand for this makes it easier to follow with your awareness. MBA exercise, which MBA stands for Mobile Body Awareness. Focus your awareness in your right knee again until you can feel it with your awareness. Shift your center of awareness slowly down the outside of your right shin, feeling your shin as your awareness slides down it. Keep moving your awareness slowly until your center of awareness comes to your right foot. Move your awareness slowly out to your right big toe. Feel this toe with your awareness. Wiggle it a little and make sure you can feel it and are targeting it well. Move your point of awareness to the toe next to it and feel its shape and outline with your awareness. Tense, move, wiggle, touch, or scratch each toe as needed to highlight and target it. Next, move your awareness across to your left foot and feel that foot with your awareness. Flex and tense your left foot slightly to get the feel of it as a whole. Next, center your awareness in your left big toe. Feel your awareness sliding back toward your ankle. Then slowly on up over your left shin until it comes to rest in your left knee. Keep it moving, sliding up your thigh and slowly up the left side of your body until you can feel your left shoulder. Move your awareness down the outside of your left arm, moving slowly past your elbow to your left hand. Feel your whole left hand with your awareness. Move and center your awareness in your left thumb. Feel its shape and outline with your awareness. Wiggle it a little if you need to highlight it. Feel all your other fingers one at a time with your awareness. You have just moved your center of body awareness all around your body, targeting and focusing your awareness in many parts of it. You have also been stimulating your energy body in the process without knowing it was happening, as your center of awareness moved through your energy body. Moved through your energy body. You may have felt some peculiar tingling or fuzzy sensations as you move your point of awareness around your body. These sensations are caused by energy movement within your energy body and are normal for this type of body awareness exercise. To effectively manipulate your energy body, it is necessary to be able to focus your point of awareness at a single point on your body, then to manipulate that point of awareness. This manipulation is done with active body awareness, with something I have called tactile imaging. Tactile imaging is very easy to learn and use. You have already learned the skills required for this and will soon get the hang of it. It just takes a little practice. Chapter 10, Tactile Imaging, is the active use of body awareness to directly stimulate and manipulate the substance of the energy body. This is simply an extension of MBA. When the body awareness is focused on a specific area, and that point of awareness is given motion, this motion directly stimulates the energy body in that area. When done at the site of a primary or secondary energy center, a major or minor chakra, the energy center will be directly stimulated. Individual energy centers can then be targeted and manipulated in a strong and dynamic way. I developed MBA and TI for a person who had been blind since birth and of course could not visualize at all, having no conception of what visual sight was like. This person contacted me on the internet via Braille computer and asked if I had a projection technique that did not rely on visualization. This was an interesting challenge, so I put my mind to solving the problem. After a few significant eurekas, I came up with MBA and TI, both based on the sense of touch. When I road tested this new technique, I was amazed at how effective it was. It was light years ahead of any other energy manipulation technique, far more powerful than visualization techniques. Since that time, I have used this discovery as the foundation for all my energy body manipulation development and projection techniques. Ironically, I lost contact with the blind person who started all of this doesn't matter, while the new TI-based projection technique called rope was in the throes of development. Learning tactile imaging. Focus body awareness alone on the specified target area and try not to use your eyes unless you really have to. Many people find they cannot learn MBA or TI techniques without using their eyes to help target specific areas. Do what is necessary, but wean yourself from your eyes as soon as you can. Many advanced exercises and techniques given later in this book do not allow the use of eyes or other targeting or highlighting aids. Circular exercise. The best way to learn tactile imaging is by doing it. Rest your hands comfortably in your lap or on your arms or on the arms of your chair, palms down and fingers slightly spread. Close your eyes, relax, and shift your awareness to the base of your right thumb, top side. There are important secondary energy centers, small chakras, in the thumb joints that you are now going to stimulate, and you are now going to stimulate one of them. Many people will feel one of the thumb centers, or small chakras, activate the first time they work on them. The first area to work on is on top of the large joint where your thumb joins the right hand. Flex your thumb while holding this joint between your other fingers to help locate it. Lightly scratch a circular area clockwise on top of the thumb joint, about ½ inch or 1 centimeter or so across, to highlight it with awareness. Slowly trace a finger around the same circular path while following the touch of that finger with your point of awareness. That point of touch, that point of feel, is your point of awareness. Continue following this action until you can remember the exact feel of this circular movement and can recreate this action with your point of awareness alone. A small artist's paintbrush can also be used for this purpose. Feel the tingling target area on top of your thumb joint with your point of awareness. Recreate and feel the circular stirring action. Move your point of awareness in a small clockwise circle in that area, as if you were stirring it with an imaginary pencil. Concentrate and feel this action, continuing the motion with your point of awareness alone. Move your sense of feel through your skin with a circular motion. Keep stirring the center with 1 or 2 circling actions per second. The timing is not crucial. In a short time, this action will gain its own momentum and become almost automatic. It will then take very little effort to continue this action. Hold your point of awareness very close inside your skin as you do this. Feel your point of awareness continually circling and moving through your skin in the target area. After a while, anything from a few seconds to a few minutes during a first attempt, you should start to feel a slight localized heaviness, pressure, tingling, buzzing, or even a bone-deep tickling sensation inside your thumb joint. This may extend into more of your thumb and hand. This sensation indicates that the energy center of your thumb joint has been successfully stimulated into a higher level of energetic activity. If you feel this immediately, move on to the next exercise. Same sentence. If you feel nothing after trying for several minutes, move on to the next exercise anyway. Stirring exercise. Move your point of awareness in a straight brushing action up and down through your right thumb, from just above the joint at the base of the tip of the nail, feeling this pathway as you go. Move your point of awareness continually back and forth through this area. You are now brushing your entire thumb with your point of awareness and are thus stimulating that whole area energetically. Feel the brushing action through the whole of your thumb. The sensations you may have felt earlier will intensify and spread through more of your thumb as you do this. As more and more secondary energy centers and energy exchange ports in the thumb become energetically active, repeat both exercises on the thumb of your left hand. Repeat the exercise on the big toes of both feet, one at a time, starting on top of the large joints of the big toes only, where they join each foot. Stimulation notes. Often there are inactive secondary energy centers, small chakras, on one side of the body, but rarely on both sides. If you feel nothing after doing any awareness action for several minutes, move on to the next exercise. While energy movement sensations become apparent in the majority of cases, some may feel nothing at all, although I have found a complete lack of sensation to be rare. No sensation at all indicates the energy body is blocked or inactive in that area. If this is the case, continue with these early exercises as best as you can. It is important to learn and practice this technique. Later exercises in this book restore inactive areas and remove energy blockages. A hot shower or bath not only relaxes the physical body and cleanses the skin, but also promotes a stronger energetic flow throughout the energy body. If you have trouble doing these exercises, try bathing first. The tingling in the skin caused by the scratching used to highlight target areas is not the cause of energy movement sensations. Test this if you wish by repeating this exercise in the middle of your forearm or in the middle of a bicep or thigh where there are no significant secondary energy centers. This test will be found to cause no discernible energy movement sensations. Alternatively, try the same exercise on another small energy center, but without scratching. It is the movement of the focal point of body awareness through the energy body at the site of the energy center which causes energy movement sensations. Using tactile imaging. Following are some simple but important exercises that build on those given in the previous chapter. These take you one step closer to taking manual control over your own energy body. Please take your time over these, as the practice of tactile imaging is fundamental to most of the procedures given without this book, including trance and projection techniques. Their importance cannot be overemphasized. Awareness hands. The most natural way to use your point of awareness is to feel you have an imaginary pair of hands. Awareness hands are the business ends of tactile imaging. These are powerful awareness tools, and you will be using them for raising energy and manipulating energy centers, as well as for projection techniques. You will soon learn how to use them over larger areas and in many other practical energetic ways. Awareness hands are, in practice, simply extensions of body awareness. You have a left and a right awareness hand. Each hand is to be felt as being attached to an imaginary awareness arm coming from each of your shoulders, although the awareness arms themselves are not important. With practice, you will feel that each awareness hand is attached to a different side of your energy body. Each hand is attached to a different side of the brain, and one awareness hand is usually slightly weaker than the other, depending on which side of your brain is dominant. The more you use awareness hands, the stronger they become, and the easier they are to use. Awareness hands exercise. Close your eyes and relax while sitting or lying comfortably. Using your body awareness alone, without actually moving, take both your awareness hands down to your left foot as if you were grabbing hold of it. Scratch or rub the top of your left foot and wiggle it a bit to highlight it and make this exercise easier. Feel the whole of that foot. Draw your awareness hands through your left foot from toes to heel, back and forth several times. After this, draw your awareness hands through your foot to your ankle, and then slowly take them on up through your whole leg. Feel the whole of your leg as you move your awareness hands upward through it. Draw your awareness hands all the way up to your shin, past your knee, up your thigh, and on up to your hip. When you get to your hip, flick your awareness instantly back down to your toes again and repeat the upward stroking, energy raising action. Do not stroke your awareness back down your leg. Repeat this action over and over, taking several seconds per stroke, feeling the whole of your leg each time. This action forces energy to flow into your foot and draws it up through your leg. You may feel some peculiar sensations as you do this, like tingling, buzzing, warmth, cold, pressure, heaviness, or even bone-deep tickling sensations. Repeat the entire exercise with your right leg. Splitting awareness exercise. Splitting body awareness is very simple and easy to do. It feels quite natural in practice, just like using both your real hands at the same time. As an example exercise, split your awareness and feel both your feet at the same time. After targeting them, feeling one in each of your awareness, after targeting them, feeling one in each of your awareness hands. Yes. Draw energy up both legs at the same time, exactly as you did with the previous exercise, over and over. With a little practice, you will be able to do this effortlessly. If you have trouble splitting awareness, stick to using one at a time until you feel more comfortable splitting them. When you have had some practice at splitting your awareness hands, increase the speed of the upward stroking action until you can draw your awareness up through your legs at the same time, taking 2 or 3 seconds for each upward sweep from feet to hips. To add to the above, imagine and feel as if you were sweeping water up through the whole of your legs with your awareness hands. Imagine your awareness hands are holding a large sponge and you are sponging water upward through the whole of your legs. The water keeps trying to run back down your legs, so focused awareness effort is used to force the water to rise. This action provides more energetic resistance and gives your awareness hands something to grip onto, so to speak. This increases the effectiveness of any whole limb energy raising action. Visibly detecting awareness hands. After a little practice with using your awareness hands, you may start detecting them when they move past your closed eyes. This is especially so if you have been meditating at the same time. You may see vague shadows and indistinct shapes. It does not matter though if you never it does not matter though if you never see anything, as it is not necessary to see anything for these techniques to work effectively. Watch for this side effect for interest's sake only. Many people have reported this phenomenon. I always see my awareness hands when they move past my eyes, but I've had a lot of practice at this, so I'm not really a fair test subject. I rely on my volunteers to provide me with more realistic feedback. As an experiment, relax and close your eyes. Concentrate on feeling your awareness hands. Slowly raise your awareness hands past your face and eyes and on up over your head several times. Don't actually move your real hands. Stroking your awareness hands over your face and head. Try to sense this from behind your closed eyes. See if you can detect shadowy movements, or even if you can see the shape of your awareness hands as they move past your eyes. If you succeed at this, you are using a type of energy sight similar to real-time or astral sight as discussed earlier. This experiment is most effective if done immediately after meditation. Chapter 11. Supporting energy structures. To project out of body while fully conscious and have some hope of remembering it afterward, it is an enormous help to be able to increase the flow of energy into and through the energy body. A well-known side effect of the trance state is that it produces a stronger flow of energy than does the normal waking state, and with regular use causes slow but progressive development. The majority of case histories on OBE mention energy movement sensations. The well-known vibrations and rapid heartbeats are nothing more than intense energy movement sensations associated with the generation and extrusion of the projected double. Underneath our fleshy exteriors, we are all bioenergetic beings. When the energetic part of us moves to the forefront, as it does during conscious exit projection, energy becomes simply everything. At a very early stage, when I saw the many conflicts between New Age thought and various Eastern schools of thought over energetic manipulation and development, I decided to take a fresh, hands-on approach with my investigations. My research and experimentation with the energy body over the years has yielded significant discoveries and a great deal of insight. Almost a decade ago, I decided to map out the energy body the hard way, using tactile imaging to feel my way through my own energy body. I literally picked my way through every inch, searching out the smaller energy centers. I probed and simulated and felt how they all worked, what they did, and how they fitted into the structure of the human bioenergetic body as a whole. I avoided researching existing works on this subject at the time, as I wanted to make a completely fresh and unbiased exploration of the human energy body. This work allowed me to unearth much of the underlying support structure of the energy body. This is not unknown today if you research acupuncture, reflexology, tai chi, qigong, and other energy-related disciplines, mainly of Eastern origin. My fresh investigations, however, gave me a far more workable, hands-on understanding of the energy body than would otherwise have been possible. My initial discoveries led to a plan to apply what I had learned. This necessitated the development of many techniques, which in turn led to a great deal more experimenting and testing. The new system was then extensively road tested by dozens of volunteers who provided extensive feedback. This enabled me to fine-tune my initial theories and techniques and to develop NEW, New Energy Ways, a simple but highly efficient energy body manipulation and development system. It has proven itself extremely valuable and versatile in all aspects of energy development and OBE. This book contains a modified version of the complete new system, tailored to suit the needs of projection training. 5 separate circuits. The human energy body can be likened to an energetic reflection of the physical body, composed of stable and highly structured etheric matter. See chapter 28. It contains within it several different but interdependent energetic circuits. I have defined these circuits logically through experimentation, observation, and what I consider to be sound reasoning. My definitions and descriptions strive to provide a good rule of thumb way of understanding and dealing with the pure energetic processes of the energy body without being overly technical or mysteriously esoteric. There are 5 basic energetic circuits within the human energy body. I will not discuss the master circuit to any great extent. I have shown it here only to illustrate relationships between the different circuits. There's a diagram here that says on it. It's separated into 2 columns, which are 5 rows. Okay, 2 columns, 5 rows. So it's 2 sides, left and right, and each side is separated by 5 different boxes, each containing a label and what they refer to. So the master circuit, which is number 1, is the kundalini circuit. Number 2 is storage circuit, which is the 3 main energy storage centers. Number 3 is the primary circuit, which is the 7 primary energy centers or major chakras. Number 4 is secondary circuit, which is the supporting energy centers. And tertiary circuit is energetic exchange ports. Each circuit has many different functions on the physical, bioenergetic, and pure energy levels. All are interconnected and work together to support each other's energetic requirements, and are all integral parts of the human bioenergetic body as a whole. The primary energy centers, or major chakras, and their higher functions cannot properly be used and developed to any extent, barring accidental or natural ability, until the lower circuitry and smaller energy centers have been stimulated, developed, and stabilized. If attempts are made to develop and use the higher energetic circuitry first, a great deal of time, often years, must be spent waiting for the lower level of circuitry to catch up with the new demands being placed on them. Early attempts at energy work, especially with the primary energy centers, can cause major disruptions and realignments within the existing structure of the energy body. New energy pathways must be formed and old or blocked energy pathways redefined, widened, and cleared until the support structure develops to the point where it can handle the greater energetic demands placed on the energetic support structure by the changed requirements of the higher primary centers. Energy is often taken from the vitality storage areas of the energy body. This can cause the physical body to become energetically depleted. Fatigue, disorientation, headaches, digestion problems, depression, and a variety of emotional disorders and other eye problems can temporarily manifest in varying combinations and degrees of severity. These can be especially pronounced if the procedures and cautions recommended within this book are not followed. Primary center work, especially, should not be undertaken too vigorously at too early a stage of development. Before primary centers are worked on to any great extent, the support structure needs developing so it can better handle the greater flow of energies required of it. The first step is to stimulate and clear individual secondary energy centers, exchange port clusters, and their interconnecting pathways, one part at a time. While this process may sound a bit tedious, it is well worthwhile. Once the development process is begun, energy begins flowing far more freely and strongly through the energy body than was possible before. This solves many underlying projection-related energetic problems by making projection easier and reducing the severity of heavy exit sensations. Energy flow. The average person normally absorbs only a small amount of energy and vitality available each day, and steadily less with age. Energy is absorbed during sleep, digestion, breathing, and exposure to sunlight. Let us say that you absorb 100 units of raw energy per day, enough for your average daily requirements. Energy development exercises increase energy usage, and you begin using 200 or more units of raw energy or vitality per day. This deficit of 100 units will usually be made up for by the energy body storage areas, sometimes causing the physical symptoms of energy body disruption and depletion. With a little time and attention, the energy body can be conditioned to handle just about anything. The best way to start is by stimulating, developing, and nurturing the all-important secondary and tertiary energetic structures. The energy body is then better able to adapt and develop in response to its new energetic requirements. Excuse me. Secondary energy centers. Secondary energy centers are similar to primary energy centers, but are smaller and have fewer functions. The main purpose is to transform and condition energies received with the tertiary system, or energy exchange ports, into the specific qualities required. These smaller parts of the energy body can be likened to something like bioenergetic electronic components. The diagram on the following page represents a typical skeletal type secondary energy center. These have 4 poles each and a central connecting core running through their center. Each pole is a small vortex-like energy structure that flowers on the surface of the skin directly above the point. These poles are connected to a larger internal conduit that runs through the center of all bones through the bone marrow. Energy flowing through these cores is the cause of the bone-deep tingling sensations commonly felt while raising energy, especially during early exercises. The skeletal secondary centers are interconnected through energetic pathways running through the flesh, muscles, tendons, and nerves, and along the surface of the skin. Slightly different, but with similar functions, are those secondary centers attached directly to physical organs, nerve ganglia, glands, and muscles. These types of secondary centers are not attached to the skeletal system and usually have only 1 or 2 poles flowering on the surface. I have not been able to determine a great deal more about this particular type of secondary energy center. The secondary centers and their connecting pathways are, not surprisingly, fairly well in line with traditional acupuncture meridians and acupoints. There are also striking similarities between the secondary system as a whole and the human nervous system and circulatory systems. Energy exchange ports. Energy exchange ports, or the tertiary system, are very small energy centers with very simple functions, much like the millions of tiny pores covering the surface of the skin. Their basic function is to absorb and discharge energies. The whole surface of the skin is covered with these, but they are more heavily concentrated in several main areas: the soles of the feet, the palms of the hands, the nasal passages, the mouth, lips, and tongue, and the genitals. The hands and feet are the largest energy conduits into the body and therefore contain the highest concentration of exchange ports. So these are the most important areas to stimulate, develop, and make awareness sensitive during the early development exercises. Storage centers. The human energy body has 3 major vitality storage centers, where different qualities of energies are accumulated. These are quite different from the primary energy centers, major chakras, that share the same general areas, although they can be considered to be energetically related. Subnavel. Position. Midway between belly button and pubic line, 2 inches inside average body. Function. Raw physical vitality, energy storage. Subheart. Position. Center of chest at base of sternum, 2 inches inside average body. Function. Raw emotional energy storage. Subbrow. Position. Between eye socket ridges and center of brow, just inside skull. Function. Raw mental and psychic energy storage. Of these 3 storage centers, that's really interesting. Perfect. Of these three storage centers, the most important and safest to actively fill is the subnavel storage center. When this center is full, it overflows into the subheart storage center, which when full overflows into the subbrow storage center. Perfect. Perfect. These poles. Okay. Deliberately filling the two higher storage centers first is a very unwise practice that can unbalance the energy body and significantly lower vitality levels. This not only is developmentally counterproductive, but can also adversely affect the emotional, mental, and psychic stability. Filling all the storage centers is a lifetime's work. It can take months of regular energy raising before subnavel storage levels significantly increase. Because a great deal of energy is used up during early development exercises. There are no safe shortcuts. If you long for psychic abilities, practice regular trance meditation and work daily on filling your subnavel storage center. Make trance meditation and energy raising a part of your daily life, and your energy body will develop in a natural, balanced, and healthy way. Any dormant psychic abilities will begin to manifest when the energetic conditions that allow them are created. Forcing this process causes predictable problems. Okay, I'm going to pause here for a second. So the diagram shows these centers just below the belly button, just below the heart, and between the brow ridge. So what's interesting about the below the belly button one is because that point in Eastern tradition is called the Dantian or Tantian, which is used for the same purposes. And I've read other books and techniques on storing energy into those points. One technique that makes energy storage here faster is to visualize or imagine and feel. Of course, you have to feel it. You have to feel the energy drawing into that point, and you visualize or imagine an orb that steadily grows as you add to it. And at a certain size, what you do is you compress this orb down to a smaller size, meaning that it's a high concentration of energy, but at a smaller point. And then you add more energy to this, and then you compress it again. And then you add more energy to this, and then you compress it again. And you add more and more. And you do this repeatedly until you feel until you feel satisfied. And I recommend doing this as much as possible, as much as you want to. Remember, breathing deep into the belly as you do this. Whatever meditation techniques that you have to add to this, go for it. It does work. I know that some problems can occur when you try to get with the heart center, and where it's placed is actually at the solar plexus, the ganglia of nerves that are there. And I've noticed in my experience that when meditating on the heart, sometimes you can miss the heart, and you'll be primarily focused on the solar plexus, which is much further down. It's further down even from where the point is in this diagram. And it can become very uncomfortable depending on certain conditions that you may have developed by other as a consequence of other things. But in this case, I would say if you feel yourself right between where the opening of your ribs, like I would say, like, let me see, 2 inches below the sternum. Let me see, is that 2 inches? That's about 2.5 inches below the sternum. If you feel that there, just use your hand and do the scratching thing, or rub a bit higher, because it can get very intense if you overcharge that part. It can get very strange very quickly. Chapter 12, energy body stimulation. Oh, sorry. As far as the brow ridge, I would say that's one of the safer points to, even though he says like don't skip it because so and so happens. Yeah, you do have to build up the tantien. Yes, work on proper breath control, all of this. But in my personal experience, as he says, like if you overflow this, it overflows that, and so on and so forth. I think that still, if you're already doing tactile imagery and visualizing, that you technically already are charging that brow ridge, especially if you close your eyes and you're looking up into the brow ridge with your physical eyes and letting the scene play out. Another thing I want to bring up about visualization or imagining or deep, I would call it like deeper level imagining, is that it's quite like watching fire or staring at a point. As you stare at a point, you might like a small dot on the wall or anything, just a small object, anything, a bottle cap, anything. There's a point where it's like your center of focus will flicker. So you'll do your best to keep your mind focused on that point. But there are times where it'll flicker and readjust, and it'll be like a reset point where your focus is broken and you have to rebuild that focus. So just like with your imagination, if you're imagining or if you're staring at this point and you're watching these visuals transform as he described, making a scene, there comes a certain point where it's like you might realize that you're at a deeper level of imagination, where just like staring at the dot or staring at the fire, your center of focus will change, and it'll be like you're at I don't want to say a higher level as in like a greater level, but I mean like it'll bring you back to I should say a more shallow level of imagination. So I think the trick, if you're having this flickering problem where you are visualizing, it's almost what it feels like is this: you're in your imagination. Let's say you start imagining something right now, a ball rolling down a hill. Okay. There's a point where if you keep doing that, you'll start to feel that you're at a deeper part of your mind. You're at a deeper place. But then, if something, let's say, begins to change that you don't want to change consciously, you might flicker back to the shallower level of imagining, and you'll feel it. So what you want is to be at that deeper level of imagination. You want to be there. Cultivate that. Because that's when you get into clairvoyance. That's when you get into being able to see clearly in your projections. That is what you need for required for lucid dreaming. So work at that. That's like a whole nother area of imagination. Okay. Energy body stimulation. 5 awareness actions. 5 tactile imaging actions are used to manipulate the energy body using the same basic techniques throughout. Scratch or rub each energy center or energetic pathway as needed to help target it and make it easier to follow with awareness alone, as well as feeling these actions on the surface. Feel them happening beneath the skin and slightly inside the body. With all the above awareness actions, it is the action of feeling a point of body awareness moving in or through the physical body that stimulates the substance of the energy body. The size of the awareness actions given below are to be varied to suit the body part or energy center being worked on. Stirring action. Move your point of awareness in a clockwise circle through the surface of your skin. This is as if you were stirring the target area with a single finger of one of your awareness hands. This action can be counterclockwise if preferred. Stirring action on kneecap. Well, these are diagrams. I apologize. You can't see these. Brushing action. Move your point of awareness back and forth through the skin as if brushing the area with a paintbrush. Wrapping action. Move your point of awareness around the targeted area, joint, or limb as if continually wrapping an imaginary bandage around it. Tearing action. Use your awareness hands in a two-handed tearing action. Imagine you are holding a small bread roll or donut on the skin or just under it and are repeatedly tearing this apart with your awareness hands over and over. This action is mainly used on primary energy centers, but can also be used as an alternative method for stimulating secondary energy centers and groups of exchange ports. Sponging action. Imagine or feel your awareness hands holding a large sponge, with you sponging water upwards through the entire area being worked on. This is mainly used as a whole limb action. It can be used to sponge energy up just one side of a limb, but is primarily used for raising energy through the whole of a limb or body. Instructional notes. The new system does not require a deep level of relaxation, nor even a great deal of preparation. Once these techniques are learned, it is possible to raise energy at any time, even while traveling, walking, talking, working, or watching TV, etc. For the following training exercises, use light relaxation only, except where you encounter problems learning these techniques and getting energy moving during early exercises. While deep physical relaxation is not necessary for the new system, if you encounter difficulties, some preliminary deep physical relaxation and trance will usually help. I recommend sitting in a comfortable chair with your legs reasonably straight and slightly out in front, preferably with bare feet or loose socks. Do not wear tight clothes, especially on legs, as anything tight or uncomfortable will interfere with awareness targeting and energy raising. Place a pillow or cushion under feet. Do not sit cross-legged during training sessions, as this makes awareness targeting and learning how to raise energy more difficult. Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. Generally settle yourself and begin. When unresponsive secondary centers or groups of exchange ports are found, do not stop your progress to concentrate on blocked areas. Work on them for the suggested length of time, then move on to the next exercise. Working around blockages in this way helps clear them. I suggest that the eyes be kept closed and not be allowed to look at the target area. I have found that looking toward the target area, even from behind closed eyes, tends to dilute the effectiveness of awareness actions. Still, some of my volunteers reported having difficulty learning to focus awareness without using their eyes to aid targeting. It is permissible to use your eyes to aid awareness targeting by looking at the area being worked on. I'm pretty sure he meant to say by looking at the area being worked on, but I suggest that the use of the eyes for targeting be slowly discontinued as soon as it is practical. Many of the coming exercises do not allow the eyes to be used at all, as with trance and projection techniques, etc. Preliminary simulation work. These exercises are designed to isolate and simulate individual secondary centers and small clusters of exchange ports. Picking through them like this allows blocked areas to be identified so they can be cleared and strengthened. Each successfully cleared area significantly increases the flow of energies into the energy body. Individual fingers and toes do not have to be worked on every time, only in the early stages and to remove blockages. Connecting pathways in the energy body can become blocked and narrowed to the point where they become virtually disconnected, just as the physical body can malfunction in similar ways. Energy pathways can be healed and redefined by repeatedly drawing energy through and around them. The energy body, like the physical body, learns very quickly and develops a kind of energetic memory of often repeated awareness actions. Toe work. Toes are important parts of the larger and more powerful energy structures within the feet. Each toe joint contains a secondary energy center with 4 poles flowering on the skin's surface. These are connected to the heavy concentration of energy exchange ports on the undersides of the feet and toes. As energy-raising structures, the feet are based for the largest and strongest conduits in the energy body. They are therefore important structures to simulate and develop. One foot, usually the left, will normally activate much easier than the other. It may take many development sessions before the less active side begins to respond. If, in the first exercise below, no sensation is felt in either big toe, this means that both of the areas are currently dormant or locked. It does not mean the new system will not work for you. It will. These sluggish areas will be progressively clear as more of the energy structures within the feet clear. Awareness target the top of your left big toe. There is a fairly large secondary center in each of its joints. Give this toe a light scratch or rub along its length with your fingernail to highlight it until it tingles slightly on top. Use the brushing awareness action and brush along its whole length from its tip to a couple of inches past where it joins the foot. Concentrate on feeling this action inside the skin. Vary this action occasionally and brush each side of it as well, inner and outer. Keep brushing until you feel a slight buzzing or localizing heaviness or pressure in that toe. Continue brushing for several minutes or until some noticeable sensations are felt. Then move on to the next exercise. Repeat the above exercise on the right big toe. Use the sponging action through the whole of the big toes, one at a time. The stirring action can be used on top of each joint if they are difficult to activate. Try splitting awareness and brushing or sponging both big toes simultaneously. Use the brushing and sponging actions on all lesser toes, starting with the toe next to the big toe on the most responsive foot. Spend slightly more time on the less responsive foot and on any unresponsive toes to help free them up. Using a slightly wider brushing action, width from tips of toes to just past where they join the foot, and starting with your best foot again. Brush across the entire tops of all toes at the same time, from side to side, from big toe to small toe, back and forth. Repeat this action on your other foot. Try splitting awareness and repeating the above on both feet simultaneously, in whatever direction is felt as being easiest and most effective. Soul work, which is S-O-L-E, soul work. Bottom of your foot, for those who aren't clear on that. The energy exchange ports on the undersides of the feet and toes form the outer layer of the complex energy exchange structures within the feet. The soles are therefore extremely important to energy flow into the body, and the following exercises should be thoroughly worked through for best results. My tones are a little off. Awareness target the middle of the sole of your left foot. Scratch or rub the area if you need help targeting it. Using a small clockwise stirring action, approximately 1.5 inches in diameter or 3.5 centimeters, circle your point of awareness there continually. Move this stirring action slowly over the underside of your foot and its toes. Keep this stirring action moving at all times, covering the entire area thoroughly. Continue this mobile stirring action until you have covered the entire underside of your foot several times, including the undersides of all toes and the heel. This awareness action is a little like you are using a small rotating electric massager. Spend at least 5 minutes on each sole with this rotary action, early exercises only, or until the surface of each sole begins to respond well. Using a wide brushing action as if painting the soles with a large paintbrush, brush awareness back and forth from the heels to the toes, covering the entire underside of each foot deeply with the brushing action, 1 foot at a time. Try splitting awareness and repeating the brushing action on both feet at the same time. Using a deep sponging action, draw awareness from the tips of toes to heel, back and forth through the whole of each foot, 1 foot at a time. Feel this action as filling the inside of the whole of each foot as you do this. And by the way, I'm saying whole when he writes whole, he's writing W-H-O-L-E, as in your whole foot. He could just say your whole foot. Try splitting awareness and sponging through the whole of both feet at the same time. Feet and sensations. Working on the undersides of the feet can cause very strong energy movement sensations indeed. These can be extremely uncomfortable, even painful, especially in the very early stages of these development exercises. Unfortunately, this cannot be helped and therefore should be accepted as the price of development. Intense buzzing, tingling, tickling, and bone-deep vibrating energy movement sensations are commonly felt. These may continue for some time, even after the awareness actions that cause them have been discontinued. This will sometimes be accompanied by nervous twitching and muscular spamming in the feet and legs. This can also be quite strong in the early stages. Occasional hot or cold burning spots and heavy patches inside the feet and legs can also be felt, indicating blocked and or damaged areas. All these sensations are normal for this type of energetic development work. The degree of sensations felt indicate the degree of resistance to the energy being raised. Strong energy movement sensations are caused by larger than normal amounts of energy being forced through narrowed energy pathways and conduits. This overstimulates the nerves in the skin and surrounding tissue near the affected energy pathways. Strong energy movement resistance sensations should be ignored. If sensations become too strong for comfort, move on to the next exercise. If these sensations go way beyond acceptable comfort levels, immediately discontinue all exercises at least until the next day to give them a chance to settle down. Sensations will always be less the next time. Strong sensations are a good energetic sign, indicating good energy flow potential in affected areas. Sensations usually ease off gradually over 5 or 10 minutes, sometimes a little longer. Walking helps ease them. If only very mild sensations are felt, this can indicate that a good flow of energy already exists, producing significantly less resistance with reduced sensations. But if no sensations at all are felt, large blockages should be suspected, and extra work will be required to clear them. Actual physical pain is quite rare, but hot or cold or painful aching spots plus needle-like pains are not uncommon. These indicate particular types of energy blockages that normally reduce only gradually as they are cleared and conditioned to the greater energy flow. It is a good idea to take extra good care of your feet and hands, at least while doing these early exercises. I recommend that this become a habit for anyone doing serious, long-term energetic development. If you have difficulty getting foot energy moving, try soaking them in comfortably hot water, then scrubbing them with a nail brush, paying particular attention to the soles and heels. Scrub feet until they tingle slightly, then dry and rub some light body oil or cream into them. This extra attention will make you more aware of your feet, as the whole foot tingling sensation caused by this attention will last for some time. This can help with awareness targeting. The application of essential oils plus massage and reflexology techniques can also help activate and clear blocked energy structures in the feet. Leg work. Each leg sweep should take approximately 3 seconds for each pass up or down. This exercise is designed to stimulate the energy pathway, not to raise energy up through the leg, which is why awareness is brushed in both directions. Repeat this process for each of the following leg exercises. Use a wide brushing action on the front of each leg, one at a time. Scratch, rub, or stroke the whole leg pathway, if required, to help target and trace the pathway being worked on. Move awareness from the tips of toes over the top of foot and ankle, up shin to knee, and on up to the top of the hip joint on the front of each leg, one at a time. Stroke awareness steadily back and forth a dozen times or more each way. Repeat this on the back of each leg, one at a time, from heel to rear of hip joint, top of buttock, then back down again. Repeat this on outer sides of each leg, one at a time, paying attention and taking from the smallest toe with this exercise through outer side of the foot to heel to side of ankle, up to side of knee to top of outer hip joint, then back down again. Repeat this on inner legs, one at a time, from big toe through the inner side of the right foot to the inner through the inner side of the foot to the inner side of ankle to the inner knee to inner groin creases at the top of each leg, then back down again. Raise each energy with large sponging action through the whole of each leg, feeling all of the leg. Draw awareness from toes through ankle on up through the knee to the hip joint, then back down through the whole leg again. Try splitting awareness and doing the last exercise on both legs at once. Hand and arm work. The energy body also exchanges and draws energies into itself through the hands and arms. Rather than overcomplicating matters, it is best to think of these energies as being simply atmospheric, subtle energies, as opposed to the more earthly energies that flow into the feet and legs. The hands, like the feet, have a heavy concentration of energy ports in the palms and undersides of fingers. Finger work. The process for hand and finger stimulation is similar to that used with the feet, with minor differences. Some find it easier to do early finger and hand exercises if they look at each finger as they work on it. This is permissible, but please discontinue using your eyes for this purpose once the techniques are learned. The diagram for the hands show secondary centers at each of the phalanges or knuckle joints, going up to the 3 on each limb, 3 on each finger and thumb, for those who are offended at calling the thumb a finger. First, spread fingers slightly and use a narrow brushing action to stimulate the entire length of each finger on top. Work on one finger at a time and brush from fingertips to wrists for 30 seconds each, or until they begin to respond, and longer if you so choose. Turn hand over and repeat this with each finger on its underside. I'm pausing for a second. This is very difficult for me to read and not do simultaneously, just because the first time I read this book, I was practicing. So one thing I recommend is, as you are listening, which I'll leave in the description as well, as you're listening, make bookmarks. So when there's a certain exercise that interests you, that you feel like you have to work on, leave a bookmark at the beginning of that and at the end of that, so that you can return to it and also continue from where you left off. This way you can pause and do these exercises at your leisure, in your time, in your own time, and come back later to continue on with the rest of the book. That's exactly. I think that's the best way to take this book in, is to read and practice, which I'm having a hard time not doing, which is getting in the way of me flowing through reading. Use a wide brushing action as if you were using a large paintbrush, and simulate the backs of each hand, covering all fingers from tips to a few inches above the wrists, one hand at a time, for 30 seconds or more, even if they responded well earlier. Use a wide brushing action across all fingers from side to side, covering all fingers. Try splitting awareness and repeating the above on both hands at a time. Palm work. Palm work can cause intense energy movement sensations in the palms and fingers. These sensations usually reduce more rapidly than those in the feet. Repeat the same process you used with the sole of each foot on the palm of each hand, one at a time. First, use a tight, mobile, stirring action, moving this action about until you have covered the whole of the palm of each hand, including the undersides of all fingers. Use a wide brushing action back and forth from a few inches above the heel of hand to fingertips, covering the entire surface of palms and undersides of all fingers. Use a large sponging action through the whole of each hand from fingertips to above wrists. Try splitting awareness and stimulating both palms from above wrists to fingertips. Arm work. Move awareness back and forth from fingertips to shoulder 12 times in both directions for each of the following exercises. Take approximately 3 seconds over each upward arm sweep, and the same for each downward sweep. Along outer left arm, use a wide brushing action from fingertips along the back of hand to wrist, over forearm to elbow, over outer bicep to outer shoulder joint, back and forth. Repeat above on inner left arm from fingertips to palms, inner wrist, inner elbow to armpit. Repeat on whole left arm using sponging action, feeling all of your arm inside and out. Repeat all above exercises with right arm. Try splitting awareness and repeating with both arms at the same time. Quick reference guide. So I'm looking at a diagram. Well, it's split into two. So I don't know if I should explain this. Quick reference guide. There's two columns again. It's just breaking down the exercises. So I might skip this actually and move on. Yeah, I'm moving on. I'm moving on. That's too complicated. It's not. It's basically explaining everything that we just went over. So from the toes to the heels, toes, heels, ankles, knees, all this energy movements. So that's all it is. Going through fingers, hands, arms, palms, all this. So for reference, just go back to the beginning of the exercises. Energy bounce techniques. Fun. Energy bounce is a simple and effective awareness technique that helps to clear, redefine, and strengthen all energy pathways. Awareness resistance factor. When you move awareness rapidly through the energy body, you encounter natural energetic resistance. This feels like you are dragging your point of awareness through an almost liquid substance, which allows you to feel the substance of your own energy body. The bounce action creates a kind of ripple inside the energy body, causing energetic disruption, which forces energy to flow. This helps clear blockages and develops internal conduits. As an example, using a rapid sponging action, bounce your awareness up and down through your whole leg, through one of your legs, from foot to hip, feeling it moving in both directions, as with the earlier whole leg sponging exercise. Bounce from foot to hip and back rapidly and repeatedly. Your body awareness is capable of lightning movements and the flicking from one body part to another instantly, but not so when moving through the energy body in this way. Slowly increase the speed of the bounce action, and you will soon feel resistance. You will find there is a natural speed limit about half a second each way. If you move faster than this, your awareness will tend to lose contact with your energy body and start flicking from foot to hip and back while skipping the leg in between. Once this happens, you are no longer moving awareness through the energy body and are therefore no longer stimulating it. Bounce testing. Whatever part of your body you wish to bounce awareness through, first experiment with the speed, increasing the bounce frequency until resistance is encountered. Once this is felt, slow the speed a little until you are quickly and comfortably bouncing awareness through your body while retaining the feel of contact with it. This will be the correct speed for the bounce action of that area. Do not count or time this with a watch. Just feel the most comfortable speed for you in that area. Leg bounce. As above, take awareness through one or both legs from feet to hips. First test for resistance and find the correct frequency, then bounce repeatedly from feet to hips. You will quickly develop a natural rhythm and feel the slight dragging effect it has in your energy body. Energy movement sensations in the bounce area are usually quite mild. Continue bouncing for at least a minute or for as long as you wish. It's quite a pleasant sensation when you get used to it, and the bounce action quickly becomes almost automatic. Try splitting awareness and bouncing through both legs at the same time. Holding your legs together makes this last easier. Arm bounce. As above, bounce awareness through both arms one at a time, from fingertips to shoulders and back again repeatedly. First, test for the resistance and adjust bounce speed to suit. Try splitting awareness and bouncing through both arms at the same time. Spinal bounce. This is a wonderful technique if you suffer back tension or spinal pain. I have a few spinal injuries myself and find this very soothing and healing. Once you master the spinal bounce, you can set it in motion and use your mind for other things. Only a small part of your mind is required to keep the bounce action going in the background. This promotes physical relaxation, helps ease knots of tension in the spine, as well as gently stimulating the spinal roots of most primary centers. Awareness target the coccyx, the tailbone, at the base of the spine. Move awareness along the full length of your spine to the top of your head. Bounce awareness back and forth from the top to bottom, feeling it all the way. Increase speed and adjust frequency, then slow to a more comfortable rhythm, about half a second or so in each direction. Take care to breathe naturally while doing this. The spinal bounce action tends to interfere with natural breathing pattern. This can cause shallow breathing and intermittent breath holding. That is true. Full body bounce. The full body bounce takes awareness up and down through the entire body. This can be done from any position, but is best learned while lying down with arms raised above the head. Take awareness from both feet up through legs, torso, head, and arms, all the way to just above the fingertips. Bounce awareness back and forth from feet to fingertips. The bouncing rhythm should be fairly quick, about 1 or 2 seconds each way, but whatever feels most natural is best. Try to feel the whole of your body. Try to feel the whole body inside and out with each full body bounce. A variation of the above is with arms resting at your sides, where awareness is bounced from your feet to just above the top of your head. This is far more practical when sitting or standing. Keep in mind, after working so laboriously and painstakingly through your newly discovered energy body, that this is only the early training part. The new system, the NEW system, is very progressive, and once you learn it, large parts of your energy body will quickly begin responding to single awareness actions. The smaller parts of the stimulation exercises given so far quickly combine into larger and simpler whole limb stimulation and energy raising actions. Everything starts getting easier, faster, and more effective once this happens. Chapter 13, Raising Energy. Chapter 13, Raising Energy. Raising energy is an essential part of stimulating, developing, and empowering the higher functions of the energy body, including out-of-body projection. This makes use of many of the skills you have learned so far in this book. Feel energy raising actions as if you were drawing a large sponge up through each pair of limbs, as if you were sponging water up through them. Stay as physically relaxed as you can while doing these exercises, but don't worry if you tense up a little or tend to twitch a bit at times. A little physical tension will not interfere with this type of energy raising. In time, you'll learn how to do this while standing, walking, and even running. With all the coming energy raising exercises, if you cannot easily split awareness and work on 2 limbs at a time, work on 1 limb at a time. It is much more important to be able to raise energy through 1 limb than to be able to split awareness. The following techniques, though, will have to be modified to suit single limb energy raising actions. Do not worry if 1 leg or arm does not appear to respond well. Usually, one side of the body is more active and energetically responsive, and hence easier to draw energy through. Keep trying with the unresponsive side and continue trying to use arms and legs in pairs while doing these exercises. If 1 leg or arm is all you can feel, draw energy through it, but do not neglect its weaker partner. The weaker side always requires more development. A little extra time should be set aside for this during each training session. Regular stimulation slowly revitalizes inactive areas as energy pathways widen and are redesigned. Leg energy raising. There are 2 ways to raise energy into your body: with awareness alone, or with awareness aided by breathing. The basic techniques for raising energy with awareness alone are generally used as part of a full body circuit for raising energy to primary centers. They are also very useful when it is impractical to do anything more elaborate. For example, try this if you are tired and just want to raise some quick energy before falling asleep. Pre-stimulate feet using the techniques learned in the previous chapter. First, brush across all toes with a single action. Then use the whole foot sponging action, 1 at a time or both together. Continue with this until you feel some activity. Split awareness. It's optional. By reaching down and grabbing the energy in both feet with your awareness hands and pulling it upward with a deep sponging action. Sponge it up through the whole of both legs to hips, as if sponging water up through them. This action forces energy to flow to the feet and up through the legs. Take energy up through your thighs and over the front of your hips, skipping the groin area, letting it flow directly into your subnavel storage center from each side. The subnavel is midway between your belly button and pubic line and about 2 inches inside your body. This action does not have to be precise. The general feeling of raising and pushing energy into this area is all that is required. Develop a rhythmic drawing action, sweeping and sponging energy upward through your legs and into the storage center. Take 2 to 3 seconds over each upward sweep, or what feels most natural. At the end of each upward sweep, flick awareness back to your feet, ready to start over. If awareness does not split easily, use one leg at a time, alternating between them with each upward stroke. When you get a good flow of energy moving into your subnavel, you may feel a fluttering, bubbling sensation similar to stomach wind. This is a very good sign, indicating energy is successfully being raised, converted, and stored. The exact site of this sensation varies slightly from person to person, but is usually within an inch or two of the center. Arm energy raising. Energy can be raised through the arms as well as legs. The arms are normally only used as part of a full body circuit or for stimulating primary sensors, but can also be used on their own if you are sitting in a chair. Either hang your hands by your sides or rest them. Let me start that over. If you are sitting in a chair, either hang your hands by your sides or rest them palm upward in your lap. If you are lying down, hold your hands above the bed and with elbows resting on the surface of the bed. Alternatively, spread your arms wide and rest them on the bed. Any position will do for this purpose, and comfort is important. If you cannot split awareness easily, alternate arms and raise energy through them one at a time. Pre-stimulate both hands, then center awareness firmly in hands. Split awareness, which is optional, and draw energy through both hands, through the whole of both arms to the shoulders, and on up to the back of the neck. This is where it will join with the energy stream being raised through the spine, as part of a full body energy raising circuit. If this technique is being used on its own, take energy through the shoulders, down over the chest and stomach, and directly into the subnavel storage center. Use 2 to 3 second energy sweeps, flicking awareness back to hands and at the end of each arm sweep, ready to start on the next. This technique can be combined with breathing in by raising energy through the arms during the in breath and flicking awareness back to hands during the out breath, ready for the next in breath. Let me pause here. Okay, so this advice is going to be a little bit advanced for people who are already accustomed to meditation, doing techniques like this, or if you have gotten really good at it by the end of this book. When he says lay down and spread your arms wide and rest them on the bed, I think it's really good to put your palms down and fingertips touching the bed and pressing your heels slightly into the bed as well. What this will do is, when you get into the state where you feel you're ready to project, what you do is you press very subtly, like the same way he's describing raising energy and focusing on movement without moving. What you want to do is press without pressing into the bed, as if you are lifting yourself up. So I would say practice that a couple times. Practice pressing your palms down and your heels, which will automatically happen to sit yourself up. This makes things so much easier. And also where he says, draw energy up during the in breath and flick awareness back to hands during the out breath, ready for the next in breath. So breath lasts a lot longer than you'll be able to flicker. So instead, what I did to map my energy raising to the breathing technique, or to breathing, to my breathing in general, which I've actually gotten past that, where, let me describe it first. Instead of just focusing on flicking down on the out breath, I would say go up on the in breath and then go up again on the out breath. And this way you'll maximize the potential of the energy raising. The advanced version of this is during every in-breath, you raise it three to five times, as many times as you can, of course, based on your level, your speed, your own pace. And do the same thing on the out breath. So in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or in 1, 2, 3, out 1, 2, 3. In 1, 2, 3, out 1, 2, 3. Catch what I'm saying? This will really increase your gains, if you will. It'll be a very good work. So, continuing on. Full body circuits. Breathing creates a natural motion within body awareness, that of something flowing in and out of the body. This has a natural upward and downward, inward and outward motion to it. This motion is very useful when combined with awareness energy raising techniques. Breathing also provides energy raising actions with a natural rhythm. Arms and legs. The first step is to loosen up and pre-stimulate the energy structures of the feet, legs, hands, and arms. Repeat the above two sections on basic arm and leg energy raising as needed until you feel some energy movement sensations. If you feel nothing, continue with the following exercises anyway, as energy will still be drawn into and through your body even if you cannot feel anything. Two-part storage unit. First, here's a simple example to take arm and leg energy directly into the sub-navel storage center. This technique soon develops a natural rhythm that makes it very easy to do and soon becomes almost automatic. Feel free to vary the positions of your arms and legs to whatever feels most natural. This circuit can be done while sitting, lying down, standing, or even walking, but is best learned while lying down with arms spread wide above your head. 1. Pre-stimulate as needed, then center awareness firmly in both feet. 2. During the in-breath, raise energy up legs and flow into the subnavel. 3. Continue flowing energy into the subnavel in-breath until in-breath is finished. 4. When in-breath finishes, flick awareness instantly into both hands. 5. As out-breath starts, draw energy through the arms down the chest and into the subnavel. 6. Continue flowing energy into the subnavel until the out-breath is finished. 7. At the end of the out-breath, flick awareness back to the feet again. 8. Repeat steps 2 through 7 continuously, settling into a natural rhythm. 9. If awareness cannot be split, alternate arms and legs using one limb at a time. 10. In and out can be reversed if preferred. Take note of that. I'm going to pause here. As far as drawing the energy into the subnavel, using this technique with the out breath or the in breath, whichever you prefer, is actually really effective. Raising energy through major centers afterward, if that's what you would like. That's the technique that I described before, raising up. Another thing that I do is like a toroidal form, which kind of does go back down the middle line and fills the body. So it's like drawing in, like from the feet, starting at the feet, going up, and then so when I say going up the feet, I mean like up on the outer, like closer to the surface of the skin, and then on the downward track, what I would do is it would be like pouring energy down to the feet and letting it fill back up again, if you can imagine what that would be like. But in this case, the energy will be felt on the internal portions of the body. So deeply inside the limbs and the torso and all of this. Which of course it can be focused up the middle line, spine, etc. Full body storage circuit. The full body circuit combines awareness energy raising with breathing, as with the above technique, but covers the whole body with one continual flow of energy rather than two separate flows. This stimulates the majority of energy conduits, pathways, and energy centers in the body, including the primary energy centers. A full body circuit should be done, if possible, for 10 to 15 minutes per day to gain significant development benefits from it. This can also be split into smaller sessions, and even a minute per session is valuable. Once learned, this technique can be used to make better use of free waiting and traveling time. There is no limit to the length of time this can or should be practiced. The more often, the better. If this technique is done for just a few minutes before falling asleep, the extra energy raised increases the vividness of dreams and lucid dreams. This empowers all subtle and dream bodies, thus making conscious exit projection easier to do and to remember. The energy raising action used in the full body circuit can be fairly wide. It does not have to be narrowed to just the spine. Allow it to spread out as energy is raised up through your back and down over your front, narrowing it just before it flows into your subnavel. Use slow, deep, natural breathing. Pre-stimulate feet and hands and bounce awareness through your body for a few times before beginning the full body circuit. The full body circuit can be done in any position, but is best learned while lying on your back with arms resting comfortably at sides. During the downward sweep over the head, the energy is best taken into the mouth and down the throat, and then out onto the upper chest as it continues moving down toward the subnavel. Otherwise, the throat area will be skipped as awareness passes over the face and chin, and it contains important centers that should be stimulated. It helps if the tongue is rolled back and held gently against the roof of the mouth during the full body circuit. Taking energy into the mouth can be omitted entirely if this is found to be too difficult or too distracting. In this case, simply take energy down over the face and chest, skipping the mouth entirely. The mouth part of the full body circuit should not be forgotten. Added at a later time when you are more comfortable with it. 1. Pre-stimulate as needed and center awareness firmly in both feet. During the in-breath, 2. During the in-breath, raise energy up the legs and through the back. 3. Raise energy through arms as awareness passes where hands are resting. This is optional. 4. Continue raising energy up the neck to the top of the head. 5. Hold awareness in the top of your head and accumulate it there until the in-breath is complete. 6. As the out-breath starts, sweep energy over your face, into your mouth, throat, and chest to the subnavel. 7. Continue flowing energy into the subnavel until you complete the out-breath. 8. At the end of the out-breath, flick awareness back to the feet, ready for the next in-breath. 9. Repeat steps 2 through 8 while settling into a natural rhythm. 10. If you cannot split awareness, alternate and use one limb at a time. 11. In and out can be reversed if preferred. Joining arms into full body circuit. Once you are comfortable with the above circuit, join your arms into the energy flow. This increases overall energy flow as well as drawing in different types of energies through your hands. During the above full body circuit, as your upward moving awareness passes your hands, draw energy through the hands and up arms as well. Raise arm energy in line with the rest of your energy from this point onward in one fluid upward sweep. Feel your arm energy joining into the spinal energy flowing through the back of your neck. Smoothly continue this awareness action up into the crown center. Continue with the full body circuit as given above. The only change is the addition of hands and arm energy into the flow with each upward sweep on the in-breath. Everything else stays the same. Using the arms, plural, with the full body circuit should be considered optional. It can be omitted if you have difficulty with it or find that this addition makes it too complicated. It is more important to have some kind of full body energy circuit that you can use than to slavishly follow every step of these techniques. Just do the best you can. None of the awareness actions used with these energy raising techniques need to be precise. A roughly approximate feeling of moving energy from one place to another in your body is quite good enough. You'll get better with practice. If you cannot easily split awareness, raise energy up alternate sides of the body, taking energy up one leg and arm to crown, and continuing as normal. With each new in-breath, change the side being used, first left, then right, etc. Energy flow and effort. As I have mentioned, a deeply relaxed physical state usually is not required for learning the new system. Effort can thus be put into the energy-raising actions without breaking any delicate mental state. The amount of energy that can be raised is greatly affected by the application of will. This is particularly useful when there are low background energy conditions, or for times when a greater energy flow is needed. Example, for clearing stubborn, unresponsive, and blocked areas with brute awareness force. Apart from clearing blockages for normal development, I strongly recommend that only a normal level of effort be used. This is not only easier, but is far more natural. It will encourage more even and robust development of the energy body as a whole. Too great an effort can cause too rapid expansion and growth in certain areas, which can make developing energetic structures far too delicate to be of much practical use. Forced development through excessive effort grows large, but what does it say? Apologize. I think it says but weak. But weak, temporary, and unstable energetic pathways. These will retract back to their original narrowed state very quickly, maybe even smaller than before, if not nurtured gently during development. Using too strong energy-raising efforts to unblock damaged or depleted structures within the energy body can cause continuing energy demands and a high energy usage far in excess of the amount of energy raised. This can result in temporary physical exhaustion. Often, more energy is used to repair blockages than is actually being raised and stored, thus causing a temporary energy deficit. This can also cause noticeable energy movement sensations that continue for some time after energy raising actions have been discontinued. This is quite normal and often unavoidable. Energy movement sensations. I would like to make one thing very clear. Strong energy movement sensations are primarily caused by resistance within the energy body, natural resistance to an increased flow of energy through blocked or narrow energy centers and circuitry. Many people, during the early ages of development, will feel some very, very strong energy movement sensations indeed. These sensations fluctuate, gradually reducing in severity as the energy body develops to handle increased energy flow. The energy, when it responds in the early stages, will most commonly cause a surging, bubbling, rushing water sensation. This is especially strong and noticeable in the shins and thighs. These can be quite intense and even breathtaking at times. You may also feel strong, bone-deep tingling sensations that appear to come from deep inside the marrow of the bones. Many of my volunteers have reported that they have fallen out of their chairs and been unable to stand for a while because surging energy movement sensations in their legs have been so strong. Several peculiar energy movement sensations, often very strong, can be caused by the new system. It is fairly normal, while stimulating the feet, legs, hands, and arms, to feel extremely strong buzzing and tingling sensations within them. These sensations will fade slowly with regular use and development, reducing to a warm and comfortable, gently tingling energy flow. Levels of sensation can also be affected by other factors, such as the condition of the physical body and the strength and availability of free energy, which fluctuates daily and varies from one place to another. Common sensations: tingling, tickling, buzzing, and vibrating in the soles of feet and toes. Rushing water sensation up legs and arms. Bone deep tingling inside hands, feet, legs, and arms. Tingling, energetic body rush, feeling of arms, legs, and spine. Muscular spasming and twitching. Cobweb-like tickling, like ants crawling all over you. Localized stinging and prickling sensations. Aching, cold, or hot spots, especially in soles and palms. And last, muscular cramps. Keep in mind that heavy energy movement sensations always reduce as the energy body develops. Masters of energy raising with highly developed energy bodies feel only a gentle tingling warmth as massive amounts of energy are drawn into their bodies. Look upon the lessening of energy movement sensations as signs of real progress in energy body development. Side effects. The new system, especially in the early stages, will occasionally cause temporary swellings, lumps, rashes, and even small watery blisters. In my opinion, this is caused by narrowed energy pathways having far greater than normal amounts of energy forced through them. This seems to overload some of the nerves and nerve endings of the physical body, temporarily affecting surrounding soft tissue and skin and causing these side effects. If you get any of these symptoms, treat them as you would any normal swelling, rash, or blister. Consult your medical doctor if they worry you. Energy rashes and blisters usually sting and itch quite noticeably when energy is drawn through them. These will heal very quickly if you continue regular development exercises, usually within a day or two, and will often disappear completely overnight. If your energy body does not respond at all, even after weeks of regular effort, I advise you to have a full medical checkup by a qualified medical doctor. Energy blockages of this magnitude are not a good health indicator. This can indicate early disease conditions that have not yet become symptomatic. As early diagnosis of most medical conditions is paramount to their successful treatment, this can be an extremely valuable side benefit of energy work. Awareness, momentum. After repeating any energy-raising action several times, you will find it develops a tendency to continue on its own accord. Awareness actions thus often continue after you have stopped consciously doing them. I call this effect awareness momentum. It seems to be caused by a kind of energy body memory taking over, which shows just how easily these techniques can be learned. Continuing energetic demands. After an energy blockage has been cleared, the energy body will often continue flowing energy through newly cleared areas. Energy movement sensations may thus continue to be experienced for some time after stimulation actions have ceased. Energy blockages will also often clear themselves spontaneously in response to earlier energetic development exercises. This can happen at any time of the day or night, which can cause energy movement sensations to begin spontaneously for no apparent reason. Energy center spin. Primary energy centers are non-physical vortexes of energy that look to clairvoyant sight like spinning wheels of multicolored light. Although secondary centers cannot so easily be observed, it is logical to suggest They may have similar attributes. The natural direction in which a center is spinning can often be felt with the stirring awareness action. If you feel resistance while stirring an energy center, try reversing the direction of that action. If the new direction feels easier and more natural, or has a more positive effect, there's a good chance that center works better being stimulated in that way. Pause here. What he's saying is, for your major chakras, if you will, rotate them, and if it feels uncomfortable, first off, rotate them individually to see which way feels best, and then condition it so that it continues on its own in the direction of your choice, and go one by one. Etheric wrap. Etheric wrap is a versatile and useful technique. Hold on, pause for a second. Also, in the Eastern philosophy, it's said that what they would do to keep chakras turning is to place a god in them, basically. So they assign different gods to different chakras, and these gods are traditionally known to do this thing or that thing, which basically makes it easier to place them in said energy centers and cause them or make them turn the wheels for you, is a theory behind them. And it doesn't matter if that's what they truly do or if that's a relatively new thing. Either way, if you create a personality and assign it a duty, assign it a job, then you can still do it. You can come up with your own thing, your own themes to create continual motion within these wheels. That goes along with mantras, mudras, and symbols. Doesn't matter. Okay, continuing on. Etheric wrap. Etheric wrap is a versatile and useful technique for clearing blockages and restoring damaged parts of the energy body. Areas that are unresponsive tingle noticeably, feel heavy, or sting, or buzz, or burn, or act in any way different from the rest of your body, usually indicate some kind of blockage, depletion, or damage. These areas need more attention to repair and restore them. When you draw or bounce awareness through your body, you may also come upon areas that feel heavier or lighter, or fuzzier or thicker, or that provide more or less resistance to awareness actions. These sensations indicate those areas need extra work to clear them. Use a wide wrapping action over the damaged area. Imagine you have an endless white bandage of pure energy flowing from your awareness hands. Feel this bandage of energy flowing directly into the damaged area as you wrap it. Feel the substance of your energy flowing with this bandage. This action is to be varied to suit the size and position of the area being worked on. Etheric wrap is useful for getting inactive areas working. For example, if you want to etheric wrap a leg, awareness target your foot and begin wrapping from the toes up, as if you were carefully wrapping an overlapping energy bandage around it. Feel your energy flowing into that area, into the foot, through your awareness hands. Continue wrapping up over the foot, over the ankle, and on up the leg, all the way to the hip. Take your time over this and be careful to overlap the wrapping action all the way. Repeat this as many times as required, as this exercise cannot be overdone. Note that some energy blockages will not show up for some time. Many will only become apparent after energetic development work has become a regular practice, as the energy body becomes more energy sensitive and the energy demands increase. Daily energy raising time. There is no limit as to how much energy raising can or should be done, as long as this is taken only into the subnaval storage center. The more often energy is raised, the more energy will be stored, and the more energy will be available for physical, bioenergetic, and pure energetic purposes. It is far more beneficial for long-term energetic development to raise energy gently and slowly and for longer periods of time than it is to raise large amounts of energy in short bursts only. Rushing developments creates fragile energetic structures that have little practical use, as they tend to break down when put under pressure. Chapter 14, Stimulating Primary Energy Centers. What have the primary energy centers, or major chakras, to do with projection? Well, just as the new secondary system conditions the energy body and helps prepare it for conscious exit projection, so does a little work on the primary circuit. With conscious exit projection, energy is simply everything. During an OBE, the entire energy body, including all the primary centers, become active and contributes energetically toward the generation, projection, and maintenance of the projected double. Some people, those having plenty of natural ability, may not need what is given in this chapter, but experience has taught me that OBE training and preparation should be tackled in the same way as any other psychic ability. If standard energetic development procedures are applied to OBE training, results are far easier to obtain. Using today's visualization-based methods, successfully stimulating and developing the primary energy centers or major chakras can take many years. The new techniques, successful primary center activation. Wait, this is something. I feel like I just missed the page. Right there. The new techniques make successful primary center activation possible even in the very early stages of development. Because of this, I urge you to be careful when using these techniques on the primary centers. The new techniques are far more effective than are the more obtuse visualization-based methods commonly taught. You may have heard a lot of hype about the dangers of primary energy center work and kundalini energy. I believe this comes from a lack of understanding of the energy body and how its energy center structures work. While there are some potentially adverse side effects, the primary energy centers and the kundalini are not energetic time bombs waiting to go off should you accidentally touch the wrong energetic button or wire inside your own energy body. If primary energy center development work is undertaken with care, respect, and intelligence, there is very little to worry about. Triggering a full raising of the kundalini takes enormous preparation, effort, and self-discipline over an extended period of time. I do not believe this could happen accidentally or through simple experimentation while using the energetic development system given in this book. You may come across a few accounts telling the experience of some very special people where kundalini is reputed to have spontaneously arisen in response to their intellectual and spiritual development. Cases like this are rare and in the extreme. I would hazard an educated guess that the chances against this happening to the average person undertaking normal levels of energetic development will be more than 1,000,000 to 1. Let me pause here because my meditation techniques are very, very intense because I had gotten used to the energy movement for a long time, and I used it for even just physical endurance. Like I would run until my body burned, and then I would hit myself with a burst of energy and run even longer, and then when my legs burned even more, I would do it again and again and again and again, and trying to maximize how many times I could do it to accessing deeper levels of endurance and strength. And skipping over the effects of that, I use some of those techniques during my energy raising meditations, which did kind of expedite Kundalini awakening effects, which Dan Winter described as feeling like a hot poker. He described a hot poker at the base of the spine, not the base of the spine at the top, but the tailbone. But for me, I experienced a hot poker at the back of my neck, which caused immense levels of pain. It felt very, very, very interesting. What an interesting moment that was, followed by even more strange dreams where I was lucid, but in the house. So I think I might have partially popped out of body, and my memory between my dream and my projected double, if you will, mixed, which was very strange. So yeah, I would say if you aren't doing anything intense, you don't have anything to worry about. As you progress, though, it can get a little bit strange. So be mindful of yourself, and it's okay. It's okay, you know. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy the spiritual journey, if you will, because things are bound to happen. Just don't give in to the feeling of eeriness that comes from some of these realms and realities. Just go along with it. If I had a teacher, I would have hoped that they would tell me that, because it's very easy to fall into the mindset of fear when you're in a strange place or strange things are happening, like, and they feel extremely real. You just have to follow your instinct while also not succumbing to the ideas of the modern interpretations of religious folks. So, that being said, continuing on. Working on primary centers is only one step above working on their supporting secondary centers. Raising energy and stimulating primary energy centers is very simple. You have already learned all the skills required. There is, however, quite a bit more to learn about the primary centers before any serious work on them. I didn't expect that sentence to flow that way. They are far more complex and powerful than the secondary centers and must be treated with great respect. Make no mistake about it. Mistreating the primary centers can be dangerous physically, emotionally, mentally, and psychically. I think we already went over physically. Psychically. I have given several cautions and warnings within these pages, and strongly advise these to be carefully heeded. To me, primary centers are the major energetic organs of the energy body. When observed clairvoyantly, these may look like simple wheels or vortexes of multicolored light, but in reality, these are extraordinary complex energetic structures. They are always active to some extent, even if not perceived as active. They are an integral part of all bioenergetic and pure energetic functions of the human energy body. For the purposes of training and development, however, I think these are best thought of as being simply primary energetic transformers. Many types of raw energies are collected through the energy exchange ports and channeled throughout the secondary system, where these energies are conditioned. These energies are then either used for bioenergetic life processes, fed into storage areas, or channeled into primary energy centers. The primary centers transform these into energies with higher pure energetic values as set by current energetic demands. Other than the crown and brow centers, which are directly attached to parts of the brain, primary centers have their roots within the spine. These are also attached or energetically related to major organs, glands, and nerve ganglia, and are linked with each other and interconnected with the rest of the energy body's supporting circuitry. The complete energetic structure of the human energy body is as complex as its biological nervous system. One more thing before I continue. There are conflicting opinions over the number and placement of the primary centers, or chakras. My own hands-on research agrees in these matters with the Hindu science of Tantra. For further reading, reading on the more esoteric intricacies of chakras, according to Hindu Tantra, I recommend the excellent book by Harish Johari, Chakras, Energy Centers of Transformation. That is, Chakras, Energy Centers of Transformation by Harish Johari. That's HARISHJOHARI, if you want to look that book up. Which I'm gonna have to, maybe. Yeah, it's not that complicated, so I don't know if I have to really. The primary centers. For energetic stimulation purposes, primary energy centers are best imagined as circular energy vortexes roughly the size of the palm of your hand, except for the navel and crown centers, which are larger. Base center, Base center, center point between anus and genitals, perineum. That would be like the root chakra, I suppose. Oh, actually, not really. The base center has its roots in the base of the spine, but the center of its external vortex is best thought of as flowering between the anus and the genitals. This is the area that is generally worked on. It may seem as if it would be difficult to simulate because of its location, but in practice this area is quite easy to work on. Genital center, center point in genitals, male and female. Navel center, center point in navel or belly button. Solar plexus site, center point in solar plexus. According to the Hindu science of Tantra, the solar plexus area does not contain a separate primary energy center per se, but is related to and connected with the larger navel center below it. My hands-on exploration of the primary centers supports this view. There is, however, most definitely a large, important, and fairly sensitive energetic structure at this site. It feels and behaves like other primary centers when worked on, and if successfully stimulated, produces similar energetic sensations. The larger size of the navel center may be part of the problem. People may simply be working on and stimulating the higher parts of the larger navel center when the navel center is stimulated. It often causes, my bad, that's a new sentence. People may simply be working on and stimulating the higher parts of the larger navel center. When the navel center is stimulated, it often causes a throbbing sensation in the solar plexus just above it. Parts of the heart center, when stimulated, can also cause chakra-like sensations in the solar plexus. The sub-heart storage center, quite active in most, is situated in the upper region of the solar plexus. Regardless, I suggest the solar plexus be treated for all intents and purposes as a primary energy center. I have therefore included the solar plexus as a primary energy stimulation site, while not listing it as a primary energy center per se. Heart center, center point in heart. Throat center, center point in base of throat. Brow center, center point in middle of forehead between brow ridges. Crown center, center point in middle of crown, meaning the top of your head, or some would put it like where your hair spirals. The crown center is much larger than the other primary centers. With its entire support structure, when it is fully active, it flowers and covers the whole top of the head and hairline. All awareness actions on the crown center should therefore be much larger to reflect this greater size. All energy centers, primary and secondary, are connected with and represented in the crown center and its support structure. The crown center can be likened to being the central energetic brain of the energy body. This bears the same relationship to the energy body as does the physical brain to its physical body. starting with primary centers. Beginning work on the primary circuit is a significant step forward in energetic development, especially with the very effective new techniques given in this book. I do not recommend serious primary center development work be undertaken to any great extent until the new secondary system given earlier has been practiced for at least 3 months. The energy body must first become used to the secondary system and be given time to stabilize. All heavy energy movement sensations as caused by the new system should be given time to reduce before primary centers are worked on. A great variety of potential problems can be avoided simply by conditioning the energy body first. This will make the energy body more robust and responsive, while generally increasing conscious control over energetic flow through hands-on experience. The lighter secondary energetic circuitry powers the heavier duty primary energetic circuitry. The secondary and tertiary circuits need exercising, developing, and conditioning before primary circuit work can safely and effectively be done. At the very least, I suggest that new secondary work be concentrated on regularly, preferably daily, for a few weeks before any serious primary center work is done. The timing is, of course, up to the individual. Some early experimentation with primary centers, say during OBE attempts, will rarely cause any problems. However, if problems occur, or if you have difficulty getting primary centers working, please return to the secondary system and spend more time on it. Continue until you can progress onto the primary circuit with more confidence. Stimulation notes. In the beginning, you may have to spend several minutes stimulating each primary center. You may also find in the early stages that some primary centers seem not to be responding well. This is normal. It is unusual to find people with no primary center response at all, especially if they have worked successfully with the secondary system. As with the secondaries, primary centers become progressively more awareness sensitive and hence easier to work with. For training purposes, you will not need a deep level of relaxation or the trance state, but a slightly deeper level of relaxation than that used for secondary work is recommended. Primary center work is more effective when done during the trance state, as the energy body is naturally more active then. If you have trouble stimulating primary centers, use the full relaxation and trance techniques before each session of primary center work. The techniques for stimulating primary energy centers, stirring, brushing, tearing, and wrapping, are the same as those used with secondary energy centers. The actions should be slightly larger to reflect the greater size of the primary centers. Adapt these as you see fit and vary the size of each action to what feels the most natural and effective. Try to feel primary center awareness stimulation action that's penetrating a couple inches inside the body as you use them. Just as with secondary energy centers, scratch, rub, stroke, or brush the sites of primary centers as needed to highlight and target them with body awareness. Do away with this type of manual targeting as soon as you can. The large whole limb sponging awareness action is used to raise energy up through the legs to the base center. This same action is also used to raise energy up to and through all of the primary centers as if sponging liquid energy up through the body. With all primary centers, cease stimulation actions as soon as energetic sensations are felt. There is no need to overdo primary center stimulation, especially for the purposes of projection training. Overstimulation can cause a great many problems. Once the center starts to stiffen, cramp, throb, pulse, buzz, tingle, bubble, or feel warm or cool, consider that center active and move on. Overstimulation of primary centers is unwise, especially during the early days of primary center work. Excuse me one base center is the most important primary center to stimulate during early exercise. Unless the base center is sufficiently stimulated, energy may not flow strongly enough into the higher centers to enable any noticeable activation. I suggest that more time be spent on the base center than on any other, unless noticeable energetic sensations are felt therein. An apparently inactive base center will not stop the activation of higher centers. Okay. If you can successfully activate even one of the higher centers, then energy is definitely flowing through the base center. I recommend that the genital center not be stimulated or used at all. This center is extremely sensitive and can be somewhat volatile. If the new system techniques are applied to it, this center can become unstable and cause a great many problems. It is intimately linked with the powerful sexual energy structures within the groin and genitals of both males and females. If this center is activated, even accidentally, it can create conditions that can make it difficult to continue with further development exercises at that time, for obvious reasons. However, do not worry if you occasionally feel some mildly erotic sensations coming from this center during these exercises. Sometimes this cannot be avoided. Sometimes this cannot be avoided, and it will not usually interfere with further primary center work at that time, nor cause any serious or ongoing problems. Primary center stimulation process. This process can be done while sitting or lying down, but I recommend that the sitting position be used while learning it. Try both positions and use what works best for you. Run through the relaxation exercises once, then clear your mind with the breath awareness technique, see chapter 15, until you are well settled. You do not need to be in the trance state. Alternatively, close your eyes and settle yourself while taking 10 long, slow breaths before beginning. Let me pause here. I didn't fart. That was my chair. I'm leaning back in my chair. My floor is not a carpet. Okay. Use a full body circuit for a few minutes before beginning primary center stimulation. In particular, make sure you spend a little time stimulating the whole of both feet and both hands before starting. They will be providing the majority of the energy raised and used during these exercises, and it helps if you have them energetically ready. Base center. Raise and sponge energy from feet to base center repeatedly using a deep sponging action up through the whole of both legs. Alternatively, one leg at a time if you cannot split awareness. After several upward leg sweeps, use the stirring, then brushing, then tearing actions on the base center one at a time. Continue stimulation for several minutes, alternating awareness actions or until energy sensations are felt. When energy sensations are felt, or if nothing is felt after several minutes, continue with the next stage. Genital center. Raise and sponge energy from feet to base center again. Smoothly take energy up through the base center, sponging energy up through the genital center and on up to the navel center. Again, direct stimulation is not advised. If taking energy up through the genital center causes sexual arousal or any other problems, avoid this center entirely by taking the energy around it. Loop it under the genital center, taking it through your body and directly to the navel center on the surface of the stomach. Adapt this to what feels most natural and comfortable. Navel center. Raise and sponge energy from feet to base center again. Smoothly take energy upward through the base, through or under the genital center, and on up to the navel center. Stimulate the navel center with the 3 stimulation actions. The navel center is larger than the other lower centers, so work on an area at least double in size for the best effect. Continue stimulation for several minutes or until you feel energy sensations. When you feel sensations, or if you feel nothing after several minutes, continue to the next stage. Solar plexus stimulation site. Raise and sponge energy from feet to base to genitals to navel and smoothly on up to the solar plexus stimulation site. Stimulate the solar plexus site with the 3 actions. Continue stimulation for several minutes or until energy sensations are felt. When you feel sensations, or if you feel nothing after several minutes, move on to the next stage. Heart center. I could probably skip all of these actually. All he's saying is for each of these, for your groin area or genital area and navel center, raise from feet to there, and then stimulate those parts, stimulate those energy centers. Or skip the genitals altogether and go straight to the navel and stimulate that, raising energy to it while also doing the brushing, throwing action, or whichever one works for you. And then it goes and does the same thing for the solar plexus, same thing for the heart center, same thing for the throat center, same thing for the brow center. But I'm going to jump from throat to brow center. Raise and sponge energy from feet to base to genitals to navel to solar plexus to heart to throat, and smoothly on up to the brow center. Stimulate the brow center with the 3 stimulation actions. Feel these actions as penetrating inside your forehead. Try not to let your forehead or eyes tense up as you do this. Continue stimulation for several minutes, alternating between all the above techniques if necessary, or until energy sensations are felt. When you feel sensations, or if you feel nothing after several minutes, continue to the next stage. When the brow center reaches a normal level of activity, a pulsing, throbbing sensation will usually be felt in the middle of the brow. Cease stimulation as soon as this is felt. And then extra brow stimulation. If no activity is felt in the brow center after doing the above, or if a high-level projection attempt is to be made, the following will provide extra stimulation. Use a deep stirring action on the left and right temples for 20 seconds or so on each, stimulating the 2 large secondary centers there. Then bounce awareness smoothly from temple to temple through the center of your head for another 20 seconds or so. Use a wrapping action around the entire forehead as if wrapping a bandage around the circumference of your head a dozen times or so. Then use a brushing action across the entire forehead from temple to temple. Finally, use the brushing action up and down from the tip of your nose to just above your hairline a dozen times each way. That time I farted. The above process can be repeated several times for high-level projection attempts, but it's not advisable for regular stimulation sessions done for development purposes. Overdoing brow center stimulation can cause brow center pain, headaches, and a plethora of other physical, mental, and psychic problems. Same thing for the crown. Raise through all other energy centers smoothly. Says larger actions are required for stimulating the crown center and its support structure. Start by using a wide brushing action as if painting the whole top of your head with a large paintbrush in all directions, covering the surface above the hairline. Next, use a stirring action that covers the whole top of the head. Finish by using large tearing actions as if repeatedly tearing apart a large, round, flat loaf of bread that is covering the whole top of the head. Feel all these actions penetrating inside your head. Try not to let your head, brow, or eyes tense up while doing this. Alternate these actions and continue stimulation for several minutes or until energy sensations are felt. When you feel sensations, or if you feel nothing after several minutes, cease work and continue to the next exercise. As with the brow center, do not overdo crown center stimulation. You will usually feel stronger sensations in some primary energy centers than others. Spend a little more time on inactive centers than on active centers to promote more even energetic balance and development. Active primary centers showing noticeable signs of activity should be left alone. Okay, pause here. So I did say this in another video. So when he says try not to tense your brow, your eyebrows, your forehead, scalp. Well, I'm adding scalp actually. Because after a while, at this point, that's a good stretch. At this point, you might already be able to tell when you are keeping tension in your scalp and in your face. So while you're doing this, I highly recommend letting it go. And I mean just that, like literally letting it go. If you need help reducing tension in your scalp, I also recommend, just as he's recommended breaking a bagel with your awareness techniques, use untying a lace. So visualize a lace that's tied into bunny ears and pull from each end and untie it. Watch it unravel into a straight line, and do that over and over again while at the same time letting go. You want to be able to let go. The knot that's in the lace is the knot that you are holding together, that you are tensing yourself with. So do that as many times as you need to relax. Continuing on. Continuing primary stimulation. Once you have completed the above primary center stimulation exercises, it helps if you keep some energy flowing gently through all these centers. You do not need to repeat the above process to do this. Using an upward sponging awareness action from the feet, sponge energy smoothly upward through all the primary centers to the crown center in one long sweep. Then flick awareness back to your feet again. Move your awareness through all the primary centers during the upward sponging action. Do not sponge downward, just flick awareness back to feet and then at the end of each upward sponging action. Alternatively, this action can be done from the base of the crown center only, as long as your legs are providing a reasonable flow of energy. These two methods can be alternated for variety. Additional energy can also be drawn into the body through the hands and arms with this process, but this should be considered optional, as most people find this addition difficult. Try both methods and see what works best for you. Repeat this action gently and continually for as long as is required. Another good way to raise energy through all primary centers is to use the smoke rings induction technique. See chapter 17. The full body secondary circuit can also be used here with good effect, as can the two-part energy raising and storage circuit. See chapter 13. Do not overdo or use too much effort with any of the above methods, as gently and steadily really is the best way to work on the primary circuit. Stimulation exercises can be returned to at any time during any exercise or practice during requiring energy usage to increase energetic flow whenever needed. Let me pause here. In case he doesn't talk about it later, the prior techniques where he's talking about going from the genitals, the navel, the solar plexus, the heart, the throat, and brow and crown. I think it really helps if you look at any chakra system. This is what I did. This was years ago. This is what I did. So when I would raise energy from my feet to groin, I would visualize red and put the energy there. And then I would go red, orange, yellow, green, light blue, indigo, and then purple, violet, whatever. But I would do this at each stage, so that way I was differentiating my target area. Try it. It will help. Even if you don't believe in the whole color scheme, if you need help, look at just type in 7 chakras or whatever. Even though in this case, I think he's using 8. Technically. Even though the navel and the solar plexus he's considering as 1. Primary center breathing circuit. The whole idea of the primary breathing circuit is to raise energy upward into the primary circuit to provide continuous stimulation of all centers with a steady, gentle flow of energy. Raising energy upward through the whole body tends to interfere with the natural breathing rhythm. You will often find yourself breathing in and holding the breath as you raise energy upward through your body. Breathing can thus be used with good effect to enhance energy-raising actions. Following is a very simple breathing circuit that not only enhances energy raising, but also regulates the breathing pattern. Breathe naturally at all times during the circuit and avoid shallow, stilted breathing. 1. Center awareness in feet at the start of the in-breath. 2. During the in-breath, sponge energy up legs through all primary centers to the crown center. 3. Draw through arms as energy passes where hands are resting. It's optional. Which basically means that 2 and 3 are the same. It's just adding the arms if you would like to. 4. Hold awareness center and crown center until the in-breath is completed. 5. At the end of each in-breath, flick awareness to feet and hold, ready for next in-breath. 6. Repeat steps 1 through 5 continuously for as long as required. So let me add, when he's talking about flicking, he's saying don't pull your energy or your awareness back down to your feet slowly. We're past the stimulation phase. So right now this is energy raising. So what you're doing is you are going from your foot, drawing up to the top of your head, and then immediately starting at the foot again and drawing up to the top of the head. For those who are good at visualization, to add to this, what you would want to do is every time you draw up, you visualize yourself glowing brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter continually, in whatever color you choose. In the beginning, development session times. In the beginning, when primary center work is first undertaken, development sessions will tend to be fairly lengthy affairs. Just as with learning the new secondary system, primary center work takes a little time to learn and do well. With a little regular practice, the time necessary to accomplish this will significantly reduce. Primary center simulation work can then be included in regular development sessions. This can be incorporated as part of the full body circuit, using the new secondary system with a little primary center stimulation being done before starting the full body circuit. The length of time the primaries are stimulated depends greatly on the type and level of development sought after, but I suggest that this level of work not be overdone. Once the techniques are learned, a half-hour session each day is quite adequate for most developmental purposes. Any more than this is overdoing things and could cause problems to arise. Primary center sensations. Primary center sensations can be quite strong and variable depending on their natural state, the level of activity, and the amount of energy flowing through them. Active primary centers can affect nerves, muscles, and surrounding flesh in many peculiar ways. Strong energetic movement in a primary center can cause the flesh around it to twitch, pulse, and or throb quite noticeably. These sensations can often be felt with the fingertips, showing that they are real, not just subjective sensations. The condition of the secondary and tertiary supportive structures of the energy body play a huge part in this type of level of primary center activity that can occur. If you experience uncomfortable or painful primary center activity or no activity at all, please return to and spend more time on the new secondary system, especially the full body storage circuit, as this will help alleviate these problems. Regular work on the secondary system should not be stopped just because you have begun to work on the primary circuit. You should always use the full body circuit as the mainstay for all energetic development practices. Most common energetic sensations: localized heaviness, pressure, throbbing, pulsing, fluttering, cramping, heaviness, tightness, tingling, buzzing, hot, cold sensation. It would seem logical that the heavier the energetic sensation, the more active the energy center. This is partly true, but overly strong or uncomfortable sensations are fair indicators of energy blockages and malfunctioning parts of primary energy centers and of their supporting energetic structures. Typically, a primary energy center at a normal level of functioning will cause a fairly noticeable localized throbbing and pulsing sensation and a steady feeling of pressure. Speed and heaviness of this throbbing will vary according to the energetic demands being placed on the center. Subprimary centers, however, will be found to cause some fairly predictable sensations during development exercises or projection attempts, and thus deserve special mention here. Base center. Working this center will often cause a bruised, buzzing kind of aching feeling. This may last for a few days after it has first been successfully activated, and seldom any longer. This sensation will eventually settle down to a steady and comfortable throbbing. On that note, base center stimulation exercises may appear to intrude slightly into the lower genital area because of the proximity of the genitals to the base center. This will not generally cause any problems as long as awareness is focused specifically on the base center. It's quite normal to feel slight tingling, or buzzing sensations in the genitals, even verging a little on the erotic side while working on the base center. This is quite normal and is no cause for alarm. It will not usually cause any problems as long as awareness is not allowed to drift into and become locked into the genital area, a definite no-no for the serious aspirant. Navel center. A generally comfortable, warm, throbbing, and pulsing around the belly button, extending a few inches all around it, is normal for this center. You may also feel a fluttering, bubbling, gassy feeling of movement inside the stomach, between the belly button and the pubic line, and a few inches either side of there. This odd bubbling sensation is related to the workings of the subnaval storage center, which, although a separate energetic organ, is also related to the energetic workings of all primary centers, especially the lower ones. Solar plexus stimulation site. This site can generate a feeling of pressure, tension, and even anxiety, and the feeling you are not getting enough oxygen. Move on to the next stage of the exercises, breathing slowly and deeply, and this sensation will usually pass fairly quickly. If this plagues you, however, reduce the amount of time you spend stimulating this area, or even skip it entirely if this persists. This is more commonly felt the first few times it is successfully stimulated into full activity and will generally pass if development exercises are practiced regularly. Heart center. Heart center sensations can be extremely visceral and hence are the most worrying and difficult of all to ignore. Normal heart center activity feels like a throbbing in the flesh and ribs in the surface of the chest, much like the heavy heartbeat you get after exertion, but on the surface of the chest and without any shortness of breath. Anything more than this is unusual for normal development exercises. Heavy sensations can occur, though especially if a spontaneous OBE or near OBE occurs. This will often happen during primary center development work, especially during the trance state. These potential extra heavy sensations are thus well worth a special mention here. Heavy heart center sensations are at their very strongest during the exit stage of an OBE. This occurs as the projectable double is internally generated as well as during its projection. Extreme heart center sensations associated with projection indicate unavoidable energetic conflicts caused by the presence of an awake mind during the projection process. The heart can feel like it is racing, sometimes at a seemingly impossible rate. It is not the actual physical heart racing, however, but the heart center. The heart center works overtime to provide the greater amount of energy required for a conscious exit OBE to occur. The heart center causes these heavy sensations, which makes it feel like the physical heart itself is racing. If you hook yourself up to a heart monitor during a conscious OBE exit, you will find your heart rate increases only slightly and that this increase is mainly due to excitement. A racing heart center will not hurt or damage you at all, but it takes quite some time getting used to, I must admit. The heart center, when fully active, especially during an OBE exit, feels something like this. Place one hand on your chest with your fingertips resting over your heart. Tap your fingertips on your chest, roughly in time with a normal heartbeat. Thud, 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 thud. Increase this rate until you are thudding on your chest as fast and as hard as your fingers can move. Add some really heavy full body vibrations and a continual falling sensation and some really strange noises, and this is something like how the heart center may feel during a conscious exit projection. Be warned and be ready to accept and weather these heart center sensations during your first successful projection attempt. If you are not fully prepared for these, they will cause you to panic and shock you out of your first real projection success. On the brighter side, heavy heart center sensations always reduce during subsequent projection attempts, albeit very slowly. Let me pause here. So the heart thing actually feels awesome. It feels amazing. The thing that will really, really get under your skin is after breathing for a certain amount of time, during your conscious exit projection, you may stop breathing. That is a weird thing. Now, you may think that this is like there's a chance that you could die, but in reality, what happens is because you breathe so much, your blood is actually oxygenated. Check out what's his name? The magician, the illusionist, the guy who does these practical things. I can't remember his name. I keep actual occultists keep popping up in my head. Well, he does a thing where he submerges himself in water without oxygen for an extended period of time. And he actually comes out and he says that the way he does that is by breathing until he oxygenates his blood. And what that feels like, it feels like you are are intoxicated to a degree. Like you took something, you took some type of substance, and it'll feel like light. You'll feel like a light tingling sensation along your limbs, your veins, and all this. You'll feel a certain. You'll feel lightheaded. If you get this going, don't worry about it. That is the hardest thing to adjust to. if you if you just wait, I'm pretty sure your body will start to breathe again for you. It's just so awkward that it can scare you back into your body and force you to start breathing. But if you get better and better at this, I'm pretty sure that you'll be able to control your breathing while at the same time projecting. But honestly, oxygenating the blood and doing whatever it is you want to do could be much more beneficial, just because you won't be distracted as much by having to breathe, or the fear of not breathing. Throat center. When active, the pressure and throbbing of the throat center can sometimes cause mild but uncomfortable choking sensations and even shortness of breath, as if something were touching and pressing against a windpipe. This is partly caused by the sensitive area this center is in, but also can be tied in with strong heart center activity. These sensations are mainly felt during early successful stimulation attempts during the trance state. If you bear with them, they will ease off gradually in response to regular energetic development work. If, however, choking sensations continue to disrupt development exercises and projection attempts, either reduce the amount of time spent on this center or skip it entirely. In fact, any primary centers that cause sensations that are too uncomfortable or painful should be worked on very lightly or skipped entirely until the sensations reduce. Brow and crown centers. You will usually feel pressure and throbbing in the brow center during stimulation and development exercises. This is quite normal. These sensations can be very strong and noticeable in some people. Strong brow center pressure sensations will usually be felt at some time during the course of long-term energetic development, especially if dormant psychic abilities are present. You will feel pressure as either localized in the middle of the forehead, as if someone were pressing a thumb hard into it, or as a tight band around the circumference of your head at the brow level. This last feels as if a wide leather belt were tied around the head and being slowly tightened by an invisible sadist. If the crown center is also involved, this pressure may also involve the entire top of the skull above the hairline. Brow and crown center pressure can be uncomfortable, even painful at times, but is generally sporadic. It will not happen every time. Strong pressure is a fairly common sign of development and can aptly be thought of as energetic growing pains. If headache or migraine result from this pressure, treat this as you would normally. Please see a medical doctor if pain persists. Ice packs and hot water bottles alternated usually ease this type of pressure pain. The strobe effect. The strobe effect is my term for an occasional energetic visual phenomenon that can happen at any time during normal meditation or sleep as a delayed side effect of energy development. A sudden flash of stunningly bright silver white light is seen behind closed eyes in the middle of the mind's eye, usually accompanied by a slight feeling of concussion over the whole brow and facial area, as if from an open-handed blow. The wide area over which this painless slap is felt involves the support structure in the face. The support structure in the face. The strobe feels something like it would if a powerful camera flash were set off at very close range while the eyes were open, but without hurting the eyes. Many people have contacted me over the years extremely worried, believing they were under some kind of entity attack because they had experienced the strobe effect. They often break off energetic development because of this. But this phenomenon is caused solely by the brow center as it strobes accumulated energy upward into the crown center. This effect is strongly related to clairvoyance and is a strong indicator that clairvoyant potential is present. Being an energy clairvoyant myself, I am all too familiar with this effect. The strobe effect marks the beginning of the energetic creation of the vision screen, which forms the visual backdrop that holds the vision stream. The vision stream is the flood of vivid mind's eye vision seen by an energy clairvoyant. Energy clairvoyance is my term for visual mind's eye clairvoyance, brought about through pure energetic stimulations during the trance state. One of the most basic functions of primary energy centers is their ability to accumulate energy, acting much like subtle energy capacitors. Once a primary center's energy accumulation reaches a certain point, it strobes its accumulated energy upward into higher centers. The strobe flash activates surrounding energetic structures and forges many new energetic connections, which allows for a much stronger, higher quality energetic flow. This enables the higher functions of primary centers. An example in the case of the brow center, clairvoyance, and other psychic abilities. Temporary energetic connections and structures dissolve when the energy centers responsible for their creation become energetically exhausted. With the brow center, unlike all other centers, the strobe effect is extremely visible in the mind's eye. I consider this similar to how the electronic condenser in a camera flash works. When the brow center achieves a full charge, it strobes powerfully once. If the energetic flow permits, the brow center will strobe several more times. The energetic creation of the vision screen used for energy clairvoyance, however, takes a slightly stronger and more stable energetic flow than nature usually provides for. If the energetic flow is stable enough to maintain the full energy clairvoyance process, a few seconds after the first initial strobes, the brow... If the energetic flow is stable enough to maintain the full energy clairvoyance process, a few seconds after the first initial strobes, the brow center will begin strobing regularly every few seconds. Okay, he's missing a comma, that's all. Oh, that didn't read right. What am I doing? Okay, this will quickly increase in frequency to about quarter-second intervals, speeding up to a continual blurring strobe. The vision screen will then begin to form in the mind's eye. The vision screen looks very much like an oval mirror. Yep. Imagine one about 2 feet high and 1 foot wide, hanging at arm's length in front of you in your mind's eye, bordered by dense, dark gray smoke. Yep. The surface of the vision screen is made up of very pale gray textured smoke. Its surface moves and swirls slightly, with occasional sparks and flashes of light coming from within it. On this backdrop, energy flow permitting, you see a stream of brilliant 3D visions, often with full sound and color. Clairvoyance operators eventually learn to manipulate their vision screen and mentally tune into areas of interest. They even shift out of their bodies and enter the vision screen and experience visions firsthand, which can be likened to a powerfully Akashic record type of OBE. The creation of the vision screen from the first strobe to its formation is absolutely fascinating to watch. The strobe effect is completely natural, energetically speaking. It simply means the brow center in question is better developed than average, or has stronger natural potential. The strobe effect will never cause any harm and is a very good sign if you are planning to develop any type of psychic ability. It also indicates a strong potential for developing high-level projection abilities. Okay, let me pause here and give you some pointers on the screen that he's talking about, and also the silver strobes, the strobe lights. So, once this smoky silver light starts to speed up, and it's kind of like obfuscate the darkness in front of your mind's eye vision, if you will. The trick to turning it into a screen, if you're having a hard time getting that, or if it doesn't occur, is to visualize the silver strobe, or the smoky substance. Visualize it forming a circle. So with your own intention, turn it into a circle, and then stare deep into it, and then it'll, like, images will start appearing inside of it. It's crazy. It's so weird. It's such a weird feeling. Like, I don't even know how to. And I haven't done it in a while. I fell off after I experienced certain things, but it's about time for me to get back into it. I just have to. As I'm reading this book, I am practicing along with you. So don't worry, I'm getting right back into it. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun. Since, my spiritual escapades ain't going to be bothering anybody. Body rush sensations. While doing secondary or primary center development work, it is fairly normal to experience periodic tingling, adrenaline type rushes up through the body, especially through the back and spine. These tingling body rushes are caused by energy movement resulting from secondary and primary centers generating pulsing waves of energy up through the body. These are not to be mistaken for kundalini type energy spikes. Kundalini energy spikes are far heavier, often uncomfortably hot, and come with a fairly strong cramping sensation in the anus, perineum, coccyx, colon, and lower spine. These sensations are generally localized to the lower half of the spine. Normal energetic body rush surges can be triggered by many things, including energy-raising efforts that release significant blockages, as well as by emotional upsurges. These can be likened to the surging, tingling waves of energetic feeling caused by uplifting music. Okay, hold on a second, because I have to point this out as well. So, one thing about this, he described the awkward feeling of this kind of energy movement. You'll notice once you get better at it, it'll start to feel, man, that's going to sound weird, but Dan Winter talks about it too, and this is, it tickles at the base of your spine, at the bottom of your, at the tip of your tailbone, it tickles. And the tip of your tailbone is right there by your anus. So it's going to feel a bit funny. For those who can't put away male pride, what's going to happen is you're going to have a hard time. Women are going to have an easy time because they don't have to deal with thinking about the implication of these sensations. But for a guy, you're going to have this experience, and it's going to stop you from raising the energy, letting the energy flow properly from that point of your spine upward. So what will happen is it'll be like the tap is going to start to flow, meaning that the sensations are going to be fluidly moving, but due to the awkward sensation, you're going to probably instinctively turn it off. And so I'm advising you, don't turn it off. Make sure that it raises up as high as you can get it and continue to do it. And that hot sensation, it will go from there, and it'll stop wherever it is that you have blockages. So you have to make sure that you clear these blockages, even if they are psychosomatic blockages. You want to make sure to get even that out of the way, meaning self-imposed blockages, where discomfort, confusion, fear even, is keeping you from taking it the rest of the way. Which is why I think I got the hot feeling in the back of my neck, which was very, very painful. You want this energy to flow properly. If it stops, you can have anywhere from nerve twitching, which I did have between my shoulder blade and spine on both sides, but more strongly on the left side, that can leave dark marks that will fade away after a few moments. They'll fade away once the twitching calms down. And I've actually shown people this, and it's a confusing thing because it's not something you can go to the hospital for, because this is all from energy movement and improper technique, and possibly also definitely added with anxiety, depression, things like that. But to fix it, what you have to do is open it up, roll your shoulders or whatever, and allow it to flow. Anytime you clamp down on the energy at any point, you're going to create these uncomfortable spots that will feel like a finger pressing into the spot or a nerve twitch, and it's very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable. It's almost like the feeling of not so much just pressing from the surface or just pressing from below, but two fingers meeting at the middle, and it's awkward because it doesn't feel like either up or down relative to the surface of your skin. Very awkward, very awkward. Please heed my warning and work at it. Body rush sensations. Let me see. Is this where I was? Let me see. Right. All right. Okay. Energetic waves affect nerve endings in the physical body, particularly in the spine and back muscles. This causes the tingling, surging, adrenaline-type body rush sensations. These can be quite strong, even breathtaking at times, but are normal. However, if these energy rushes are felt as particularly strong and cramping, and are felt shooting up through the lower part of the spine and stomach, and if burning heat or cold pain are felt, stimulation should be stopped immediately. These sensations indicate premature kundalini activity. If any symptoms cause worry or continue to be a problem, I suggest you stop primary center work and use only the secondary system. Probably also good advice. The new secondary system is much gentler, safer, and more predictable than primary center work. It has far fewer side effects and is a much gentler system overall. You can return to primary center work later. If you suspect that a kundalini spike has occurred, I would suggest that you take at least a 3-month break from all primary center work to give the energy body time to adapt. Development exercises can then safely resume. Now, pause here. Me being a rebel, I guess, or me being so pioneering, I guess, I'm over here like, no, I gotta push further. I gotta see what happens. And I was nearly fearless. You know what I mean? Just like I really wanted to keep it going. So, and not only that, like I said, I've already had experience with these things. So, like from childhood. So, I'm just like, yeah, this is okay. For example, one of the things that can happen naturally, if you're a natural, you probably wake up where your breath has a flavor to it. It's like this electrical flavor to it. And I can't explain that. There's like a flavor, like an airy flavor at the back of your throat. And it feels like a cloud is in front of your face and you're inhaling it. And it'll probably feel like if you turn to the side, you can get out of it. You turn to the side again, try to breathe, get different air, and it just doesn't change. That is a very interesting thing that I don't know what that is, but I know that it has something to do with my dreaming ability, and it may be cerebrospinal fluid related, which is also kundalini related. So just based on the flavor, which has a kind of fishy flavor to it. So reducing primary center activity. After any type of energetic work involving the primary center, after any type of energetic work involving the primary center, it is traditionally thought to be very important to close all energy centers that have been opened, that is stimulated. This is illogical and ineffectual. No localized awareness action and no visualized action either will be found to cause an energy center vortex or chakra to reduce activity, deactivate, or close. A visualized stimulation action, commonly called a chakra opening or closing action, will only affect the energy body if it is localized to the site of a primary energy center. It thus becomes a type of body awareness action, albeit a fairly obtuse one. Experience has taught me that no matter how an awareness or visualized action is performed at the site of an energy center, if it has any effect at all, it will cause further stimulation. I consider it illogical to think that any reverse action will succeed in shutting down or closing an energy center once it has become active. This is, in principle, there's that comma, this is, in principle, a lot like fanning a spark into a flame with a stimulation technique and then trying to make this flame go out by fanning it from a different direction. Whatever the technique used, opening and closing methods both involve a similar localized action at the site of a primary center. Primary energy centers, or chakras, are complex non-physical organs, each with many subtle bioenergetic and pure energetic functions. They should not be likened to simple mechanical devices that can be opened and closed. Primary energy centers are not just like little doorways that can be opened and shut with good intentions and a little visualization. Some people may dispute this, being convinced energy centers must be deliberately closed. Be that as it may, my logic is based on solid first-hand experience. Energy centers simply cannot be deactivated or closed in this way. Those who believe they have succeeded at doing this will find that their actions are merely coincidental with their supposed result. The energy centers in question would have been deactivating on their own anyway. In most cases, primary centers begin deactivating the moment relaxation and trance disciplines are broken and normal levels of physical and mental activity are restored. The best way to deactivate energy centers is to leave them alone and stop using them. Energy centers will also cease activity when the energy body becomes energetically exhausted. This can happen when the energetic support structures in the energy body become exhausted and are rendered incapable of supplying the energies necessary to support energetic activity. If no significant continuing energetic activity is felt in primary energy centers after a development session, they should be left alone. An attempt should be made to reduce activity in them only if continuing energetic sensations are pronounced or uncomfortable. Following is a list of ways to reduce activity in the energy body. Combinations of these actions will, under normal circumstances, significantly reduce energetic activity in the primary centers. Okay, this is the list. Reverse energy raising actions in the legs and arms, dumping energy. Stop focusing awareness on the energy body and its primary energy centers. Break physical and mental relaxation disciplines. Move, stand, talk, stretch, and restore full circulation and movement. Curl up and go to sleep if this is appropriate. Hug a hot water bottle into an uncomfortably overactive center, then go to sleep. Alternate the above hot water bottle with an ice pack. Vigorously rub or slap hands, arms, and legs to draw awareness away from primaries. Walk, jog, swim, do aerobics, physical exercise can help. Take a shower or two, ice cold if necessary. Avoid any type of energetic exercise or practice until all activity has ceased. When all else fails, eat and keep eating until all unwanted sensations cease. I've had a few cases where my primary centers have refused to deactivate for some days after stimulation. This problem can arise when severely depleted parts of the energy body suddenly have their energy flow restored. A strong continuing energetic demand can thus continue long after stimulation and energy raising efforts have ceased. If this ever happens, and this is quite rare, I might make use of all the above listed ways of reducing primary center activity. I suggest that alcohol and recreational drugs be avoided and meditation and energetic practice be curtailed. I suggest you concentrate on normal physical life and activity until the problem corrects itself, as it always will. The general rule with any type of energetic problem is to take an energetic break for as long as necessary. In the worst case I have ever come across, it took almost a month before energetic activity stopped altogether. This consisted mainly of pulsing and fluttering in brow and heart centers, along with frequent adrenaline-type energetic body rushes. This problem slowly eased and eventually disappeared. Note, this person also has a serious eating disorder, was fairly hyper, and was steadily losing weight at this time, and against my advice continued to diet all throughout this episode. I think the diet factor significantly contributes to the overall energetic problems and the lengthy time this condition took to stabilize. I have found that the fastest way of slowing energetic activity is to eat large amounts of heavy food, especially heavy protein. This is an excellent short-term solution, but long-term use will obviously cause weight gain. Digesting a heavy meal takes a great deal of energy. After a heavy meal, the energy body diverts its resources into bioenergetic digestion processes. The energy body virtually shuts down when the stomach is overloaded. A large meal thus uses up all available energy, leaving nothing to support pure energetic activity. For this reason, any energetic or development related work, even simple meditation, can be a waste of time if undertaken within an hour or two of a heavy meal. This is one of the most common problems presented to me, where energetic development exercises have seemed ineffective. A light meal or even temporary abstinence is recommended before development exercises. If you have problems getting your energy body to respond to any of the exercises given in this book, going on a low-fat or low-protein diet for a couple of weeks or a similar diet can make all the difference. Let me pause here to add a technique for faster digestion and energy distribution. So by now you should have learned the stimulation techniques, which means by now you should also be able to feel certain organs very clearly, especially your stomach, since it's very commonly used by everyone. Like if you eat, you use your stomach. If you drink, you use your stomach, okay? So you should be able to feel that space. So I would say that if you eat heavy meals, even light meals, if you want to digest more quickly, then what you would do is you would focus your awareness into your stomach and create or visualize even a fire. Create like a feeling of heat, intensify it, and then spread it into your limbs. That includes your head. You want to spread it from there into your arms, into your legs, into your neck and head. You want to spread it out, and you keep doing that. And if you want to, I would say like I'm doing it now to get the full thing. You're sitting in the chair with a good posture, kind of like tense up at your stomach, and when you breathe in, breathe like, imagine it like a furnace, feel it like a furnace, and burn up the food, where you'll be able to feel where the food is. So just heat it up. And what I would recommend is to intensify it is to take a deep breath, hold it in, and how do you explain that? I'm going to do a video on digestion. That'll help instead of explaining it here, because that's actually becoming more complicated. Because this is a show and tell thing. I can't just say it. Potential negative side effects. While conceivably some risks are involved with primary center work, I consider it quite safe to undertake at the levels given within this book, provided all procedures are followed and cautions are duly heeded. The main problems that can arise from primary center work, apart from those already discussed, are dealt with below. The incidences of serious problems are rare. Other contributing factors, apart from energetic development, are almost always involved. Out of the hundreds of people who have consulted with me on energetic development, in person and through the internet, only a small handful have developed what could be deemed as serious problems. In all cases, I have found outside factors. In all cases, I have found outside factors have been contributing to or causing these problems. Any problems that can arise through primary center work can easily be overcome if they are recognized early and handled with a little common sense. Premature kundalini. While raising the kundalini is an extraordinarily difficult thing to do, it can be very worrying if kundalini energy begins manifesting prematurely. The body and mind must be energetically, mentally, and physically prepared to handle this level of energetic movement. Normally, it takes several years of mental, energetic, and spiritual development and purification before it can be done with reasonable safety. A small number of people will, however, occasionally feel symptoms of kundalini energy stirring when they undertake serious energetic development of the primary circuit. This can result in spikes of energy shooting up through the lower spine, often accompanied by stinging and cramping sensations. This is not to be mistaken for the normal, often breathtaking, adrenaline-type energetic rushes through the base, center, and spine associated with normal levels of secondary and primary energy movement. These energetic body rushes are completely normal symptoms for that type of development work. In more than 2 decades of personal energetic development work, because of my need to find my own way in these matters, that's what does it, I have experienced and lived through just about every stupid mistake and foolhardy blunder it is possible to make. Through experience, I have found that no matter how bad the mistake or how severe its effects, it can be overcome. Taking a complete break from all energetic work, including meditation and concentrating on real-life physical matters, is the very best way to alleviate problems and undo mistakes of this nature. I agree. For example, in the late 80s, when I first raised my kundalini, it almost killed me, quite literally. My body experienced severe physical shock. Once I had recovered from that, the resulting onslaught of energies and impressions at work within and around me began unbalancing. Once I recovered from that, the resulting onslaught of energies and impressions at work within and around me began unbalancing me in many subtle ways. I was fully aware of what was happening and why, but also intuitively knew the cure. I shut down everything for just over 1 year, apart from gentle meditation and prayer, and concentrated solely on my physical life, family, work, health, and intellectual pursuits. I kept my feet firmly planted on the ground at all times until my energy body and perceptions were completely stable again. Once I was totally satisfied that everything inside was functioning normally again, I returned to my energetic and mystical practices. I found, after my energetic holiday, that everything inside worked beautifully once more. Much better than before, in fact. There was no recurrence of my problem, nor has there been for the last decade. Mental and emotional imbalance. In cases where I have come across psychological or emotional problems that appear to have been caused by energetic development, other contributing factors have always been present. Upon investigation, I usually find that suggested procedures are being modified and cautions ignored. Either that or pre-existing mental or emotional instabilities are at work, causing or contributing to the overall problem, or usually both. Because of this, I strongly recommend that people with pre-existing weaknesses and instabilities in these areas think very carefully about this. These factors must always be considered before any type of serious energetic development, especially primary circuit work, is undertaken. If in doubt, please seek the opinion of a qualified therapist or medical doctor. If energetic development is undertaken regardless, I suggest that the new system be practiced on its own for at least 1 year, or until such time as it is felt that primary center work can be undertaken with confidence. It is quite possible to cause mental or psychic instabilities if the brow or crown centers are overworked or if they are worked on to the exclusion of the other development exercises. In the same way, too much work on the heart center can cause emotional problems to manifest. These same problems can also arise if my warnings are ignored and the sub-brow or sub-heart storage centers are actively filled. No matter how often or how firmly I warn people about these dangers, they often think they know best and do it their own way regardless. While I can relate to this attitude, please understand that the warnings and cautions given in this book are very carefully thought out. They are not given lightly and are based on hard first-hand experience and have been given for very good reason. Heeding my advice on these matters will help avoid many unpleasant side effects, mistakes, and potential problems. This in itself will greatly speed overall development time. In many cases, where cautions are not heeded, problems will not arise immediately, but the conditions that allow potential problems to manifest have been created. A problem may thus arise later or occur intermittently. I said it right the first time. Intermittently, especially if unwise energetic practices are continued. Most people who have ignored cautions and then come to me for help fully believe they could safely take shortcuts to psychic abilities. This was something they wanted at any cost, without having to bother about all that seemingly time-wasting and boring old development stuff. More often than not, these people paid a steep price for their lack of foresight through slowed or indefinitely suspended development. Breaking the rules here may gain a person some quick temporary psychic abilities, but at what price, I ask? At what price? Mental, psychic, and emotional instabilities are no laughing matter. These can have devastating effects on all aspects of life. A good example came my way recently. A young man emailed me about some advice I'd given in one of my very early online tutorials published on the internet several years ago. Not to overwork the brow and crown centers during primary center development work. He said that after reading this caution, he had worked exclusively on his crown and brow centers for almost a month, just to see what would happen. He was most annoyed that nothing had happened, while I was most relieved. This type of reckless behavior totally defies logic and common sense. Another common reason for defying my cautions, I have found, is that people take advice based on people's experience gained through using ineffective visualization-based methods. Because of the powerful nature of the new system's awareness-based techniques, anyone not fully experienced with them in the long term is a totally unfit advisor, no matter what their background or experience. I say this without reservation. There are right ways and wrong ways to do just about everything, and this saying particularly applies to the many aspects of the energetic and psychic development. The development exercises given within these pages nurture psychic abilities in a safe and totally natural way. If these exercises are regularly practiced and not overdone, all warnings and cautions are duly heeded, and if a little common sense is applied as required, any latent psychic abilities will soon rise to the surface. These can then be used and nurtured safely and naturally, one small step being taken at a time. There are no safe ways to rush these matters. Increased sexual desire. It is fairly well known today that primary center energy work has the potential to cause a plethora of energetic problems, of which greatly increased sexual desire is probably the most well known. This fairly rare genital center problem is more related to kundalini energy than to normal levels of primary or secondary energetic activity. This is a potential problem, only something to be aware of but not overly concerned about. As with all potential energetic development problems, this is a common sense matter. It is easy to spot the signs and rectify matters before they can grow into serious problems. Increased sexual desire can potentially become a problem with the new primary center manipulation and development techniques given in this book, mainly because of the very effective nature of the techniques used. Barring accident, however, deliberate misuse and sexual energy experimentation are the biggest causes for this type of problem. Problems normally will arise only if the genital center is deliberately focused on and actively stimulated. Body awareness can thus become locked into the genital center. It can then be very difficult to shift the focus of body awareness away from that area. If this is allowed to continue, it will not usually cause any lasting damage or harm, barring sexual and energetic exhaustion, of course. The solution is to quickly move body awareness and move on to the next exercise. If, however, body awareness tends to keep flicking back into the genital area of its own accord, discontinue the session immediately. Break relaxation discipline and use the deactivation measures given earlier. Clapping hands and stamping feet are also good ways of forcing body awareness away from the genital centers. If all else fails, a cold shower will normally do the trick. The ultimate cure for this malady probably is standing in a bucket of ice water, with both hands also submerged in ice water. I need a bucket that big. How do you stand in a bucket where your hands are actually in it? Like, what kind of bucket is this? Where is it? Where do they have buckets like this in Australia? What kind of bucket is this? This is a silo? Anyway, chakra wonder workers. There are people in the world today advertising their services under many different titles as energetic masters capable of opening primary energy centers or chakras for other people. This service usually has a steep price attached to it, often thousands of dollars. They claim to have high levels of knowledge and ability, and that once chakras have been opened by them, psychic powers will be enabled in the recipient of their services. They claim they can save people many years of boring old development work. They offer a quick fix and an easy shortcut for a price. Without exception, these people are frauds and charlatans, more interested in opening people's bank accounts than in opening their chakras, which they cannot truly do anyway. Well, not to overload people, but let's not get there. Activating a person's primary energy centers from the outside, often from a great distance, simply cannot be done. People like this, if they have any ability at all, may be able to cause a few energetic sensations in other people's primary centers, but in person only. Yeah, for real. In person only. By raising and directing energy into them. If at all possible, this will be a simple energetic transfer similar to healing. However, this will not have the intended long-lasting effect on that recipient's primary energy centers. The people receiving this, he uses the word persons, and I don't like it. The people receiving this energy will feel no more by way of energetic sensations and gain no more benefit from it than they would get by raising their own energy and stimulating their own primary centers. It should be fairly clear by now that primary centers are not simply little mechanical devices that can be opened and shut with a few waves of a magic wand and some good intentions. Barring accident or natural ability, primary centers have to be nurtured out of dormancy and their supporting energetic structures developed and strengthened. This must be done in a balanced way or the energy body will become unbalanced, which can cause serious problems. The development of the energy body and its primary centers takes time, as long as it needs to take. Shortcuts and quick fixes are neither wise nor advisable. Part 3. Core skills. Part 2, New Energy Ways, and Part 3, Core Skills, contain a comprehensive series of carefully structured training units that teach the necessary skills for developing projection-related abilities. If you find yourself getting bogged down, you may wish to skip ahead to other parts and return to the training units afterward. Please keep in mind, however, that some terminology and techniques discussed and used in later parts relate to contents of Part 2 and 3. The glossary at the rear of this book may help. Chapter 15, Deep Physical Relaxation. Chapter 15, Deep Deep physical relaxation. The first big hurdle faced by projectors is deep physical relaxation. This essential skill needs to be thoroughly learned. I cannot stress it strongly enough. With the thousands of projection-related problems I have dealt with over the years, in person and on the internet, one skill area stands way out in front as causing the majority of problems. Deep physical relaxation, or rather, the lack of it. Everyone seems to rush through learning this most important of all core skills to get on with the seemingly more interesting stuff. Many people seem to think that because they can stay awake long enough to attain some level of trance, they must therefore be physically relaxed enough. Wrong. It is quite possible to achieve the trance state without having a deep enough level of physical relaxation to create the conditions that allow conscious exit projection. The trance state means that your physical body is asleep while your mind is still awake, but your body can still contain significant physical tension and muscular knots, even when fast asleep or in the trance state. A tense trance state does not allow the proper generation of the projectable double. It simply will not generate in areas containing physical tension. This can result in partial or even painful semi-projections and a great deal of frustration. Deep physical relaxation is the foundation on which everything else rests. Without it, conscious exit projection becomes extremely difficult, if not impossible. If you do not thoroughly learn this valuable skill, you will waste an enormous amount of time and effort trying to project before you are ready, only to fail every attempt right on the brink of the exit. More time and effort must be spent learning deep physical relaxation than with any other skill. It is that important. Relaxation improves with time and practice. It is very important to develop effective relaxation skills and good relaxation habits in the early days of development. Deep physical relaxation is quite easy to achieve if you go about it in the right way and practice regularly. Posture and comfort. Before you begin using the deep physical relaxation system, coming up soon, please make sure you are not overtired. A sleep deficit can be a real problem, interfering with your ability to stay awake during the coming exercises, especially if you do them lying down, which I do not advise. The value of these exercises will be greatly reduced if natural tiredness is allowed to interfere with the deliberate relaxation process. I suggest that these exercises be done when you are wide awake and well rested. I also suggest that you do not practice these exercises immediately after a heavy meal, as this will tend to promote sleep rather than deep physical relaxation. If simple relaxation is a problem, bathing before starting these exercises can be a great help, especially in a hot mineral salts bath. Wear loose, comfortable clothing and have bare feet or loose socks, depending on the local temperature. Start by sitting in a comfortable armchair with good back, neck, and arm support, and with a pillow under your feet. This pillow is necessary because when the physical body relaxes to a very deep level, supporting muscles in the feet tend to relax and expose bones, reducing circulation and causing distracting discomfort. If an armchair is not an option, use whatever is available. Even a dining chair can be substituted, although more attention must be paid to finding the perfect balance point for your head. It is possible to use a bed, but falling asleep can be a big problem. If you must use a bed, lie on your back and hold your forearms vertical above the bed, with elbows resting on the surface of the bed. This will help prevent you from falling asleep. Good posture helps a great deal with deep physical relaxation. Do not allow yourself to slump in the chair. If you start with good posture, your body will stay well balanced. If your posture is not good, your muscles deeply relax. Your body will sag. This can cause discomfort in the spine and joints, as well as circulation problems, all of which will interfere with relaxation. Put pillows behind your lower back and neck as necessary to make sure you are not sagging. The head must be balanced and not be allowed to sag to the back or front or to one side. Close your eyes and let your head and neck relax. Move your head back and forth slowly, as you will find there is an exact balance point between where it falls either way through gravity. This balance point is the perfect position for your head. If you have a pillow behind your neck, it is permissible to let it fall slightly back into the pillow. A balanced head position has the added benefit of keeping you awake, as if you drowse, your head will tend to fall onto your chest or to the side and so wake you up. Once you have some practice at balancing your body and working on deep physical relaxation, you can use anything, even a hard-backed wooden dining chair. If you have balance, you can relax to a very deep level anywhere and anytime and in virtually any situation. Relaxing muscle groups. I have kept the deep physical relaxation exercises here as simple as possible. All that is required is to progressively tense and relax opposing groups of muscles. If you already know a full body relaxation discipline, you can adapt it to this one, making sure all muscle groups are covered. Warning: proceed slowly and gently with these exercises when you first start using them. It is very easy to strain little used muscles and tendons with any system using opposing muscle groups, especially neck muscles. If in any doubt about your ability to do these exercises safely, please consult with your medical doctor or physical therapist first. With all these exercises, pay particular attention to the relaxation part at the end of it. Allow your muscles to sink and droop and totally relax after tensing. In the early stages of relaxation training, I suggest that this system be practiced repeatedly until a whole body feeling of cozy, warm heaviness is achieved. Near enough is not good enough when it comes to deep physical relaxation for OBE. Practicing this thoroughly will save you a great deal of time and effort later, and will make projection much easier. This system, as with any other, will become quicker and more effective the more often it is used. With regular practice, a deep level of physical relaxation can be achieved in only a few minutes. Full body stretch. Do this standing up or lying down before settling yourself to begin the following exercises. Take a long, deep breath while stretching your arms and legs and arching your back and neck. Stretch yourself right out as if very tired and having a full yawning stretch. 10 breaths. Sit comfortably and get ready to begin. Close your eyes and relax for a minute or two, letting yourself settle down. When you are ready, take 10 long deep breaths, filling your lungs each time, then emptying them all the way out. Feel the tension draining out of your body every time you breathe out. Imagine a white cloud of sparkling energy is entering your body with each in-breath. Imagine this entering your nose and moving through your nasal passages, throat, and down into filling your lungs. Imagine a dark cloud of tension is leaving your body with each long out-breath. Take your time over this. After the 10 breaths and throughout all the following exercises, if you can, keep a small part of your mind focused on your breathing, feeling it entering and leaving your body. This will help keep your mind clear, which aids deep physical relaxation enormously. Feet and calves. Stretch back all toes and tense both feet and calves at the same time for 5 seconds, then relax them. Curl toes downward and repeat. Tensing both feet and calves and then relaxing them. Thighs. Tense both thighs for 5 seconds, then relax them. Press down with both heels and tense them again, then relax again. Hips and buttocks. Push buttocks backward into the chair and tense them. Hold this for 5 seconds, then relax them. Rock hips forward slowly and tense for 5 seconds, then relax them. Entirety of legs. Tense all muscles in the entirety of both hips, legs, calves, and feet, all at the same time. Hold for 5 seconds, then relax them, really letting them go. Stomach and lower back. Push out stomach and tense up all stomach and lower back muscles. Hold for 5 seconds, then relax. Suck in stomach and tense lower back muscles. Hold for 5 seconds, and then relax. Chest and upper back. Arch shoulders forward while exhaling and caving in chest. Tense all upper back and shoulder muscles. Tense for 5 seconds, and then relax. Push shoulders back and take a deep breath while pushing out chest. Tense all upper back and chest muscles. Hold for 5 seconds, and then relax. Arms and shoulders. Tense both shoulders, arms, and hands, making tight fists. Tense and hold for 5 seconds, then relax. Curl both forearms and fists toward shoulders. Wrist curling inward. Tense and hold for 5 seconds, then relax. Face and head. With eyes closed, roll head back, open mouth wide, and screw up face, tensing all muscles in head and face. Hold for 5 seconds, then relax. Also with eyes closed, smile widely while screwing up whole face and eyelids, tensing all facial, scalp, and jaw muscles. Hold for 5 seconds and relax. Frown deeply while screwing up face and tensing all scalp, jaw, and facial muscles. Hold for 5 seconds, then relax. Jaw. With head held in its balanced resting position, force lower jaw straight out. Tense jaw and hold for 5 seconds, then relax. Neck 1. Without tensing, arch neck forward slowly. Press chin down firmly onto chest as far as it will go. Hold it there for 30 seconds, breathing normally, and then slowly relax it back to its normal resting position. If you have neck tension problems, hold chin on chest for up to 3 minutes. Neck 2. Again, without tensing, slowly push head way back and firmly push chin straight above. Keep pushing chin out, but do not tense neck muscles. Hold for 30 seconds, breathing normally, then slowly relax back to balanced resting position. Again, if you have neck tension problems, hold this position for up to 3 minutes. Neck 3. With head in its normal resting position, slowly grit teeth and tense all neck muscles, feeling the tension spreading right through the entire neck up into the skull. Hold for 10 seconds, then relax. Full body stretch. Stay in relaxed position and give yourself a full body stretch as best as you can. Gently stretch and tense as much of your lower body with this as you can while taking a long, slow, deep breath. Tense and hold for 5 seconds or so, then deeply relax your whole body while exhaling. Check posture and readjust resting position at this point as needed, but while holding on to relaxed state. 10 breaths. Repeat this step thoroughly, really feeling all the tension leaving your body with every out breath. Really feel your whole body sinking into your chair or bed, sinking and getting heavier, warmer, and more blissfully relaxed with every out breath. Awareness hands massage. The head, neck, and shoulder areas are the most difficult of all body parts to deeply relax. Stress and inner tension particularly affect the muscles in these areas. This tension comes from within, so we must go deeper to remove it. Use your awareness hands to massage the tension from these areas. Feel your awareness hands massaging deep inside your neck and shoulders and up into your skull, as if someone were actually massaging them for you. Use your memory to recreate these awareness actions. Feel your hands penetrating deeply within the muscles and tendons and spine in your neck and shoulders. Feel your hands stroking deeply along your spine and up into and through your head. Feel all the tension leaving your body and feel it sinking and growing warmer and heavier and more deeply and blissfully relaxed. After you've been through the whole relaxation process, relax and focus on your breathing while you move your awareness hands throughout your body, searching for muscular knots, tension, or other problem areas. Note these tight areas for future reference, to save having to search for them every time. Recheck all known problem areas occasionally during all the coming exercises and relax them as needed. Chapter 16, Taming the Mind. The surface mind is always active while you are awake. It can be likened to a huge message and reminder pad. Its function is to keep you aware of everything that is going on around you. It chatters away constantly, reminding you of everything, constantly stating and restating the obvious, playfully making witty comments about everything while making sure you know exactly what is happening in the world around you at all times. Is that a car in my drive? Milk. I gotta get milk. Damn, my car is well overdue for a service. Why did she say that last night? What does she mean by that look she gave me? Etc. This is what is called internal dialogue, or monkey mind, using the more Eastern term. We don't really notice these thoughts and images as they constantly flutter through our minds, and they do serve a useful purpose in our daily lives. These are, however, absolute nuisances when you are trying to clear, relax, and focus your mind. It's like having someone inside your head constantly chattering away at you while you are trying to do serious work. You cannot concentrate fully unless you have a little mental space and quiet in which to do it. This is part of the reason why many people can concentrate better while listening to music. Music occupies the surface mind and slows internal dialogue, thus allowing deeper levels of thinking and concentration. Most teenagers can work and study perfectly well with loud music blaring. They cannot, however, do the same in total peace and quiet because of the incessant internal dialogue. While music can help silence internal dialogue, with regard to mental training, it is best considered an artificial prop. I do not advise it be used unless absolutely necessary. To deeply relax the mind and attain the trance state, where you can work with a deeper and more powerful level of mind, it is necessary to silence the constant chattering of internal dialogue. Surface thoughts also create inner tensions that reflect into the physical body as physical tension, making projection more difficult. Thought control exercises. Breathing thoughts away. Center your attention on the process of breathing, using this to hold your mind totally clear. Feel each breath entering your body and filling your lungs, then feel it leaving your body. Follow the breathing process with your mind, but do not think about it. Feel it. Be aware of it. Let the feeling of breathing occupy your entire mind. This exercise is enough to occupy the surface mind and keep its rambling thoughts at bay. If you need more than this, count your breaths. Count up to 10 breaths, then start over again. Mentally counting is not a breach of thought control discipline. When you count each number, drag out the mental word over the whole of each breath, over the entirety of each breath. For example, follow the in-breath carefully and then count mentally. 1 for the entire out-breath. Hold your mind clear during the next in-breath and count mentally. 2 for the whole out-breath. While you are holding your mind clear, surface thoughts will attempt to creep back into your mind. When this begins to happen, and it always will in the early stages, quickly and firmly push them away before they have a chance to take hold and complete their message. You will get progressively better at this with a little practice. You will soon be able to detect thought pressure alone and thus stop thoughts before they have the chance to form into actual mental words inside your surface mind. When you get into the stage where you can sense the pressure of thoughts as they are about to start, you are really getting somewhere. You can then begin pushing thought pressures away before they can form into actual thoughts. Eventually, with a little practice, you will be able to hold your surface mind totally clear like a blank slate. The pressure of thoughts wanting to start will stay with you for some time, even after you master them. This pressure will, however, progressively ease with regular practice. This is an example of thought control. A surface thought. Right, I better get the cat a new flea collar. Becomes, right, I better get the cat a new flea. Becomes, right, I better get the cat. Right, I better get. Getting better. Right, I bet. Right, or nearly got it. It'll be nothing there, almost there. This is the pressure of thought about to start. The feeling of a question, the feeling of a question beginning or starting from somewhere, and it gets less and less the more you progress. Thought control and concentration exercises should be done daily for at least 5 minutes in total, and for longer if possible. This is best spread out over the day and made into several smaller exercises. Waiting and traveling time can be put into good use, although this can be difficult and frustrating in the early stages. With a little regular practice, the surface mind can be held clear with very little effort for extended periods of time. Okay, so let me pause here for a second because this is awesome. This is amazing practice. So what it does is when you are, after you do the relaxation process and you get into meditation for getting ready to project or have lucid dreams, which I mean, if you should always aim for a step above. So if you want to have lucid dreams, you should be meditating on projection first. That way, when you fall asleep, you'll automatically enter a lucid dream. But let me tell you how that happens based on this process of clearing your mind of thoughts, which can be done by meditating on a mantra or even a sound, which you can use the sound of a bell, any sound really, the sound of a coin dropping, the sound of a coin spinning, even snapping like this, while echoing that sound. You echo that sound every time a thought is coming up. You cancel it out just like that. So what you'll begin to notice is, and this is crazy, you'll notice that dreams actually begin. No, actually, I would say there's a false level of dreaming that is made up of thought chatter, of mental chatter, words turning into images and such. This level of dreaming isn't even the deepest level of dreaming. This is just the beginning. Before you even fall asleep, you begin to dream. So then once you clear that, or once you become aware of that, then you drop into another layer of dreams, which is the same as the levels of imagination I told you about before. And what's interesting about this level of dreaming is that once you get into it, you will go from this dark level of dreaming where it's like there's this darkness and you'll see images created in the darkness. But then when you go into the actual dream, you'll see a bright flash of light. Let there be light. You'll see a bright flash of light, and then once the light passes your vision, then you'll see a world. It is amazing. So even more so, what this will make you aware of is that when you are in a lucid dream, you'll start to catch on that a lot of the narratives that you fall into are actually created by your own thoughts, and this includes conversations. So a lot of the time you'll start to have you'll be talking to other people in the dream, and you'll start to notice that when you ask a question or are witnessing a scenario play out, that you'll have these super fast thoughts, but then this makes your mind even faster than those thoughts that are generated, to the point where you can sense when it's you creating the process, it's you creating the situation. It's amazing. But then what this does even further is that it shows you who it shows you what the real entities in the dreams are. And people will laugh when I explain it to them. It's just like, man, it's just, how can I get them to know this? But it's not about me knowing it. It's more about the potential this has to change reality, people's perception of reality. So you will begin to meet beings who are not, and people don't get when I say this, and it's amazing. This is why they don't get it, because what you'll do is you'll begin to meet these entities, and you'll be like, all right, so are my thoughts making you take this form? Are my thoughts controlling the next things coming out of your mouth? And they don't. And these beings are just there, and they have their own way of speaking, their own ideas about what it is that they are there for, and strange things start to happen. Beautiful things start to happen. It's really cool, and I think it has something to do with how old your spirit is, maybe, or how much skill you have, or whatever it is that you really are. So these beings it'll feel like, for me, it felt like I've known these beings for a really long time, and they've known me for a really long time. And so really our conversations and the things that happen, sometimes it's like we're just catching up again, or it'll be like sometimes they're inviting me to a place. Sometimes they're giving me an object, which is even more interesting, because those are amazing. But once you clear this, once you make your mind neat, it'll be like roaming through dreams. And you can have this skill regardless. Like, I've had this lucid dream skill, but this made it much better, where it'll be like you can explore the world. Don't neglect this process. Do not neglect this, because it will open up these other worlds to you, and it'll introduce you to more beings. Even if you already have this adeptness about you, even if you had this skill naturally, and you can go into dreams and you can decide what it is that you want to do and avoid the distractions of narratives. But if you ever find yourself being completely lucid, but then falling asleep within the dream, meaning you go from an awake state where you are aware of being in a dream and everything is clear, and then some people just pop up, and then you go like, up, and then you fall asleep. You get pulled back into a narrative where this is adventure. Now, while I'm saying this about this clarity, which is a good thing, it's a great thing, you still want to be able to witness these narratives play out, because that's how you get these messages. That's how you find a pattern. But the only thing is, there's a delicate balance between being so lucid that you are basically, what I would say is like being in your own laboratory or your own sandbox, as far as developing your consciousness in the dream. Meaning, literally, you will be, whatever it is that you do is developing your mental and spiritual capabilities to do different things, even in the awakened state, or this what we call, I suppose, conscious level. That is great, but then it can take away the ability to simply dream and witness the processes that it is that you need to witness in order to come to different conclusions about what your reality is. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Do not skip this. Do not skip this. If you have a church bell around you, remember that sound. Let it reverberate through you. If not, make a mantra. Om really works. Start vocally, and then get quieter and quieter, and then let it go into your mind. and then speak it from the mind, reverberate it in the mind. And then even then, use that and make it quieter and quieter and quieter. Every single time thoughts start to stir up, you do that. Now, I've been slacking, so I'm getting right back into this. I'm happy that I'm reading this book again. It's just like, oh man, I forgot about. It's like you miss certain steps, and it's like, oh yeah, that's right. Duh, I was supposed to do that. You know, you remember certain things, but then you miss other things. So I can't stress this enough. This is so important. This is so important. Woo! Continuing on. The deeper mind. Once the surface mind gives in and the internal dialogue is silenced, you will experience profound silence inside your mind that may feel a little strange at first, a bit like sitting alone in the middle of a quickly emptying sports stadium after a big game and listening as it falls slowly into silence as everyone leaves. You miss all the activity, and it suddenly feels strange and unnaturally quiet. This is because you are stilling surface thoughts that have been chattering away unnoticed in your mental background for your whole life. You have created a kind of forced, hollow feeling, a forced mental silence inside your mind. Holding this takes effort and concentration, which adds to the forced silence kind of feeling. It will take some time for your deeper mind to get used to this mental silence and begin relaxing and expanding. So be patient. You will grow used to this, and one day you will learn to love it more than anything else. Once you have attained inner silence, you can think more profoundly and focus your mind completely on whatever you are doing. The criticism by religious groups of the practice of meditation and of clearing the mind stems, I believe, from people jumping to conclusions when they hear terms like emptiness or emptying the mind, inner silence, or entering the silence. Some religious people claim it is not safe to empty the mind, as the devil or some evil entity may then try to enter and inhabit it. If, however, you take into account how difficult it is to empty the mind and hold it clear for any length of time, it becomes evident that this emptiness only comes through disciplined mental effort. You are blocking your own thoughts and thereby also blocking any other thoughts from entering your mind. In a way, meditators fill their minds with silent mental static and use this to suppress all thought. The clear mind, or empty mind, associated with meditation can more accurately be thought of as forced mental silence that has become easier through practice. I have found that the practice of holding the mind forcibly clear can be an effective countermeasure against intrusive energies and thoughts, regardless of their nature or origin. A spirit entity that wanted